went out of Parliament, came back in 2008, and I've been serving the good people of Popular Constituency since then. This particular time, I've had the privilege, as you have, Mr. Chairman, of serving the Panafrican Parliament for 4 years. I was deputy leader between 2013 and 2016. I've also had the rare privilege of serving on this committee for close to 1 year. Mr. Chairman, I'm very, very grateful. And I want to thank members of this committee. I see very old friends who have served with for a very long time in this committee. And I'm happy that once again I'm appearing before you. I am privileged and I'm lucky to be here once again. Out of 30 million Ghanaians, for the president to see me, a young village boy from Bimbila and Chamba, to be the Minister for Defense. I think that God has been gracious to me. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members. Yes, Honourable Santiago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me start by congratulating the nominee for his appointment. The second appointment to head the military in our country. Okay. Mr. Chairman, my first issue has to do with what happened on the 7th January when we met in this chamber to elect Speaker of Parliament. It's been alleged that you ordered armed military men to invade the chamber. What do you say to that?
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you very much and thank the questioner for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a night all of us will remember for a very long time. Very dramatic night, well over 10 hours of real parliamentary hustle and bustle, which is very normal in parliamentary duties. Anyway, if you are a member of parliament, you have realized that it's very normal in parliamentary duties, just that some issues went to the extreme. But for parliament MPs, who would understand that it's a very normal parliamentary duty. The minister designate for national security was in this very chair yesterday, and he spoke the truth on oath, and that's exactly what happened that night. I don't want to bore this committee by repeating what he said, but just to add, Mr. Chairman, that no civilian, and in this I'm speaking to you and the people of Ghana, no civilian, and let me repeat, no civilian has the capacity to be able to move and order the members of the armed forces. It's not possible. They will not do it, and they have never done it before. Mr. Chairman, so the names that were being bandied about, including my name, did not at that time have the capacity to move the armed forces. If you remember, I was a civilian, not a civilian, I was not a minister at that time. None of the people were ministers at that time. We didn't have the capacity. Even if you were a minister, you will still give whatever you want to say to the commanders. And if the orders are lawful orders, they would obey them. And I want to say that that is not what happened at all. None of us had the capacity. The names that's why I'm happy to use the word allegation. The names that you allege didn't have the capacity at that time to move the armed forces or members of the armed forces of the Republic of Ghana or the police service. And you remember that it was both the police service and the armed forces. Some people failed to maybe appreciate that it was a combination of both the police and the armed forces. We didn't have that capacity at all. And I just wanted to answer to you.
Chairman, with your indulgence, did you give any lawful orders to the military?
No, not
Parliament?
No, not at all. Not at all.
At that material time, did you have capacity even to act as minister while serving as a president representative at that ministry?
By the Constitution, I was not the president's representative, and I didn't have the capacity to act because the president, my tenure of office had ended at 12 midnight. And once it crossed 1 minute into the 7th, the president needed to be sworn in for me to be asked to act in his capacity.
So, Chairman, with your indulgence, I yield to Honorable Ahi, but when you state that you give orders, if they are lawful, then they may decide to act. Explain that to us in military.
No, what I said is that when you take a policy, Mr. Chairman, you have been a minister before, when you make a policy decision, for example, when we asked the government took the decision to engage the members of the armed forces and the police on Operation Vanguard. This is what I'm saying, that you make a policy decision and you inform who the operators are, in this case, the armed forces and the police, and they will take the action to do it on the field. That's all that I meant, and that's what I said. It is, I've never seen it, and I doubt whether any minister will have that capacity, and you can't have that capacity to go on the field and order the members of the armed forces. No, not at all. Our armed forces are very, very professional. Some of the most professional men and women that you can find in this world. I have had the privilege of working with them for 4 years, and I can tell you that the members of the armed forces will not do anything that the people of Ghana do not want them to do. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable Minister, you know, the longer you talk, the more time we spend here. So kindly make your answers as crispy as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, according to what the Minister designated for National Security said yesterday, it was a commander of the military who ordered the invasion. And for that matter, an investigation has been instituted to unravel what actually happened on the 7th January. If you are given the nod, will you make sure, because I'm sure you believe that what happened was unacceptable. So if you are given the nod, will you work to ensure that whoever ordered the military invasion in Parliament will be brought to book?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, in the armed forces, they have a saying that don't throw the baby with the bathwater. And because of that, the members of the armed forces would always do investigation in whatever thing that they need to do. Yes, it is true, as the Minister for National Security stated, that investigation is going on. So I would prefer that we do not judge what will happen. We should wait for the investigation to be concluded. And I can tell you that the armed forces would always punish anybody found guilty of doing things that they've not been ordered to do. That I can assure you on. And the government will do same if people are found guilty.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we all know that Ghana is a unitary state, and therefore we do things to benefit all Ghanaians. Recruitment into the armed forces. There is a perception out there that depending on who is in charge, a particular group of people get recruited into the armed forces. And I just want to find out from the Honourable Minister, what practical steps, when given the nod, will you take to ensure that recruitment into the armed forces benefits all Guineans? Said that because before, anytime there's going to be a recruitment, people are asked to go to either Western region, Volta region, Eastern region, Ashanti region, Greater Accra for the body selection and so on and so forth. These days, it doesn't happen. What will you do to ensure that recruitment into the armed forces reflects our geographical location and all tracks in the country will benefit, so that a particular group of people don't take advantage of, getting opportunity into the armed forces at the expense of others?
Mr. Chairman, I want to assure the honorable members and for the country that it is not possible to influence recruitment or enlistment into the armed forces. There are stages and steps and qualifications that members of the public will need to go through, prospective recruits or cadets will have to go through before they are qualified. And especially for cadets, you need to go to close to 6 different stages. None of them you can influence, including writing an exam at the University of Ghana. And for recruitment, it's the same thing. They have selectors who go around the regions to select people. You don't know the political persuasion of any of the selectors, so you can't influence them. So that is not. And I'm happy you use the word that it is a perception. And it is a perception which has been there for a very long time. But it is not a true story, and I can assure you that it is not possible at all. And for the armed forces, the recruitment, as they have always said, must be representative across the entire country, and that's what they stick to, and nothing more, nothing less.
But, Honorable Minister, it is known that some people go around claiming to be agents, holders of protocol, and in that name, they dupe unsuspecting job seekers. Is the military aware of such acts? Do they have any plans to fish out these fraudsters?
Mr. Chairman, if you don't see the advert in the Ghanaian Times, the Daily Graphic, or the official page of the Ghana Armed Forces on the internet, please, they are fraudsters. Don't do it. Ghana Armed Forces do not ask you to pay money to get recruited. Anybody who is asking you to pay money to get recruited, that person is defrauding you. And I want the public to know that people do that. We have arrested several people, and we'll keep arresting people. And I can say that most people who are positions of influence, people go on Facebook and do that. They are all fraudsters. Please let the people of Ghana know, as members of Parliament, your constituents know, that the Ghana Armed Forces should not take any money from you, except when you are buying the scratch card. Scratch card that you may pay 50 cedis to buy the scratch card. Otherwise, you pay no money. Anybody asking you for money, they are defrauding you. Secondly, there's no protocol in the armed forces. So anybody who says that there is a protocol recruitment, straight away you should know the person is trying to defraud you. There's nothing like that in the armed forces. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Minister Designate, follow up to Chairman's question. Your answer is we have arrested several fraudsters. What has happened to those arrested fraudsters?
You know, because of the way the armed forces is structured, when an arrest is made, you hand them over to the police and they get prosecuted. Several of them have gotten prosecuted, and others are facing the law courts, and some are in jail. That I, for example, have arrested people using my name, and they are currently serving time in prison. So these things are going on, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my next question has to do with establishment of military base. I know that we have had traditional military base. In view of the fact that we have added on 6 additional regions in the country, will you, when you are giving them, will you consider opening additional military base, particularly in the new regions, so that they can also attend to, or they can support provision of security in those new regions?
Mr. Chairman, as much as possible, the military wants to put a regiment in each region. The last we had, when we were 10 regions, we had 7, and Kamina, or the northern one, was taking care of the 3 regions up north. But today, the plan is to ensure that we have military presence in each region. In fact, for temporary basis or for the start, we have put military presence in all the 16 regions of the Republic of Ghana. We intend to ensure that we make it permanent, so that there will be military presence to support the civil police in keeping law and order across the country, and also to make the citizens there safe and to ensure that our territorial integrity is defended and defended well. Mr. Chairman, we also intend for the fight against terrorism to ensure that we have forward operating bases across the borders. And so what you call a military base, yes, a small military base across the border to ensure that Ghana is safe. The plan has gone very far, the procurement has gone very far with that, and very soon the President will cut the sword to ensure that we have a minimum 15 forward operating bases across the entire north, so that you and myself are safe when it comes to the issue of terrorist attacks. But because it is important to realize that countries around, and I'm sure the National Security Minister, you all heard him say, that countries around us are having serious difficulties when it comes to terrorist attacks. And so as a country, we have to prepare ahead of time to ensure that our country remains safe. Ghana is an oasis of peace. And so many people and investors will come to Ghana, but they will do that when they know you and myself can protect them. And that's what the government is investing to ensure that the people are safe. So yes, we are ensuring that we put military bases across the 16 regions. Not just that, we're also ensuring that the northern part of Ghana is safe, as well as the Gulf of Guinea along the coastal belt, to ensure that we have an envelope of security around the country. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we know that in all the elections that we have had, the military, there was a military deployment to support the police and other security agents to maintain law and order. But it seems to me that in 2020, there were massive military deployments, and some of them ended up even taking the role of EC to the extent that they would determine which ballots should be counted, when results should be declared, and so on and so forth. And it has even been said that some military men shot at some civilians. Honorable Minister, when you're given the nod, what are you going to do to ensure that all those military men who were deployed to support the elections, who went overboard, will be dealt with?
Mr. Chairman, I want to say that I'm happy he has conceded, the honorable member has conceded that there have been military deployments since 1992 in every election, which is true. But Mr. Chairman, the military has always been deployed only to support the civil police. The military has never, whether in this election or any past elections, been the front row actors for election purposes. Not at all. Even internal security, it is not their job, and they don't do that. They support the civil police. In this election, it was the same thing. If you saw the military come to any place, it is because the civil police would have called them in because the situation was getting out of hand. As for allegations of the military taking over the role of the Electoral Commission or declaring results, Mr. Chairman, I am not privy to it. In fact, I've had the privilege of issuing a statement to say that if you have such allegations or evidence, bring it to us. We would investigate it, and if anybody is found guilty, that person will be punished. So, honorable member, if you have any evidence, we are all members. The military is for the people of Ghana. The military is not serving a political party or an individual. It is for the people of Ghana. It's to protect the people of Ghana. So if you have any evidence that there's anybody, any military person who took over the role of the EC and declared the results, let us know. And we will investigate it ASAP. I issued this statement in December, and up to now, I've not had anybody bring me any evidence. If you have, please do it, and we shall do that for you. After the shooting, I have been having briefs from the military. Like I said, it is the police who would normally, and they are the only people who always invite the military into places where they think that it is gone beyond the police to be able to handle it, to come and support them. When the incidents of shooting happened, and let me sympathize with all the families of the bereaved, people who would have lost their lives. I think we all think that that should never happen in our democracy, and we all together should sympathize with those families. But Mr. Chairman, the military, as we see today, is not yet the subject of the investigation by the police. No military person has yet been caught because he has been accused of shooting somebody. The police are investigating it, as the Minister for National Security said yesterday. And so, if there is any military man who has been identified as doing any shooting and the police are investigating, that person will be released to the police and subjected to the due investigation. If the person is found guilty, then the law will take its course, and I can assure you on that particular one. But I want to tell you something, that the security of elections, D-Day activities, is not in the hands of politicians. I think 1998 that we took that decision as a people to take away the power of the GCs at the district level, the regional ministers at the regional level, and the ministers at the national level, and hand it over to the security actors. So for election day activity, for example, ministers are not the people in charge of election day activity at the polling stations. No, not at all. I, for example, I was busily trying to win my seat. How would I have been able to know exactly or deploy anybody? So it is practically impossible for ministers to have been able to do that. And I'm happy that that decision was taken. And I think we should continue with that, so that the police who are in charge at the national level through the IGP, and the regional commander who is in charge at the regional level, and the district commander who is in charge at the district level, continue to take these decisions or where to deploy people or where not to deploy people. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Honorable Senator, you have had enough for the day. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I want to congratulate the nominee, my friend Dominic Nitiwul. Honorable Minister, there is a concept of the National Guard, which on all continents it exists. In the Americas, if you go to the United States, it's called the U.S. National Guard. India, it's called the Territorial Army. Tunisia, France, Greece, Ireland. And the National Guard serve community and country, and they respond to domestic emergencies and reconstruction missions, everything that has to do with the internal affairs when they need something, let me put it this way, higher than the police, but with less aggression as a regular combat military. They apply them. So you see them anytime there's a domestic issue, the National Guard is the one that is called in, not the combat-ready, trained military people. So it makes the implementation more civilian-friendly than those who are just trained to defend the territory and lay down their lives for the state. Their mentality is a little bit different. When you get a nod, because I don't know that it exists in Ghana, is this something that you can think about and, if possible, get the military to have a National Guard? Because what we have in the country, you see that there is military patrols to curb armed robbery. There's all the various missions in the country, Galamsey, Calm Life, whatever it is, that there's some military involvement. But the psyche of a trained soldier.
Honorable, can they
very well. The psyche of a trained soldier is different from one that is community-oriented. Is this something that you can look into? Is this something that Ghana can do? That's my first question.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the practical experience of the member who is asking the question has come to play because of his background and where he has come from. And I think that is something that is worth considering. The people of Ghana, rightly so, and across the entire country, will want the military to get involved in civilian life at a very minimal pace. And I think we all agree with that, that the military should essentially be in the barracks, and the military should come in, and especially come in only when it is very, very critical. But it is also true that we will need the services of our armed forces to some extent in dealing with all the issues to aid civil police. Currently, we have about 23 joint operations, and this president created just 2. All the others existed before that the military have with the civil police. And I think that your concept of National Guard is something that, as a country, we should look at. We should look at carefully to see whether is it not possible to have a National Guard that's more like if you go to the French country, they have the military and they have the gendarmerie, so that they are like the military police who deal directly with the people on a daily basis. So you see them on the street, they are not real combat, as you have said, but we don't have that system. So for me, it's a conversation that we can carry forward, and I will consider it if this House graciously gives me the nod to look at, and I'll deal with you to look at how we can look at it and put that forward for us as a state to consider, including members of this committee through the Committee of Defense and Interior.
Thank you. It's a great answer. Up until I came to the Burma camp for a ministerial salute, I didn't know the achievements of the NPP government, but I was surprised. The things I saw that have been achieved in the last 4 years. Can you tell the public what you have been able to achieve in the last 4 years as a Minister of Defense?
Did you say the NPP government or the minister? No, if it's NPP government, I will disallow it because we don't want.
I want, as a minister.
As a minister,
as a minister, what he has been able to achieve in the last 4 years.
Mr. Chairman, this government over the last 4 years has really achieved a lot for the military of Ghana and ultimately for the people of Ghana. And I think that one of the areas we tackled was a concern of the minority leader who always talked about housing for the military. It's one of the biggest problems that we have had. If you remember, this House graciously approved a loan of $100 million for me and for the ministry to carry out a serious housing project. It has enabled us to change completely the military academy and training school. So you go there, it's a first-class institution. And by next year, this time, I would invite Parliament to go there, if you give me the nod. First-class institution that we are putting up there, serious structures. Now, if you go to the civil garrison in Tamale, accommodation is being put up for our men and women of the armed forces. Kumasi, they are starting. Sunyani, they are starting. In Taprade, they are doing the same. In Ho, they've started. In Accra, too, the same thing. In fact, Mr. Chairman, I came to meet projects that were abandoned since 2017 under what we call the Snake Housing Project. We've actually completed 80% of them. I came to meet projects that my good friend, Dr. Kumbo, had started, about 38,000 projects. I've actually completed, leaving only about 3 projects out of them. So for infrastructure projects, it's unprecedented. We've never seen some before for a long time to come. For a long time now, we've done a lot of infrastructure projects. The housing, the military roads, what we call barracks roads across the entire garrisons, have been fixed at a rate that I can only describe as very, very impressive. If you go to Nutoko in Volta region, where the Navy, for the first time, is now having a first-class training institution, and these facilities were put up in a record 1-year period, you will marvel that the armed forces, plus myself and the government, will put up these facilities of close to over 10 buildings across to train our Navy and to ensure that they have places to be able to do that. Mr. Chairman, vehicles, as we've also in the media, we keep donating vehicle upon vehicle and re-equipping the armed forces throughout. And one thing that has really touched my heart is what we gave the armed forces when it came to transport, buses for them to be able to have. Before we came to power, a lot of the members of the armed forces were being transported in what we call TCVs, troop-carrying vehicles. The ordinary man knows them as a bongo vehicles, even for funerals, even for weddings, even for social gatherings. But the government immediately, within 6 months, managed to procure 50 luxurious buses for them. And today, I think that it has served them very well. If you ask any member of the armed forces, they will tell you that that has been the case. One other thing that the soldier will want is what is in there for me. What is really in there for me as a person. Salary rationalization has never taken place in the armed forces over the last, say, 15 years. The last time there was salary rationalization was, I think, in 2006, 2007. And, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to report to this House that we have rationalized the salary and allowances for the armed forces to at least come apart with the other security services. And this has really boosted the morale of the members of the armed forces for me. And if I want to count or enumerate the achievements, I believe that I'll take about 3 hours to do that. And I don't want to take 3 hours.
Thank you. We don't have 3 hours for you on your achievements. Yes.
Honourable Minister, personal satisfaction, I think you touched on a bit in your last submission, or as they call it in the barracks, morale. What is the level of personnel satisfaction currently at our basis? And even if it is high, like you just said, people ask for more. What are you going to do to enhance it? And if it is low, what are you going to do to make sure that morale is high at our basis so that, like I always say, no soldier is trained to die for his country. You train so that your opponent will die for his, so that they are ready in their mindset if such morale is high.
When the soldiers say that we know no defeat, that's the slogan of the armed forces, we know no defeat, and they say that we will defend you, that is the people of Ghana, to the peril of our lives. It surely means that when bullets are flying and all of us are running, you expect the soldier to go and face those bullets. So the best we can only do for them is to give them what they need to be able to do their work and do it properly. So we are providing them first with what they need to be able to feel safe. Today we are trying to mechanize the armed forces. So you see that we keep bringing armored vehicles so that we have mechanized armed forces. You don't want to give soldiers pickups to go to battle with because you're exposing them to bullets. And so we are trying to do that. It's bringing a lot of morale to the members of the armed forces. Mr. Chairman, like I already talked about salary rationalization, every human being will want to ensure that at least he can leave something in the bank when the month ends. He can take care of his kids. He should be able to make sure that at least at the end of the day, he can feed his family. And I think that it's one consideration we consider to bring the salary rationalization to ensure that the members of the armed forces at least are par with the rest of the others. But one decision that we took, which I think has helped the members of the armed forces, and any of you who have relatives in the 91 group or 92 group can ask them. When we extended the run-out date is the day you'll be released from the armed forces. It used to be a maximum of 25 years. We extended it by an extra 5 years. And that has really, really helped the members of the armed forces. And I remember a week ago, a member of the armed forces, the 91 group, came to my office. He wanted to come and see me. I didn't understand what he was looking for. Then he said, "Sir, I just came to thank you." I said, "What is it?" He said, "If not for the decision you took, I would have been home 5 years ago. But today, I have finished my house. And I want to really come and let you know, if I didn't do that, because I'll be going home next year, but if I didn't come and do that, then my God will not forgive me." That statement sums up what the morale is when it comes to the members of the armed forces. And I think that we should continue with that. If we believe that people should die for us, then we should give them what they need. We should at least sacrifice for them. And I'm happy that the Minister for National Security said we should try to give them resources, not just the armed forces, all the security services. We should give them resources to be able to do their work. And I hope this House will assist us in that process to ensure that they get the resources to do their work.
Thank you. So that's enough. Yes, Agaga, before you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the nominee for getting the nod once again by the President. Of course, you need to jump this hurdle, and that is why you're here this morning. Honorable Minister, the core mandate of your former ministry, you've served there for 4 years, is the protection of our territorial integrity. That is the core mandate, and this is provided for under the Constitution. Now, I'd like to know from you whether you are aware that there have been some border problems between our country and the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire along the Bole border. And pillars have been shifted. A Ghanaian was actually arrested on Ghanaian soil by agents of the Ivorian security. He was put before court and is currently serving a 10-year jail term. In fact, the border pillars have actually been shifted. That, for me, amounts to aggression by a foreign nation. What has been the response of your outfit?
Mr. Chairman, I want to say that Ivory Coast, members of the people of, or the public in Ivory Coast, or the citizens of Ivory Coast and Ghana, are essentially brothers. In fact, our neighbors, it is only an artificial border that divides us. Otherwise, we're essentially brothers. I'm aware of that incident, and I'm aware of the problems of what we call Dollar Town. That's what you are talking about. It's a town around Tinga, Bole area. It's a mining area and has a lot of rich minerals, so a lot of people go there to do this, and we are aware of it. But what we did, which we, of course, my ministry should not be the first to respond, is to give it to the foreign ministry, and they have been engaging their Ivorian counterpart, not just only on that, but the general security of that particular area to ensure that that is done. There was an allegation that he was arrested on Ghana soil. That's why I use the word allegation. But we are dealing with it through the diplomatic channel. It is not in our interest to start using the military as a first point of call when issues like that are there. But what we have done to secure our citizens is to put an FOB, with the one I mentioned earlier, around Bole area. We're going to put an FOB around Bole area to respond to some of these things. But it's not a sign of aggression. And I think that we should step down the sign of aggression a little bit and let the diplomatic channels go through the process first. And I believe that it has worked before and to continue to work. And at the appropriate time, those kind of things happen. It happens to us. We collaborate a lot under the initiative, what we call the Accra initiative, that was set up by this president. We collaborate a lot. And the National Security Minister said it yesterday. It has been a huge success that we spearheaded it, and all the countries around us are part of it. So if there is a problem, we try to use those channels to resolve the matter first before going for the last resort, which is the military intervention, which I hope will never get there, not under my watch or the president's watch, not at all.
Yes. Honorable Minister, you indicated in an earlier response to a question posed by my colleague, Honorable Samson Ahi, that the military is not the lead agency charged with the duty to maintain internal security, and that it is only when the agencies of state charged with that mandate are overwhelmed that the military comes in upon invitation. But, Honorable Minister, in recent times, it appears the contrary has become the norm, to the extent that we have seen pictorial evidence, I have seen, of soldiers deployed to perform land guard duties. And this happened not too long ago in one of their Chim towns. The soldiers then had an open confrontation with some members of the community in question. It was a nasty scene. Then also, in the Asante region, specifically Tontokrom, a few weeks ago, a documentary was aired by Multimedia's Erasmus Asare Donko. And in that documentary, you would see the military soldiers from the the Central Command engaged in an open confrontation with members of the Galamsey, anti-Galamsey task force. The reason for the confrontation was that the soldiers had actually been deployed in Tontokrom to provide security cover for a Chinese mining firm engaged in Galamsey activities in that area. Last but not the least, you see soldiers clearly providing protection for certain VIPs. I know the military is mandated to provide VIP security for the president and maybe the Minister for Defense, but now we see them openly providing security for Jean Mensa, the chairperson of the EC, and others. The question is, the military has become visible and in a way taking the place of the police when it comes to the maintenance of internal security. What is your response to this?
Mr. Chairman, let me state as a fact that we have reduced the visibility of the military. Rather, Mr. Chairman, when I came, the military had signed a memorandum of understanding with 22 mining companies. It's open knowledge. I've said this before. 22 mining companies. And they had actually deployed across the entire country. And they were guiding these mining companies. I withdrew all of them. So if we talk about military signing MOUs and helping legitimate mining companies, I can say that it was a practice before, but we've stopped it. Since January last year, I issued a statement to the military that no military personnel is expected to be seen in any mining company except two, AGC in Obuasi and Azuma Mines in Upper West. Otherwise, if you see anything like that, it is not lawful and we'll investigate it. Anybody found guilty, that person will be dealt with. The Totompro incident that you are talking about, the initial report I received from the Chief of Army Staff and the CDS is that the enhanced CAM Life moved in there when the Chief Executive wrote to RESEC and, of course, to the Army Military High Command that there were a lot of illegal activities going in there. So they sent enhanced CAM Life, which is a combination of police and the soldiers, to make sure that they look at that particular thing. So I've asked the CDS to make sure that they investigate it to the latter and give me a report. That investigation is ongoing. And I can tell you that the military have punished over the last 4 years, and some people have been removed from their military for engaging in acts that they are not supposed to engage in. And some have had their ranks reduced because of that kind of thing. So I want to assure you that anybody found guilty, that person will be dealt with. So investigation is ongoing. For the issue of the protection of VIPs, I think that point was made very clearly yesterday, that it is not a new practice. And there are members, even in this house, who know that it's not a new practice. That if an assessment is made, a security assessment is made on a particular VIP, and we believe that we should use a military person temporarily, we will do that. Because every country does that. You may not know, but it happens all across the world. Some are even in plain clothes, some may be in uniform, but it all depends on the message that is supposed to have been sent. But it is not a norm that the military will be guiding VIPs. You already mentioned statutorily the people that the military should deal with. The president, the vice president, and because there is a minister in charge of the military, you always use the military for him. Otherwise, it's not like that. It's based on security advice, and once that is given, we look at it, the military and the ministry, and we'll deal with it from there. And I believe that answer was given yesterday. For the sake of a repetition that I'm just repeating, Honorable Member. And I think that I disagree with you, though that is your view, that the military is too visible. I have actually tried to reduce the military to make sure that they are actually still in the barracks. And we have been giving them more training too, so that they can keep training. And you continue to see that that is the norm going forward, that the military should do more training and protect us when they need be. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, what interventions have you put in place to protect Ghana's maritime domain in the face of the oil discovery, which is offshore? And you know, we have had challenges with piracy in the Gulf of Guinea. Our posturing as a country, in terms of our defense strategies, have been very defensive for a long time, but these are new threats and challenges. What interventions would you map out and implement? Should you get the North to continue as the Minister for Defense?
Mr. Chairman, the Gulf of Guinea has become a big problem for the world, you know, and we in Ghana are not left out of that. We joined the Gulf of Guinea Commission immediately we came, and we have been trying to make sure that we are able to keep our exclusive economic zone safe. And as part of it, the government has awarded a contract to build a military base at Nzelizu, Western region, for us to be able to reach the exclusive economic zone, particularly the oil fields, in record time. It used to be 4 hours from Takrady. Today, if that military base is complete, we will reach there in 25 minutes. And I think that is something that the government is doing. So we are re-equipping the Navy from the FOB through their boats to ensure that they can protect all of us. For future plans, we are looking at doing same in the eastern part so that we can have an envelope of security within the naval base, within the exclusive economic zone, which is about 550 kilometers, and then 300 nautical miles, 200 nautical miles inland, which is like 300 kilometers. So we are trying to do everything to ensure that we can protect. The steps have already been taken, the contract awarded, and those things have been done. And as the ranking member, I know you are aware, but you just wanted the public to know. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, nominee, Operation Calm Life is a combined effort between the military and the police to provide security. It's essentially an anti-armed robbery mission. But it appears their operations are limited to certain parts of the country. Talking about the upsurge in armed robbery cases in the Upper East region, notably Sandama, my own district capital or municipal capital, we have recorded a number of armed robbery incidents in that area. It appears the police have been overwhelmed. They are doing their best, but I'm wondering whether, if you have the nod, you'd consider extending the operations of the Operation Calm Life to that part of the country to augment the efforts of the police.
Mr. Chairman, let me praise the police service and the armed forces for what they have been doing over the years in doing Operation Calm Life. But as stated yesterday, it is not enough because we don't have the resources to be able to give them everything they need. So they are doing what they will have to do, the limited resources. We'll keep giving them the resources to continue to do what they want to do. But I want to give you some good news. One of the 4 operating bases, which is what I call the military base, will be sited around the Vrombo area. And I think that it will help in trying to put permanent military within that particular enclave. But in the short while, I will take it up with my colleague, the Interior Minister, to ensure that we increase the presence of the police and the military within that area to temporarily resolve that matter. But in the long run, we are putting the military within that area to assist the general police when they are needed, because we don't want a situation where they have to come from Boku or Tamale or what. It's very far when they are needed. Once we put an FOB in that area, I believe that it will be done. So if you give me the nod, it's one of the first things that I want to do from this year. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It is gratifying to note, and congratulations to the nominee. It is gratifying to note that steps are being taken to equip the Navy to protect our oil resources. That was the question that I was actually going to ask, because in 2015, as part of my program in Kofi Annan, we did visit the naval base and take a ride to the oil fields, and it took quite a while to get there. So it is gratifying to know that 5 years on, steps are being taken to equip the Navy to protect our oil resources and other challenges that we have along our coast. Now, my real question is, you've been at this same position for the past 4 years that you're being nominated for. You've indicated some of the strides that you've made within that time to improve upon the situation that you met. I doubt if you've been able to resolve all the issues that you met, and some may still be plaguing our defense sector. So what are some of the major challenges you faced in the last 4 years, and how do you intend to resolve them if given the nod?
Mr. Chairman, undoubtedly, accommodation is one of the biggest challenges that members of the armed forces face. Like I said, we've already started under the barracks regeneration program, and we'll continue to ensure that members of the armed forces have accommodation. My vision, if I can achieve it, is to ensure that all members of the armed forces are in the barracks, so that we can make sure that there's discipline and morale within the armed forces. It is very, very important for us that as far as you are a serving soldier, you should be in the barracks and not in a rented apartment or even your house outside your barracks. So I want to do that as much as possible, and it's one of the things that if this House gives me the nod, I'll continue. We need to also modernize the armed forces, modernize them in terms of weaponry, modernize them in terms of technology, and leverage technology to be able to fight terrorism. Like stated yesterday, you may not have a full army coming to attack you, but you have cyber security. You are going to have terrorists who may use different things. They may use drones, they may use cyber to attack you. So you have to modernize the armed forces, and some of the things that we'll continue to ensure that we'll do. Training. A soldier who does not undertake training may even forget how to shoot a gun. And in danger might not be able to do much for the nation. And so you need to stimulate battlefield experience for your soldiers, even when there's none. And so the firepower demonstrations that the soldiers go, and I will invite members to continue. If you give me the nod, I will invite members to at least witness one, to see how soldiers are within the battlefield. When you hear the guns shoot over your head, even as a visitor, then you begin to see how they feel. The sounds of guns, then you will get to know what is necessary. So training is another thing that is essentially necessary. But more importantly, we need to give them the resources to be able to do that. Of course, the resources are not unlimited, but we need to find resources for our security services to enable them to protect us. There are too many contemporary security issues that are emerging that otherwise used not to be present. But today, they are emerging. Like the Minister for National Security stated yesterday, terrorism, maybe 15 years ago, may not have been a concern for Ghana, but today is one of the major concerns for our nation. So I think that these are some of the things that I'll concentrate on to ensure that we have an armed forces that is there. The armed forces must ensure that they remain a military, and that is one other thing I'll focus on. And I think that you understand when I say they must be a military, and I believe you will support me to achieve that. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, during every budget cycle, one of the issues that is almost always reported on in this House is the feeding and fuel arrears owed to contractors, which is a recurrent issue. An army cannot march on an empty stomach. So, Mr. Minister, what's been done to resolve this problem, or can you report that it no longer exists?
Mr. Chairman, I really want to thank the Minister of Finance for the support they have given the ministry in trying to resolve that particular problem. We've met a huge amount of debt in terms of fuel, electricity, and water for the armed forces, and of course, ration, food. But we've managed to carry all of it, all the arrears.
Chairman, sorry to interject. How much debt did you inherit for our records so that we know, as a follow-up to the Honorable Osler's question, debt? You say huge debt.
I didn't want to state figures so that it does not become headline news. But if you still want, I will let you know. For example, 43 million at that time.
Honorable Minister, you know, when it comes to the military, we don't discuss your details of funding. So please leave the figures out there, Chairman, for the sake of the military.
I'll plead with the leader that I didn't want to make it headline news. That's the reason why I didn't want to mention figures.
Can I ask my final question?
Well, that was your third question, right?
No, second.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll be very brief. Unfortunately, MPs have been at the receiving end of not just verbal attacks, but violent attacks which have led to the death of some MPs within our stay in this House. The last one being the Honorable, our late brother, the Honorable Member for Infantsiman. Now, would you advocate for basic military training for members of Parliament to be able to protect themselves or defend themselves when attacked?
Mr. Chairman, I think the House took the decision to engage the Ministry of Interior to provide security for members of Parliament. I think that has been done, and I'm happy that that route should be the route that we should take. But for individual purposes, the armed forces is always willing at Tertiary to assist caucuses to go through some disciplinary things for the purpose of individual caucus things that we can facilitate for you. But the armed forces, at no fee, I don't want to say that. Because the armed forces have some traits that Ghanaians need: discipline, timeliness, neatness, and some few things that the Ghanaians really need: consciousness, loyalty to duty, straightforwardness, and truthfulness, and some of the things that you really need as people and as members of Parliament. You remember, members of Parliament, apart from the President, are some of the people who people kill to actually vote. So you are real leaders in the sense of leadership, and people expect us to go in a certain direction. And I believe that it will not be out of place to at least get the armed forces to partner Parliament to get members of Parliament go through leadership training. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, I have the handing over notes of the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, I have perused the handing over notes. I believe you are familiar with your own handing over notes. At page 4, you talk about there are 2 volumes. At page 4, you talk about accommodation for the military, and you give some indication of work that is being done. And here you've spoken extensively about accommodation for the military. And then at page 52, you also elaborate on accommodation across the country for not just the military, but the Air Force, Navy, and the special units. The question that I have for you is Burma Camp, the location of Burma Camp. Burma Camp is now in the middle of Accra. Soldiers mingle with the rest of the population. there's no wall blocking the rest of the population from having access to Burma camp. There's an effort, but it's not the entire area that is fully walled, if I recall it. Now, will you consider relocating the Burma camp from where it is, and Tertiary and all the other different units of the military in Greater Accra? Will you consider relocating them to a place like Segleme Housing Project, where, as we speak, we have 1,024 housing units either completed or near completion, with infrastructure reasonably available. And it is not far from your military training grounds, and not too far from the ocean where, the Navy could also put up infrastructure, and then not far from Bundasi, and also not far from Michel Camp. Will you consider relocating Burma Camp so that we don't waste this infrastructure and national resource? There may be issues with it, but those issues can be resolved alongside as we utilize the facility. Is this something that you will consider, assuming that the Supreme Court doesn't say that John Mahama has won and you remain there as Minister for Interior, if this House approves you? For defense, if this House approves you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the member. I think that it's a conversation that is worth taking up. And I believe that members of the armed forces will be very happy to be given that location, that particular facility, if it's completed. I do know that there are some legal issues surrounding that facility. But I think that if that facility is completed and handed over to the armed forces will readily take it. Like I said, accommodation is one of their problems, so that they can put some of their combat troops there. Most nations around the world don't have the armed forces in the center of town. Most nations around the world don't. And so we have to start thinking about it as a country in the long term. So I have some sympathies with what you are saying, that we should start that conversation now. And I think that as a first step, we should look at handing over Segleme Housing Project, complete it, handing over, after the legal issues have been addressed, to the armed forces to occupy, and then we'll take it from there. And we can develop into a real balance. And then we can take a decision as a country what happened to Burma camp. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tamale Air Force Base. You've gone to take some huge tract of land there. Not you, but the military Air Force has gone to take some huge tract of land there. And now and then, other agencies come and fetch a bit of it by your indulgence as the military or Air Force to do something. I hear the chiefs around there are complaining and asking that at least a portion of it should also be given back to them for housing development, because the towns and communities there are expanding. Will you consider giving back some of the land to the chief of Savilgo? What's the title? Yona. Will you consider returning some of the land at the Air Force Base to Yona at least, so that he can also give to his subjects for their individual development?
Mr. Chairman, we have decided to do a serious analysis of the lands that were acquired by government and vested in Lands Commission, but were allocated to the Ministry of Defense or the Ghana Armed Forces. And that exercise is ongoing. It was put under a committee, and they are virtually almost coming to an end. I have to first note the land you are talking about. I don't even know whether that land, it is the report of that committee that will give us the military lands are. Because growing up, Kamina was 6 miles from Mile 9, which you call Bawa Barracks, was 9 miles from Tamale. And we all thought that the land between Kamina and Mile 9 was military land. But today, the minority leader would would agree with me that most of the lands are now being developed by private individuals. And so we have to first do and assess the place first and know which lands the military today have. If you ask Calendar Park, which was about 600 acres, was essentially military land. It used to be what we call the Second World War. They used to have it, and it was military land. Today, it's all been given out, except for some 7 or 8 acres that is still under contention between the Tamale chief and them. So let us finish that report, and then based on that, we can make a decision, Mr. Chairman. But let's keep the conversation going on this particular thing. It interests me, just like you, to ensure that we come to a conclusion on that particular thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Our last question, Mr. Chairman, is a double-barrel gun, if that's permitted by Mr. Chairman. Oh, please. I mean, I can ask a substantive and never find a way of asking a supplementary, but I haven't done that. An update on the Bazua military base in Boku, where I have a personal interest. And lastly, do you agree that Galamsey is happening in Ghana largely because our military have failed us?
Mr. Chairman, we are going to expand the military base in Boku. We've allocated one of the forward operating bases to Boku to expand and put permanent military bases there. In fact, the 11th Mechanized Infantry Brigade will be stationed in there. So it's a serious military base that we want to put there. Boka will host the logistic base of the military for the upper east. And so you can be rest assured that as a member of parliament, if you give me the nod over the next 4, we'll work together with the others, chiefs and opinion leaders and the MC and all the other people together to ensure that we do something that will benefit all the people together. Because we don't want a situation whereby we will be having the problem that we're currently having. You decide the military base somewhere, and tomorrow the town immediately has grown up to catch the place, and you start having the problem that we're having in other places. So let's keep that conversation going, not just you and me, but as a nation, to ensure that we do the right thing. But I don't agree when you say that the military has failed us in the fight against Galamsey. I think that you have the experience because you were Minister for Lands and Forestry before. You were Environment, and you know the extent to which Galamsey had almost consumed this country shortly before you left office. And the military stepped in to do what they needed to do. Last year, January, I felt that the military had achieved what they were asked to achieve. That's what I asked them to move out. Like you stated before yesterday, Galamsey has been with us for a long time, but it is the nature of the current system where we go and use excavators to destroy our water bodies, to destroy the environment that is posing the problem. But for our local people who go and use cutlasses and hoes to just go and collect some small minerals, I don't think that should have been a problem for us. We don't want also to keep your military in the forest. Then you are not helping the military. You are not helping the people of Ghana. You want them to do a surgical operation and come out, And so if there is a need to do a surgical operation for the military in terms of what the president has said, because he said, let's have a conversation on Galamsey. So if there's a need to do a surgical operation, the military will do a surgical operation and come out. But I am not in favor of keeping the military in the forest for a very long time to fight Galamsey activities. I think that's not the best way to go. And I think that the nation will support me on that call. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My good friend, nominee, congrats for being nominated again to serve as the Minister for Defense. The first question I want to ask is whether you have an idea of the female ratio in the military and the efforts you are making to encourage the ladies to be recruited in the military.
Mr. Chairman, the Armed Forces is making every effort to encourage our female counterparts or our females to do, but it's a very competitive field. It's a field that you don't want to do favoritism. You want to make sure that people qualify or merit. So all the women you see today, they qualify or merit. But there's a gender desk that we have set up at the Ghana Armed Forces. But like I said, the females there are not recruited just because they are females. No, they are recruited based on the fact that they are qualified, they are exceptional, and they've done well. Ghana has one of the highest in terms of numbers. I will not give because of the sensitivity of that question, but we have one of the, in fact, we've virtually passed the UN threshold of the ratio when it comes to both peacekeeping and then even the people within the military. But the encouragement is always there to ensure that, and we are conscious of that, to ensure that the females are given the due recognition percentages that they are supposed to get in the recruitment process, so that the numbers are kept at par. They do a lot of work, and they do very, very well when it comes to the work of being a soldier. And I want to encourage them to continue to avail themselves, because it's a service. If you don't avail yourself, it's difficult to get you there. And so far, the females are doing exceptionally well. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yesterday, when the nominee for Minister for National Security appeared before us, he said it's a big challenge, indeed a huge problem when it comes to information technology security. And as far as the military is concerned, the Ministry of Defense, can you give us an idea of the kind of investment that you're making in technology to assist in defending the nation? Usually we talk about recruitment, we talk about troops, etc. What efforts are you making towards the direction of investing in technology which will assist in our security?
Mr. Chairman, I just said that one of the prime things we want to do is to ensure that we bring a lot of technology into our military field. We are doing a lot already. But like I said before, when you are talking about firepower and the military, you want to give as little as possible, because we are talking to the world, and you don't want people to know exactly what you have or you don't have. But I can assure you that technology is one of the things we are leveraging and will continue to leverage. But like he stated yesterday, if you don't have resources, you will not be able to do that. But it's one of the 5 pillars under the next 4 years that we are considering. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the last one is about military bases. Are there any plans to have more military bases in Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, I thought I answered that question. Yes. Yes, and I've already given out a number of those bases, saying that we're going to build, in the north alone, over 50 military bases. We're going to ensure that all the regions have military bases across. It's just to help ensure that we have military presence in as much as possible. But the budget for the 15 up north is already there, and it's ready. And 15 is there and it's ready, and we're going to roll it out. And as we get more resources, we'll roll out all the others in all the other regions to ensure that everybody has a military base to be able to assist civil police to do their work and do it effectively. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Sweeney first, yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, I do not intend to ask a question on emoluments and how well resourced the armed forces is, but just to refer the Minister to the medium-term expenditure framework for 2020 to 2023, Ministry of Defense. Page 24 of that report states that logistics and financial constraints were the main problems of the ministry in 2019. And so
perhaps when the minister gets the opportunity, he may want to, avert his mind to that as he speaks of how well resourced the ministry has become under his watch. It's important to pay attention to that acknowledgement of the major challenges in the medium-term expenditure framework of the Ministry of Defense. But my first question, Mr. Chairman, has to do with the image of the Ghana Armed Forces. It is something that a lot of people are worried about. I have seen a number of research reports that have complained about how they are either misused or abused, either in mining sites, where it is even suggested some mining companies are bribing the Ghana Armed Forces, either directly or by way of corporate social responsibility, where some roads are tarred and all of that. Mr. Chairman, the minister has already spoken about how they are assigned as bodyguards to people. And when the minister spoke about the chain of command, he talked about how he was busy trying to win his seats. I have some pictures here of the minister campaigning with very strong military, just around him. I wonder, if that was also, part of the duties of the Ghana Armed Forces. So, Mr. Chairman, some of these operations that the military have been engaged in, like preventing mining, we know what has happened. You were strongly, criticized when some tipper trucks were bent in Dalong, for example. All of these do not contribute to giving the military, the Ghana Armed Forces, the image that it deserves. As minister for the last 4 years, have these reports and these concerns come to your notice? If they have, how have you contributed to cleansing the image of the Ghana Armed Forces vis-a-vis the perception that their use in some of these operations and some of these bodyguard services that they give, lessen the relevance and importance that the army should play in our democracy?
Mr. Chairman, I thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, as I already stated, I hold a strong view that the armed forces should be used only when they are necessary. I've already said that before. And I said that the armed forces were engaged in trying to help because of, at that time, the difficulty of containing illegal miners, in trying to help protect 14 companies under the Ghana Chamber of Mines and 7 other companies that were private companies prior to my coming. And I withdrew all of them. Of course, the beneficiaries were not happy, but I did. I did because I thought that the armed forces should not be exposed so much to the public, and they should allow the police to do that type of thing. And so I still hold that view, and I've, as much as possible, told the commanders to ensure that the armed forces operate within that kind of cycle. So the complaints for the public, like I said, the armed forces are for the public. They largely serve the public, and they will do things in the interest of the public. So when these complaints come, we take it and use it as a form of reforming the orders that are given to the armed forces. And particularly, I sympathize with the owners of the tipper trucks that were burned. I said it here on the floor, that it was not just in Tamale that the armed forces thought that the first thing, when they were giving the tax on Operation Vanguard and the Riverine operation, to put the fear of God in certain people who they thought were recalcitrant. But from the public reaction, including what happened in Parliament here, the armed forces have to redo their orders and get them to slow down. So you didn't see any more burning after that kind of thing. There was burning in, I think, Eastern region and in Tamale. And in the Tamale case in particular, Mr. Chairman, Ghana Water Company had said that they were not going, they couldn't produce water for Tamale Township in about a month's time if the people continued the sand-winning activity that was destroying the water. And the military said that they had gone there 2 or 3 times to talk to the people. But as we know, maybe the owners may not even have known that this is what their drivers are doing. But the owners are those who really lost. So, like I said, I sympathize with the situation. But they were actually doing that, according to my brief, to save the Tamale Township from having serious water shortage. You know the effect of not having water or a population of about 400,000 people. It would have been devastating. And so sometimes they take these decisions, Mr. Chairman, not because they just want to punish people, in good faith. But when issues come, we investigate at the level of the armed forces, and if there are issues to correct, we do correct. So I want to tell you that your concerns are always taken. Tell me, you may think they are not, but they are really, really taken in fashioning our policy going forward.
So as a follow-up,
And also, I'm indulging Chairman to come in. Minister, I appreciate your response to the question by the Honorable Sohine. But it appears to me, for the record, I've heard you use tamale. What I do know, because I visited the site, it should be Afayile, Dalong, Kumbungu, but tipper drivers or owners who are affected, you are free to say tamale. And just to take advantage of where Honorable Sohine, was it government policy that in some areas you ban, in some areas you seize those tipper trucks and excavators? What was government policy? So, but for the record, it should be Dalong, Afayile, because I recall with the Honorable Ras Mubarak and probably Honorable Sohine and co, we had to go and empathize with the families that were affected because their livelihood was dependent on it. Will you consider your action as high-handed?
Mr. Chairman, I think I keep using Tamale because they were the beneficiaries of the water treatment center that was done. I'm not talking about the site, the Dalong site where they were doing the water treatment center, but I'm just talking about the beneficiaries of the Ghana Water Company water. That's why I keep using Tamale. Not, even though I know that Tamale is not the only township that was benefiting from it, but I just use Tamale because it's the biggest town in that area. So that's why I use that. Mr. Chairman, it was a government policy. The government policy was to protect the water bodies. 100 meters on both sides of the river flank, no activity was supposed to take place. The military took the operations and did what they needed to do. And because of the concerns, we had to really find a way of putting a human face to the activities of Operation Vanguard. So your concerns, as I said, were already taken in that respect. And I have said it before, that I sympathize with the owners. And maybe the owners may not have even known that this is what their drivers were doing. So I really, really sympathize with the owners. But like I said, with the issue of the military, and especially all security agencies, you don't throw the baby with the tap water or the bath water. You need to essentially find a way of ensuring that internal investigations are carried out and whatever needs to be done is done, and then you move forward with it. Thank you.
So given, as a follow-up, given this human rights abuses, will you, in some of these cases like Dalong, support calls for compensation for the victims? And because of the need to protect the image of the Ghana Armed Forces, will you suggest that their roles are either reduced or limited in some of these operations that have led to this bad image?
Mr. Chairman, I think that all operations are carried out based on threat analysis and security. And if the armed forces need to be there, they will be sent. If they are not supposed to be there, I can trust you that they will not be part of it. Like I said, since the beginning of last year, 2020, we thought that Operation Vanguard could operate with other armed forces, so we withdrew them. So we will do this based on analysis, security threat analysis, and what we need to do. Because some of these mining sites have bandits, foreigners who have guns, and sometimes you use the military to ensure that you keep citizens of your own citizens safe. So we'll keep doing these things to ensure that those things are done. But for when you use the word human rights abuses, I want to say that it sends a very strong signal to the UN, and I want to not to use those. You can use it, but I think that we should be a bit careful. Yes, those excesses that may have happened. I am not too sure that I want us to encourage talking about compensation and other things at this point. I think that we can keep engaging one another. Otherwise, we may start something that we will not be able to carry going forward, because we'll keep issues are going to continue to come, and we will deploy police or military to do things. Are we going to make sure that all those things are done? So it's case by case, and I think the conversation has started. We can continue with it and get to the bottom of it. And if things are supposed to be done, you and me will talk about it and get the right thing to be done. I can assure you on that. Take it from me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the assurance. And Honorable nominee, you appeared before a similar committee in the 7th Parliament, and you gave the following assurance regarding recruitment or enlistments into the Ghana Armed Forces. Regarding challenges associated with enlistment into the Ghana Armed Forces and the apparent existence of ethnic imbalance in the forces, the nominee stated that although he was not fully aware of the causes of such perception of imbalance, he promised to review and restructure the recruitment process to ensure that the inherent challenges regarding regional and ethnic balance are addressed in accordance with the law. He informed the committee that already the military command had introduced an online recruitment process, emphasis mine, online recruitment process, which he believes will help to resolve some of the challenges associated with the process, since it will reduce the human interface in the initial selection process. Now, reports have suggested that since you became minister, over 1,700 people have been recruited into the Ghana Armed Forces under very dubious circumstances. What's your response to that?
Mr. Chairman, like I said before, in 2017, the Armed Forces advertised for people to be recruited. Over 10,000, in fact, close to 20,000 young men and women, recruitment, not enlistment, applied. The selectors went onto the field and selected over 5,000 qualified members. They wrote, then they came down this body selection and selected over 4,000 qualified members. As we see today, the armed forces have not been able to absorb all of them because of lack of training space. And so I think that that assertion is not true at all. The armed forces hasn't recruited anybody outside this field. And I don't think that the armed forces can be compelled to do anything that is fishy. The armed forces are operating within the Constitution, and they will always do recruitment based on what the details of the Constitution are. And these officers that you see have high integrity and moral attitude, and they will not do anything that is not supposed to be done. So that allegation is not a true allegation. Like I said, if anybody has any evidence, I'll be willing to do that, to investigate it. I don't get directly involved in recruitment, so that I know. There's a department that does it, and they will not do anything that is untoward. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, before my third question, maybe I'll make an appeal to the chairman, if you will indulge me, to request for the list of those who have been recruited since you assumed office, given the 5,000, record that you speak of from which the recruitments have come. If the chairman will indulge me and request for that, I'll be grateful. But I'm not making the request. If the chairman will indulge me and make that request, I'll be grateful.
I'm not hearing you. What request is it?
Mr. Chairman, I was just saying that if you indulge me, I will seek your pardon to request on behalf of the committee and the list of those who have been recruited since 2017, given the explanation that the minister has provided this committee.
Well, I think the Committee on Defense and Interior can request and question, but this committee may not need that for our work now.
Okay.
So, man, I want to make some correction. I did not say they recruited 5,000. I will not give out the number. It is not advisable to give out the number of individuals requested. I can show it to anybody who wants, but publicly it's not a wise thing to do. But I said that those who were qualified, the pre-qualification, those who applied, and then when they did the body selection, those who were qualified, that's the number. But I didn't give the actual number that was selected. It's year by year, and it's far lower.
I get it. That's why I said it's not a request from you. I'm just making an appeal to the chairman that if we have that database of 5,000, and then from that database we are apprised with how many have been, formally recruited since you took over, I'm sure it will be very useful for the
I'm
committee.
sure the Committee of Defense.
To my next question, the third one. This is my third question. There was a conflict in 2019-2020 in the Cherkoni area involving Chokoses, Anafus, and Kokobes. Maybe before that, I just received a message from one of the officers serving there that the police are giving 900 Ghana cedis per head as they are positioned there, but the army officers are given nothing. Maybe it's something we want to look at. They are given nothing. They are not paid anything. But there have been allegations where your name have come up. Obviously, not your fault. By destiny, you are Konkomba. And so some allegations have come up in relation to the professional and unprofessional roles you are supposed to have played. What do you have to say to that, especially when it is alleged that there was fire at a depot in Accra and some of the weapons found their way through the area?
Mr. Chairman, it's a very big, how do I say, even the thought of it, even the mere thought of it that members of the armed forces can even remotely allow an individual who is not a member to have access to the armory is something that I cannot even comprehend. So I don't even want to give credence to that. It's not possible at all. Yes, it is true that part of a building in the depot was burned down. I went to look at it with the soldiers, with the CDS and that kind of stuff. It's not, the public don't get access. It wasn't housing guns. It was housing some explosives. We are trying to address that problem. And I can assure members that we'll address that problem so that we don't have that kind of thing going forward because of where it is situated and the danger it poses to the people. We are actually addressing the problem right now. So that is not it. It's not a true story. And with the police and the armed forces receiving, the armed forces operates a little bit different from the police. The armed forces, they cook. Because it's combat, they actually go ahead to cook for their troops. They don't allow people to go outside and buy food. They actually cook ration there. So the way they go about their things is strange. But I will investigate what you are saying to ensure that if there are things that are not supposed to be done, they are done properly for the police. But I'm happy you already know, proud as we are as a Dogomba, I'm a very proud Konkomba, but we are brothers and we are the same people. A tongue and the mouth and the teeth will always be together. They will fight, but they will always come together. The only role I played in that thing was to lead a high-powered delegation of Chakoses and Konkombes. I put together all the Chakoses you could find, both NDC and MPP, Mary Nakubo and Co, all of them, Isaba, all of them. I put all of them together and took Mabungban, Konkombes, opinion leaders, all those who matter in both tribes. I put them together. When the fighting was ongoing, and we went to Chirponi in the midst of the fighting, and we went to Saboba in the midst of the fighting, we went to another Konkomba village in the midst of the fighting and told them that look at us as the opinion leaders. And don't fight among yourselves. We are brothers. Look at us. If we can come together, we are not killing each other. Why should you? And since that day, it was a Friday, I remember. Since that day, no single gunshot has been done. And I want to praise that team. I want really to praise that team for that bravery alone, to be able to go there and that matter was resolved amicably. And I think that the people have lived there for thousands of years. It was a misunderstanding, and I don't believe that it will ever come again. So since then, the team, they keep talking among themselves, and I think that it's a good beginning. People can work together. And I really want you to help me praise that team that went. It was a combination of the team, and I think that I don't want to give praises to myself. It was a collective effort we all did, and we resolved that conflict. And I want to praise the military and the police who have since been there to also make sure that they keep resolving that matter. And we'll keep trying to do whatever we have to do to resolve some of these things.
Finally, I've seen reports about command structure in the Ghana Armed Forces and some alleged undermining of that structure. Some names have been mentioned. One Major Pong Pepra, with TEF war, with the then CDS, and all of that. All those do not, give the armed forces the control that is required for them to assure us all of our safety. What have you done if those reports have come to your notice about such concerns among the servicemen and women? And whilst at that, will you explain to us why you had such a strong military support during your campaigns?
Mr. Chairman, I'm surprised. I have to check exactly and get the picture. I'm not able to know exactly what it is. But as defense minister, sometimes for occasions, the military accompany me to do some things. Unfortunately, it is the courtesy I get for my position. And I believe you understand some of these things. But for the non-existent tension or undermining, that it's not non-existent. That does not exist at all. General Pompepra, who is a current general, is the army commander of the Ghana Armed Forces. He is the army commander. He moves the troops. He's the army commander. He was the CSO under the last CDS. He served under him. And when he moved from the army command to become the CDS, he also moved to become the CSO, that's the chief of staff and later army commander. And they've worked together amicably. They are brothers, and I can assure you that there was nothing like that. It's non-existent. It has not even come to our notice because it doesn't exist. Maybe some people are thinking that there was something like that for some reason, but it doesn't exist at all. And I can tell you that the armed forces, especially the military command, are some of the most highly trained, professional people that you can find anywhere in the world. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Patricia Page, is that you? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, congratulations. Honorable nominee, we haven't given you the nod yet. Congratulations for your re-nomination. Honorable, I quite remember the last term when you appeared before the committee. And even when your name was mentioned, a number of people were a bit skeptical because they considered you as one of the youngest ministers to occupy the seat of Minister for Defense. But when we started with your vetting, you've indicated that if you have to talk about your achievement, we'll spend almost the whole day over here. I'm particularly interested in how you were able to solve your acute accommodation problem. I think it has been a major challenge, and I would like you to inform the House about this, how you were able to deal with this challenge. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy that the President has reposed still confidence in me. I was trained here by you all together when I became deputy leader, even at a much younger age. And I'm happy that things have continued to be good. God is good and will continue like that. But Mr. Chairman, as I stated, accommodation has been an issue. We've started massive accommodation for the armed forces. We will continue. Some in Bemakam, the Bemakam one started, and we are going to do even more for them and in Tamale. And in the next 4 years, if you give me the nod, it's one of the things that will continue to put the resources in so that our people can sleep well. Before, even high-ranking officers were occupying one single bedroom. We want to change that so that minimum space for a soldier should be at least 2 rooms to about 4 or 5 at the top level. And that's what I've set myself the standard. And that's what we are currently doing to ensure that we do. Likely, I have the support of the government, the president, and the finance minister to ensure that that is done. So I can assure you that we will try to tackle that particular problem. We're already doing it, but we'll continue to do and do more. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank her for giving me that support and privilege of eulogizing me as a young man who at least has done my part in helping build the armed forces of the Republic of Ghana.
Thank you. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Yes. Well, yes, the President.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me begin by revisiting the matter of the election-related killings. The honorable nominee was the substantive Minister for Defense and remained so for a whole month after the shootings which led to the loss of lives of Tajuddin Al-Hassan, 39 years in Techima South, Abdallah Ayarik, 18 years, Techima South, Emmanuel Dompre, 36 years, Ododio, Samira Zakaria, 14 years, Savlugu constituency, Ibrahim Abbas, 30 years, Ablekuma Central, Rita Otu, 15 years, Ododio constituency, and Husseini Musa, a 17-year-old pupil of the Savlugu Raudatu Atfa Primary School. Can I know from the nominee, the whole month you were in office since these killings, did you visit their families? Some of them were hospitalized before they died eventually, and some remain in hospital, as the National Security Minister confirmed yesterday. Have you visited, you and the Military High Command, have you visited those in hospital and the families of these persons who were killed by trigger-happy soldiers on election night?
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the member for the question. And like I said, sympathize with the families. It's important I do that. And I've done that anywhere, privately and publicly, anywhere I've got the opportunity to do that. I want to really sympathize with the families. But like I stated, Mr. Chairman, the armed forces were called in to assist the civil police. The investigators or the people to do the investigation is the criminal investigation department or the police service. The police service are doing that. Of course, the IGP is overall boss of the police service. The armed forces so far, no member of the armed forces so far is a subject of investigation in any of this. They have not been accused yet. So if you have any evidence that there is a trigger-happy soldier who has done that, please let us have it. Or let the police, not even me, let the police have it. And it is a normal procedure. They will write to the CDS that release this soldier for us because we want to investigate him. He's a subject of this and that and that and that. Unless you help us with that information, it's very, very difficult for us to be able to know. Because the soldiers are not yet the subject of any investigation. They are not been accused. Officially by anybody. The police have not invited them yet.
I'm afraid you're not answering my question. My question is, have you visited?
Oh, no, not yet. I have not, please.
That is my question. The next matter I intend to return to is the infamous night of January 6th in this very chamber. The Honorable Murtala Muhammad, a colleague of ours, the MP for Tamale Central, has gone on record in an interview the following day on Joy FM, a copy of which I have here. He cites you directly. He says, and I quote, Dominic Nitiwo called the military into the chamber, armed military men. They were armed to the teeth, and that is completely unacceptable. I was there when he was making the call, and I confronted him. I asked him whether he didn't feel embarrassed about what he was doing. He may challenge this, but I wasn't the only person there. I have witnesses. He made the call in the chamber. The Honorable MP further noted, quote, never in our history have we had armed military men deployed into the chamber. It was completely unacceptable. The Minister for Defense made the call when he was standing with him, and I told him it wasn't necessary because it would be a blur on the integrity of this house, unquote. How do you respond to the Honorable Murtala's direct allegation that you invited the military into this chamber?
Mr. Chairman, that is not a true story. I've already answered this question, that I didn't even have the capacity at that time. I was the Minister for Defense. So I didn't have the capacity at that time to move the military. And he knows, my friend, he's my very good friend. He knows that I had not spoken to him for a very long time. In fact, this is where I was sitting over there. I didn't go to any place. I only would go and unite a passport and come back. I never went to any place to go and be moving anybody. But like I said, and yes, I was sitting with him and sitting with the independent candidate, and both of them can confirm. But like I said, that the military are some of the most professional people. They may take a decision to do one, they and the police may take a decision to do one or two things, but they would have taken it thinking that they are doing their best to solve the situation. We should not pass the baby with the bathwater.
I follow up on that. Do you know Colonel Joe Punamani? Colonel Joe Punamani?
Yes, I do.
Who is he?
He's a military colonel in the armed forces.
Was he the head of the presidential military guards who led the team here?
In the military, I would advise strongly that unless it's absolutely necessary, I'll be very wrong to be here and mentioning names of commanders and their actions and inactions, because I serve directly with them. But I want to say that Colonel Punamani is the current head of the presidential protecting team at the Jubilee House. But if you are talking about leading or not leading, the investigation is ongoing, as the minister stated. So whatever information that will come out will come out.
I want to come to the Ghana-US Defense Cooperation Agreement, which you signed. And I hold in my hands the Hansard of 19 February 2020, where the aviation minister revealed, in response to a question filed by the Honorable Kwame Abuja, that apparently Terminal 1, pursuant to that agreement, Terminal 1 of the airport, has been rented to McDan Shipping Company Limited for 15 years, and he, in pursuant to the agreement, has rented the facility, Terminal 1, which belongs to the people and the government of Ghana, to the United States military. You signed the Defense Cooperation Agreement. Do you have a copy of this agreement? And why did the Ghana government not deal with the Americans directly? Why did you have to rent the facility to a private entity, and he is then dealing with the American government directly, when this was a bilateral state-to-state agreement that came before this House?
Mr. Chairman, in the first place, as he stated, I'm not the one who stated it. It's not under my jurisdiction, so it's difficult for me to answer that portion of the question, because I don't know. I'm not the one who signed it. That's why I didn't state the issues. But Mr. Chairman, the agreement to give facilities out to the Republic of the American people, that is the United States of America, was signed in 2015 by the government of Ghana, by the then foreign minister in 2015 by the government of Ghana, when Ghana agreed that we shall give some facilities to the Americans. It was signed in 2015 by the then foreign minister to give some facility to the agreement. And I've said it publicly that, look, partners or people who are partners for some goodwill activities do some of these things, and I agree with it. And that's why I continued with what was started. The defense agreement was started in 2015, but I signed it off because I agreed with what the government then did, and I still don't find anything wrong with it. But the nitty-gritties,
my question is,
the nitty-gritties of what you are talking about.
Why are we not dealing with the Americans directly?
No,
This has security and economic implications.
I'm saying the nitty-gritties of what you are saying is difficult for me to say, but what I know...
So where can we get that agreement?
Mr. Chairman, what I know is that the Americans did not... They used their taxpayers' money And they are the people who chose their vendors. It's not the government of Ghana that chose their vendors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It doesn't appear you understood my question, Mr. Chairman. The question is,
Honorable,
our airport terminal 1.
Can I ask a statement? First, he says he's not a signatory. Second, that the Americans chose their agent. I think that should be sufficient.
No, but this is our airport. The Americans can't choose to just come and take over our airport. That belongs to the government of Ghana. Terminal
Honorable
1.
Member, I think the Honorable Minister has explained that Ghana government had reached an agreement earlier, and it is in the implementation of the agreement earlier that we are at now. But they have not taken our facility, as you suggest. They have signed an agreement. They choose an agent to represent them. You're asking him why the American people chose that agent. And his answer is that he can't explain that.
No, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, that's not my question. Probably I should read the Hansard, column 024. This is what the minister told Parliament. GACL has rented out the ground floor of Terminal 1 to McDan Aviation for use as a logistics operations center for a period of 15 years, from January 2019, pursuant to the Ghana government agreement with the United States of America. McDan has also signed a management agreement with the United States military and provides logistics and handling services to the U.S. military through Terminal 1. So, pursuant to the Ghana-U.S. Defense Cooperation Agreement, we decided that we would lease the Terminal 1 to McDan so that they would then go and deal with the Americans, when we could have dealt with them directly. That's my question.
I think his answer is sufficient. Can you move on?
Okay, Mr. Chairman. The nominee. Yeah.
Chairman, with your indulgence, let me just get clarity to the question of Honorable Ablakwa. His reference minister's own words to Parliament. There is a two-party agreement between two states, the Republic of Ghana and the United States. Now, he wants to know why the subsequent agreement is not between Ghana Airport Company, for which we can demand accountability as a state-owned entity, entering into the relationship with the American government, but a private entity.
Mr. Chairman, like I said before, the Americans chose their vendor. They chose 3 vendors. They chose 3 vendors. And the company...
the minister wants to name the vendors.
The company he mentioned is one of them. Aviance, Cargo, McDan, and there's a company that has this big warehouse just by the presidential... That one. I think it's a Lebanese or something. I've forgotten the name of that company. They are the 3 vendors they chose. It is not the Republic of Ghana. That's why I said that the Americans chose their vendors, and their vendors provided what they were looking for them. It's not me. Neither is the Ministry of Aviation. And as for the issue of signing, I didn't sign anything, so I don't know. I cannot answer that one. I can't, because I didn't sign that one. So it's difficult for me to answer that question.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the nominee addressed the press on the 7th of December 2017 at a Meet the Press. 7th of December 2017 at a Meet the Press series. And at that press engagement, you lashed out at President John Dramani Mahama. You accused him of having taken over military lands, and you asked him to vacate in his own interest. And if I have the chairman's permission, I quote, "I want to advise the former president that he should look for a place and leave because it's a dent on him. It's not good for him. He was a president, and he should live there. He should have protected the armed forces." I'm talking about former President Mahama, and I won't say no more. That can't happen any longer. Not under my watch, he stated. According to the Bimbila MP, all other past government officials must vacate the disputed lands as a matter of urgency. The way armed forces land were handled, I'm not happy about it. We decided to sell lands, including to some top politicians, and it's a shame. It's not good. Within 2 years, we sold every piece of land, over 300 acres of land, to individuals. The former president's office issued a statement, a rebuttal to this, indicated that they have not purchased any land. He was just a tenant at Chain Homes, as you know. Up to date, you have not retracted and apologized to the former commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Do you stand by these statements?
Mr. Chairman, I want to state emphatically that I said, and let me repeat again, if I were the former president, because of the situation there, I would not stay there because he was former commander-in-chief. I gave some other things that he mentioned. The answer I want to give, I will believe you should hear me off camera first, because of the respect, not just the respect for the former president.
Is that the answer you wish to give to this question?
Yes. I want you to hear me off camera first, because of the security implications and what I want to say. I'm coming. So if after that you still want me to say it publicly, I can say it, but I would advise that you hear me off camera first.
Honorable Minister, if you consider it not worth public, I'll just ask you to leave it there.
I would think that I will leave it there.
Very well.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable,
my question has not been answered.
Sorry?
It's a simple question. Does it stand by it? We will not be bamboozled by this claim of national security interest.
Honorable,
do you stand by this? You publicly attacked the former president. You accused him of being on land that belongs to the military, which is not true. Do you stand by it or not? It's a simple question. We shouldn't hide under national security pretensions. It's not fair. What he has even done is even more dangerous than what he said about the former president, and we will not accept it. It's not dangerous.
Mr. Chairman,
it gives a certain connotation as if the former president has done something wrong.
Mr. Chairman,
please.
If you cannot abide by the pending, go out. When you come down, you come back.
Mr. Chairman, I have never.
Mr. Chairman, that's not fair. People's reputations are being impugned.
It is fair. We wait, you rag on, I ask you to hold on, you rag on. It's not fair. If your tempers are high, I ask that you stay out. When you cool down, you come back.
Chairman, I don't think tempers are that high.
Yes,
Minister, Chairman will rule on your question, but you can do the first part of his answer. Do you stand by your words or not?
I answered that already.
Mr. Chairman, from what he read, it is very clear that I did not say the former president purchased land, military land.
Okay.
You read your own thing. I never said that anywhere, and I won't say it because it's not a true thing. That former President John Mahama, went and purchased military land. You read your own statement. So when he's trying to say that, was wrong. But I just said beyond that, I don't want to say anything. We can talk after this.
So beyond that, we'll hear you. You've given him an answer, Sammy. So let's, Eric, if Chairman will accommodate you, take you.
No, I'll go to.
Or he'll go to the other side and come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a follow-up question and then one question. Well, I will try and put it. But the problem is that the other side keeps asking plenty questions. Yes. Okay. My major question. I want to ask the Honorable Nominee, you have spoken very well about your achievements at the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Defense, and obviously you have contributed greatly to infrastructure, upgrade and rehabilitation of accommodation, provision of logistics. Can you please tell us what new package that you have for our men and women in uniform in the next 4 years of your administration if you are to be approved by Parliament?
Mr. Chairman, I believe first of all, that the three arms of the armed forces need, or three services need, a lot of re-equipping. Air Force, Army, and Navy. We need to give them the equipment, more equipment for them to do what they need to do. We need to give the Navy the ships. We need to give the armed force, the Army, the vehicles and the armored vehicles they need. And the Air Force, we need to give them the air asset to be able to defend us. So that's one of the first things that I would say. And I've already stated about the accommodation, the plans to continue to give them more accommodation. And of course, moral issues, places of recreation. We are building a state-of-the-art stadium and multi-purpose facility in Tamale, and I think the minority leader will bear witness to me. We intend to continue with it in other areas like in Accra, in Takoradi, and other areas if we have the resources. And I think that these are some of the things that I'll continue to do to ensure that it's done. We had promised to protect military lands. It's one of the reasons why this matter happened. But like I said, we've decided as a policy to find out exactly what is called the military lands. And then from there, we can take a decision going forward. There are a lot of things that we'll have to do together to ensure that our armed forces are strong. But ultimately, we need to modernize our armed forces so that they can be useful going forward in contemporary times, to be able to defend us when we need them to be able to do that, and ensure that Ghana continues to be a peaceful nation for years to come. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Mr. Chairman, one last question. Globally, nations are becoming very conscious about extremism in the rank and file of military, especially in the US. I mean, in the last time, there's a media report that about 20% of those who are arrested for the Capitol Hill insurrection during the transition period, about 20% of them were either currently in the military or former service personnel who have served in the military. Are we also faced with such situation in our country where we are having extremists in our military?
Mr. Chairman, there's none that have come across for now. And you said extremists. No, there's none that we have come across. And of course, there are people who have very strong views, some even strong political views, but we haven't come across what we call real extremists that can pose a danger to our nation, not as I'm aware.
I'll give the last one to Honorable before I come to leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, Parliament of the Republic of Ghana approved a $100 million loan facility for your ministry for the provision of housing facilities for the military, including the reconstruction of the military academy at Tertiary. My checks indicate that of Kumasi has not taken off, even though the facility was assessed almost a year ago. I would like to find out from you what has accounted for this, and what component of that facility is to go into the development of the housing facility for the Kumasi garrison.
Mr. Chairman, it's true that Sinyani and Kumasi hasn't taken off because the contractor is moving in phases. I'm aware, or I'm being told that before March, the contractor will move to the two sites, Kumasi and Sunyani.
Remember, this is February, before March. This is February.
Yes, I know.
Before March.
Yes, I know, Mr. Chairman. That's what I was briefed. He's winding up in Tamale, and then they will move to the Kumasi site. But for Accra, for the others, they have actually virtually moved to the site. There are allocations that the armed forces did. I don't have the actual figures in terms of the number of buildings for each particular, but there are allocations that the armed forces themselves did and they've gone around to assess, and then they will start. But I can assure you that each garrison is being given a fair share. Remember that there are 3 services. We don't have the Navy in, apart from Accra and Secondary Accra, we don't have the Navy in any place. We have them only the 2 places. The Air Force is in 3 places. And so the rest is Army. So when you are given, you will also balance the services as well. So sometimes you may see Accra having more because they have all the 3 services. You may see Secondary Accra, they may be having more because they have the 3 services. So sometimes it's like that, but Kumasi is being given its due. The 4th garrison will give its due as we go on. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Honorable, I ask of the cause of the delay and the money for that project. How much is going into that project?
I think I've already mentioned that the contractor is moving in phases. So it's not a delay, it's moving in phases. And the next phase is Kumasi and Sunyani. That's what I thought I said before to you.
Question has to do with the Afari Military Hospital, the 500-bed military hospital in Afari near Kumasi. This is a project that you inherited from the Eswal Mahama administration. And in fact, under the contract, construction was to be completed in 2017. In fact, when you look at the 2017 budget that your government presented to this House, in paragraph 726, there was an emphatic statement that the project was going to be completed in 2017 and even start operations. Then in 2018, you reported under paragraph 731 in the 2018 budget that you were going to commission that project in 2018. But surprisingly, in 2019, when you go to paragraph 944, you indicated that work done on the project is 40%. The project that you had wanted to commission in 2018, in 2019, you reported to this House that work done on that project was just 40%. And in 2020, you have reported under paragraph 1078, that work done is 80%, 81%, and that you commissioned the project in 2020. We are in 2021. What is the status of that project? And considering the delay, is that not going to occasion additional cost? And when are you going to complete that project and commission?
How many questions have you roped into this one? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think for this particular project and the other district hospitals, as a country, it brings to fore some of the problems that were there. This is a 2008 project. It was approved in Parliament 20th of November 2008, this project. Mr. Chairman, what actually caused the big problem is that 6 years down the line, May 2014 is when actual construction started. May 2014 is when the actual construction started. When the project had moved to about 4 different locations. It was supposed to be a Sofo line, then it was shifted to Tamale. From Tamale, it was shifted to 37. In fact, a sort was cut in 37. Then, no, it was then shifted to Afari again. So all these delays by the contractor caused some bit of delay. But Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to report that this project is, apart from the electrical, because they need to do serious light. They have light now, but the normal light cannot. They have their own standby generator. Apart from that I think by March it will be March or April it will be complete. Otherwise, this project and then what we call the auxiliary works. Apart from that, the project is essentially complete. But we have the auxiliary works, the outlining works, the other works that's supposed to be done, the housing project for the nurses that's supposed to be done. But if it's the main hospital and the equipment, a lot of it has been installed. I was speaking to the contractor the other day because we want to use that facility to serve as an emergency that we need now. So I've been talking to the contractor over the last 1 week, so I know the stage of the work that is there. But this year it will essentially be done. One of the delays was also not to immediately commission it because you need to make sure that you get all the staff to the place. And I think that if you have time and you approve of me, we'll go there and you yourself will see what is really happening. And I'm happy you're asking the question. We'll go there together and you can ascertain for yourself the state of the hospital.
Honorable nominee, I hope you know about Global Firepower. Global Firepower, which is a grant-based company. It's a grant-based company that provides unique analytical display of data concerning today's world military powers. They gather data on military powers of states and then rank them. You recall that in 2016, when they did the ranking, the Ghana military placed 19th. I think this was published by CT Everywhere. When they did it in 2020, Ghana placed 22nd. Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, and Cameroon overtaking Ghana. What do you think has accounted for this?
Mr. Chairman, I think that you should just go to the details of the global firepower, the gunfire, firepower, and find out exactly. A lot of the information they put there are not correct. They put there are essentially not too correct. So I don't put a lot of premium on some of the things that you find on the internet. Mr. Chairman, many nations, you will not know the extent of their firepower. And I'm very, very surprised for anybody to think that he knows what we have in Ghana or what other people have. You may have skeletal information and you will rank it, but the actual true power of the nation you will never know. And it's not something that even people should know. So the rest assured that Ghana Armed Forces will defend you when there's a need.
I think the research was based on some criteria. One has to do with the number of serving military members. They have to look at the number of force. They have to look at fuel availability for military operations. And then they look at the number of jet fighters. They also consider defense budget and logistic feasibility. This is the criteria
Mr. Chairman,
upon which we are assessed.
Mr. Chairman, like I said, they gave us the number of jet fighters we have. They gave us a population. And I'm saying to you that ignore that information. It's not correct. Yes, even the information they gave Ghana is not correct. So let us just move on. It is not in our interest to give out what we have, but what they gave about Ghana is not correct. Even though it serves as a guide for us to do more, which I accept, but it's not correct information.
Yeah, no. Honorable Minister, we have also had reports of encroachments on military lands. I recall there was a video that went viral on social media when the people had almost crashed with the military on a piece of land. And they had mounted the billboard of the president, and there were a whole lot of issues around it. How do you intend dealing with this issue that confronts us as a nation?
That's the difficulty, Mr. Chairman, when the military is in the center of very prime lands. It becomes something, especially if those lands are not developed. Everybody will want to have a piece of the cherry, a piece of a bite of the cherry. So these things are things that will manage. But you are dealing with human beings. And so you have to manage the human beings to be able to do your work and do it properly. That's one of the reasons I said that I didn't want to be speaking about it publicly. But I just want to assure you that we'll do everything and anything to ensure that we engage all the stakeholders so that the military is for everybody. In fact, you don't have only one tribe in the military, and they don't do work for just one tribe or one individual. I remember I jokingly told the chief of Tamale once that, but if you give land to if you give something to somebody, do you collect it back? Or do you ask for compensation? He said, no. In the north, when you dash somebody something, you don't ask later for compensation. Then we started laughing. But it had to do with some of the lands that they were looking for compensation, and we all started laughing. But I just want to say that we're engaging all the stakeholders to ensure that some of the things you saw that day, they don't happen again. And I can assure you that those things behind the scenes are ongoing. And not just me. with the lands minister and all others, we are trying to make sure that those things happen. It's across board. It's not just only Accra. It's across board. Because the military are beginning to have some of the prime lands. And you know the land in some places is real income. And you can understand people when it comes to some of these things. And some of the people, like I've always said, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate their difficulties. I am from a village. I can just walk to the bush and farm. But if you are having somebody who's in Labado or Teshi, who, if he has to go and farm at Dodowa, will have to take a car and he doesn't have that money, it becomes a problem. And maybe, so we need to look at all the situation from all angles. But we together will engage it and make sure that we do the right thing.
Honorable Minister, wherever you locate the armed forces, it's a matter of time. That place will become private. It's a matter of time. So, do you consider that consideration? Time you keep moving, is that a consideration?
No, Mr. Chairman. First of all, in the UK, there are places, in the US, there are places where the armed forces find themselves, and the towns have grown to catch them, but they are able to find a way of fencing off armed forces places and lands so that the public don't have access to it. But these are all part of the plans that we are laying in place. That's why we are making a full inventory of whatever we have, including even those that we intend to have and those that have been given us. And I'll take the opportunity to thank the people of Asante Akim North, where Agogo is. They gave the armed forces huge tracts of land to be able to train there in the future. And I will really want to thank them and thank other people who are also doing same. People of Tamale, Accra, and Takosangadi, Takrade, Ho, and other places. The armed forces have a huge parcel of land as a gift from the people of Volta region. And I'm very excited about some of the things that our people are doing. That respect for the military is there. But I still think that we need to together protect the armed forces and the properties that they have by cordoning off that particular area. Even if it happens to fall in town, but we need to cordon off and know that this is for people who will defend us. We should not try to take it away from them. But we need to engage everybody to ensure that we all come to an understanding. But you cannot keep moving. Because, especially within Accra, if you move, the town will catch you up and you cannot keep moving. You have to take a decision one day to make sure that things are done and done properly. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Leadership. Okay, this is the sixth one. Yeah, I'll give you another opportunity elsewhere. Yes, leader. We agreed that we'll do 5. We've extended to 6. Now, I think that's sufficient. So, leader, please.
Honorable Daka, Chairman, maybe be a little flexible. You can just give him one question. Then leadership will manage how much time we spend. I give you an assurance that we can do 3 hours. If you don't want us to undertake the exercise, there's no problem. That is why we are here. Please. I just say he should give him one question. I'm not even saying 3. He raised his hand. You can see I'm not. Me, myself, I assured you 6 + 2 is here. I took my word. But I'm saying if the honorable member feels strongly, you can manage it by giving him one opportunity. Yeah, just one, and then. But I assure you that I'll manage mine.
Kindly permit him to ask the question.
Sorry.
If you could kindly permit him to ask a question.
Yes, honorable member.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I am aware you know that as the administrative head of the armed forces, you bear some obligations, particularly when it comes to the activity of members of the armed forces. Are you willing to take responsibility for the excesses of military officers during the 2020 elections?
Mr. Chairman, I thought that question has been answered.
No, it hasn't, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on.
Very well.
Honorable Minister, he says, are you willing to take responsibility? That question has not been answered. Can they answer?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what every individual has gone to do. So, for some reason, if somebody has gone to commit a crime that is supposed to be punished, and I say by law I'll take responsibility, it's been unfair to me for that type of question. So I would say that we don't, legally it will be very unfair to me to say that, do I take responsibility? It's too wide, so I would just say no.
Honorable nominee, there is a video circulating that shows military officers in Techima South. Have you been interested in investigations in this matter? Apart from what I consider...
He has answered that question, so ask another question, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I would move to what happened in the chamber. I want to do a follow-up question on what happened in the chamber. Honorable nominee, it's been 1 month after what happened in this chamber. I am sure that even as a caretaker minister, you would have been briefed on what happened. What specific steps have you taken in respect of investigation into what happened in this chamber? Because not until we are willing to take responsibility for our inactions, we would not be able to correct them in order to move forward. Honorable Minister, I'm thinking that we should be able to take some responsibility of what happened. And that is the only way we'll be able to correct moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, I said that matter is being investigated. Until the results come out, it's difficult for me to take further steps because it will not help and to prejudice the investigation. But if you were to compare what happened in Ghana to even world powers, some of the world powers, you will say that anything happens. It's not impossible for things like that to have happened. It's just that, like I said, let us investigate and find what is the best way forward. What has happened? Do we hold somebody responsible? How do we reform ourselves? Even Parliament itself, is there a way of reforming issues so that those things don't happen again? Because you and me don't want these things to happen.
Yes, and to what extent...
You know that you and me don't want it to happen.
And to what extent are you willing to investigate?
Honorable Sosu, I was supposed to give you 1. You've taken 2. Now you're moving on to 3.
Mr. Chairman, it's because it's a follow-up.
I'm sure you've had enough. We agreed we'll do 6 each. Now we've extended to 7. So now leadership, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the minister's answer earlier, he said 2 things, and I just want to show him a video. No civilian has the capacity to move the army. And he also said the armed forces are very professional. These are your words. Look at this video. The Chairman, with your permission, is being shown on the screen. Then if you kindly put the mic at your end so that the sound can come.
Ida, what is the length of the video? Sorry? 4 minutes. You had advised, if you had alerted me, you would have agreed on what portion you need to show, but well. I think you can start asking questions while going on. Right.
Mr. Speaker, I'm worried we are not getting the voice. But, Honorable Osler, you are not the chair, please.
Saw scenes of destruction.
I'm playing the voice from my phone here.
Abandoned pits and mining settlements dot the road leading into the remaining part of the forest. After dodging water-filled, dangerous open pits, we arrived at this mining settlement deep within the forest enclave.
Yes, what are the voice?
7 Chinese nationals were quickly located and arrested.
That is a commentary.
Leader of the team conducted a search.
Yeah, so ask your questions based on the picture, not the commentary.
There were indications of military presence.
From what we are seeing here, it looks like there are some military men involved in this whole activity in this forest. Because you are looking at their uniforms, even some have names on them, but we did not meet any of them. But looking at it, I think the military were the people protecting them here to do this illegal job.
Okay, so what are we doing with the uniforms? First of all, we need to retrieve them and then ascertain as to who sanctioned their duties here. So these are military accoutrements. You can find names on them. This one is Camel. This one is Camel. We have the other one, Amwani, on this one. And these are, as security men have been able to authenticate, these are quality Ghana Army uniforms.
Yeah, I think your point is made. Let's proceed with that.
We may have some military
the part I want you to
see
will show.
In the midst of our search, a young military officer drove into the compound in a tundra vehicle.
Yes, sir. We see a lot of people beat to say.
He started making some calls to his superiors.
This is Staff Sergeant Ayante, sir. We are here at this thing, Tontokrom. They hold duties, and there are some policemen and media be here.
Within the next 30 minutes, the whole place was crawling with over 30 angry, armed military men. Anger turned into heated verbal exchanges and near fisticuffs. A group of physically built men with known faces from the Delta Force group also joined them. The Chinese were released. Our news team was prevented from filming anything from this time onwards as they overpowered the task force and took over. Things got physical as the macho men assaulted my driver, forcibly took the keys to our vehicle and struggled with a camera technician for the camera. Under the watch of the military men, they broke our windscreen and side mirrors. Owner of the site, Donald Ntua, ordered the military to delete all footages from our camera and our personal phones. But we managed to retrieve items from our formatted card. It took the intervention of the Ministry of Environment and the Military High Command to get us released. The Minister for Environment told our news team, quote, Heritage Imperial only has a prospecting license as though it is mining illegally in the forest. He is supposed to be drilling, testing samples to be presented in the process of getting a mining permit. But Donald told our news team he has all the documents giving him full access to mine in the forest. But in all this, the best judge is the environment, which lies uncleaned with huge gullies and pits. Reporting for Joy News, Erastus Asaredonko, Kumasi.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful you allowed this to be played. Honourable Minister, these are the men that you call are professional and do not take instructions from people, who confront legitimate task force set up by government, surrounded them, humiliated them, and it has to take cause for them to be released to go on doing their legitimate duty. As Defense Minister, I want to believe that this has come to your notice. What have you done since this video was shown to you?
Mr. Chairman, I still want to repeat that members of the armed forces are professionals. Members of the armed forces don't take instructions from civilians. And that is how it is. Mr. Chairman, even the video that is being shown, nowhere in the video has it been proven that the armed forces took instruction from a civilian or the armed forces are not professionals. There is a big difference between individual action and the total direction of the armed forces. I have caused investigation into this immediately because, like I said, on 31st January 2020, I issued a cabinet directive to the armed forces that no member of the armed forces is expected to be seen in any forest area except for 2 areas. And if anybody is doing that, it's doing in contravention of the government directive. And so I've asked that they should investigate this and bring me the report. The Chief of Army Staff has given his response. The GOC, General Commanding Officer, has given his response. And the investigation is ongoing. We'll put all the pieces together. And I can assure you, I've said it before, if anybody is found guilty, that person will be punished. And it doesn't matter who is minister. That is how it's supposed to be. But, like I said, the initial feedback from the Chief of Army Staff and the investigation is that the members of the armed forces that were found, they were stationed as part of Camp Life in 2019 to track and chase away illegal miners. So all this, as part of it, we are investigating all that, all those kind of things that are there. But the armed forces of the Republic of Ghana has not sanctioned anybody to be in the mining concession since 31st January 2020. 31st January 2020, and I can assure you on that particular one. What you are seeing is a narrative by a journalist who accompanied the team that went around to do that. A week earlier, which you don't know, is that the armed forces plus the police were tasked by the same government to go and arrest. That's why you saw the Chinese sitting down on the floor. And we have done that in several other areas. And we've been going around looking for illegal people who are still mining illegally. We did that in Western Region a week earlier. And this was in Kumasi area. That one, because it was positive news, it was not shown. But I still want to tell you that this particular incident is being investigated. And the report will come out soon.
Honorable nominee, how long should we wait to expect the report on this? Because we've had so many incidents involving military officers, it's been investigated, and never do you get a report or the public told the outcome of those investigations. How long should we wait for a report on this?
Mr. Chairman, I did say here that some members of the armed forces were even dismissed from their job. Some members had their ranks reduced as a result of some acts that they committed, whether in Calamity or other areas that I know that for a fact. And I'm saying to you that it's difficult to rush investigations because you may rush and do a shabby job. So if I give a deadline now, then the armed forces are bound by that deadline. And so I'll plead with you that allow it. You can find out from the armed forces, you can find out from the CDS, you can find out from anybody that the GI has gone to do investigation on it, the CDS set up a team to do investigation on it, and they're putting all the pieces of information. Of course, they gave me preliminary report. That's why I stated what I stated, that the preliminary report shows that they were members of Operation Calm Life, and that maybe some of the journalists may have misunderstood their role in that area. But let the full report come out. And I can tell you that if somebody is found to have gone in contradiction with the laws of the Republic of Ghana as well as the orders given them, that person will be punished. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, he said that in answering a question related to the election violence, he said the military were there to assist the police, and therefore those investigations were being conducted by the police. Is that right? So where you have footage like that of the Techiman South, where you saw military officers in that video firing, you think that it's not necessary for the military itself to also investigate their officers or to investigate their involvement in that exercise, but they should just leave it to the police to invite them before they may act?
Mr. Chairman, like I said a month ago, I issued a statement saying that if you have evidence of some of these things, give it to the appropriate authorities, particularly the police. They will share with the military, and the investigation will start. Like I said, if you are not being accused of something, it's difficult to start an investigation immediately. But the person who had jurisdiction over the security operation were the police, and that's why they are doing the investigation. We don't also want a situation where somebody will say that, oh, it is the military. Sometimes when the military do something, they do their own investigation immediately because they are the people who carry the operation. But when there's a joint operation, like in this particular case, most joint operations, the military are the head. But in election-related cases, the police are head because the military are not the front-line people. They are not the people in charge. They just come to assist and go back. So the police are actually there. I will plead with you, Paul, that you allow the investigation to finish. Like I said, like yesterday it was stated. And then if somebody is found guilty, that person will face the rigors of the law. So if there is evidence, as yesterday that was presented, let us add it to a body of evidence that the police are doing, and then we invite the people concerned, and we'll take it from there.
Honorable nominee, I want to just ask you this, that since the election, are you saying, as the then defense minister and the government representative at the Ministry of Defense up to today, you have not seen those videos where the military officers were involved in this scuffle with civilians that led to death and injuries, that may warrant you to ask the military command to investigate their part of those actions, while the police is investigating the whole?
Mr. Chairman,
because you are asking that if we have evidence, we should provide it. And I want to believe that you've seen a number of such videos.
Mr. Chairman, you used the word scuffle. First, you said they were shooting and then later scuffle. I have not seen a video of the military people shooting into the crowd and killing somebody. If there is that, let me have it. And I will give it to the CDS and we will start investigation immediately.
Noted.
But I have not seen that one.
I just want to find out from you that even though you are not a military officer, but you head the military, the defense ministry, Is it professional for military officers to use live ammunition in dispersing crowds?
Mr. Chairman, it's very, very difficult to answer that question because circumstances differ. So if I were to sit there and say, oh, it is not professional or it is professional, I'll be misleading you. When there are insurgents, you will use live bullets. When the life of the military officer, you have very rare military officers like Major Mahama who, at the point of death, will not use his gun, but some may use. So it's very difficult for me to answer that question because I'll totally be wrong to say that it is unethical. It's not. But generally, like I told you, crowd control is the work of the police. But when it gets out of control, it becomes violent, it leading to death, it leads to armed conflict, then they call in the military. That's all that it goes. And sometimes the military may use minimal force to be able to calm the situation down and hand it over back to the police. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, earlier in an answer to a question, the nominee said that the increase in the number of years by 5 years before officers are decommissioned has helped a number of persons to the extent that one person came to his office. Is that right? Is that right? The mic is off. I said, is that right?
Yes, I said that.
When did this policy kick in?
We started the implementation of that policy in 2017, but as we went through the parliamentary process, that policy actually kicked in completely in 2020. Completely. But then we allowed them to stay because we had started the promulgation. You remember the LI was passed in 2017 or 2018. I'll check the date. I think 2018. The LI was passed by Parliament. So it has kicked in. So all along, they have been there since.
So roughly, we say even 2017, you had given this instruction whilst you are going through the formalities of regularizing it, right?
Yes, Honorable.
And you said the officer came to your office to thank you that he's now going home, but he's thanking you that he would have gone earlier had it not been this policy intervention. You said that.
Yes, when I use the officer, I'm actually talking of other ranks. That
yeah, you're talking about other ranks.
You say WO, yes. But sometimes maybe people misunderstand and think this policy only affects the other ranks. It does not affect the officers.
Yes, I mean, I'm not a military officer, so maybe, forgive me if I use them interchangeably. That gentleman or other ranks came to thank you that had it not been that intervention, you would have left much earlier. Is that right? You said that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, he did. And he wasn't just thanking me, he was thanking those who brought that policy. I was just the face of that policy.
Mr. Chairman, you agree with me, from 2017 to now, it's not 5 years. So if you had 5 more years to say, you couldn't have come to be bidding you farewell if you had gotten 5 years. That sounds inconsistent with when you took the action and when he was leaving and coming to thank you, when he had gotten 5 years more to stay in the army.
Mr. Chairman, when we came to, when we took over the reins of government, the 91 group was supposed to go. Military, it is the year that you come in that you said. If you calculate 91 till now, it's 30 years, 2021. So it is that group I'm talking about, that they were supposed to have been released. So we stopped the release of that person. In fact, if this government hadn't come to power, they would have been gone, military in 2017, but we stopped them. That particular.
But you agree
so
with
you
me,
check, so
91
till now, then the 91 next year.
If you are talking about the 91, then the person should have left in 2016. The 25 will have been 2016.
That's what I'm saying. It tells you that they were not released in 2016. They were not.
So are you saying that in the military, when they are supposed to be released in, say, 2017, you have cases where it extended beyond the 2016 into the following year?
I took the decision, Mr. Chairman, I took the decision that those we came to meet, they should enjoy it, because some were like, oh, those who were qualified to be released in 2016 should have gone. I took the decision that they should all stay. Because there was, I don't want to say there was no money. It takes a lot of money to release soldiers. And if the government did not give them the money and they don't release them, they will stay. And so I took the decision that the 91 group was the next to go, and they hadn't gone. So I took the decision that, look, let them stay and enjoy the 5 years. And that's why they are now 30 years and they will go this year.
Earlier in an answer to a question about a Ghanaian citizen that was arrested around Bole and being incarcerated in the Ivorian prison, as my colleague Honorable Gaga mentioned, you said you were aware of this case, is that right?
Yes.
What have you done since? You said you were exploring diplomatic means to get these compatriots released from either the Ivorian prison or transferred into a Ghanaian prison.
I said that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is engaging her counterpart to ensure that we do not resort to the military so that my ministry doesn't come in. In fact, it is advisable not to let my ministry come in at this stage. So we have decided, for the sake of bloodedness, to not allow the Minister of Defense to actually even get close to the action for now, and allow the Minister of Foreign Affairs, which is the diplomatic arm of government, to do the work for now for us.
But have we been following up with your colleague, the Foreign Minister, to get updates as to where this has gotten to?
As the Foreign Minister is a member of the Armed Forces Council, and this matter came, we discussed it at the Armed Forces Council as well. We discussed it at even the National Security Council, and like I said, that we are following up on daily basis. The last Armed Forces Council meeting, for which I went in attendance, it was discussed as well, especially how to protect that particular area. And this matter came up again. And even another matter came up where she was assigned to go and continue mediating. And even the country north of us, there's another incident around the Tumu area that she was assigned to do so that we don't get the military to immediately come in. So those little things come and then we assign it to her. So it's gone beyond even what you are talking about. We add others as well.
Mr. Chairman, earlier in an answer to a question, my colleague said, the nominee said, military were signing memorandum of understanding with mine. They are signed before he came. He came to meet a situation where the military has signed a number of memorandum of understanding with mining companies. Is that right? Mr. Chairman, is it possible for him to furnish this committee with a list of this signed memorandum of understanding with those mining companies?
They elapsed, I think, some of them 2017, most of them 2017. I don't know whether the military still...
Mr. Chairman, it's not whether they are elapsed.
I don't know. I'm saying
of them, when he came, he changed the policy.
No, I'm saying that I don't know whether the military still have them, but I believe that the military, they always have them. So I can get the military to give them to you.
Yeah, so we will be able to get the list.
Oh, I can get
of
them to give them
companies. Mr. Chairman, when we were talking about the visibility of the military in civilian life, he said, he also agreed, just like yesterday, the National Security Minister, where it becomes very necessary, individuals are provided with military protection. And yesterday I asked this question, but I'm just asking you again, that this includes persons to be following individuals and holding their bags. I think that's how we can really use our military to that extent.
Mr. Speaker, we are human beings and people make mistakes. You are assigned to do a particular job, and for some reason, you do something you are not supposed to do. Immediately, I was very concerned. And he was right when he said all of us, everybody involved in this, the CDS, myself, all of us were immediately concerned, and we took action immediately. That's why you didn't see those things repeated. But these things do happen, unfortunately. And even us, as people who even have police, you have some of this happening. You will watch well. Some of these things happen. We have to find a way of ensuring that those things never happen again. But they are temporal people who are assigned. They are not bodyguards. They are temporal people who are assigned to them. And they go when the threat is reviewed. And most times it doesn't even take a month, sometimes 2-3 months. They are reviewed and then they pull out.
Mr. Chairman, normally, are you not worried when you hear a lot of complaints that they are becoming too many within the general society, general civilian society, seeing these military officers providing cover for private citizens or even VIPs?
Mr. Chairman, I thought I already answered that, yes. I already answered that.
So you are concerned?
I told you that. And privately, I've expressed that to you before.
And in some instances with armored vehicles in those persons' home. Yes. I'm saying that in some instances with armored vehicles in those persons' homes.
I am yet to see the military armored vehicle in the home of an individual. If you do, let me know. But no, the military armored vehicle, it's highly, it may not be possible. The military will not do that.
Maybe let me ask you. I mean, you are in that area. I'm not very versatile with their vehicles. If you have their vehicles that they are able to put guns on, are they not armored vehicles?
The armored personnel vehicle, yes. The military sometimes, for their own safety, like you go to Jubilee House, for example, you have an armored personnel vehicle for a reason. You go to, say, Bimbila, some of the areas that the military go for their own safety, they sit in armored vehicle, but that's different. That's operational decisions that the military make in that point. I thought that we are saying that a bodyguard is, they use armored vehicles to go and guard somebody's house and that kind of stuff. No, but for operational duties, they may decide to position an armored vehicle at a particular spot for operational duties. But I give that to them. I cannot question them why they do that. But it's operational decisions that they make at that particular time after assessing the situation.
Mr. Chairman, in an answer to an earlier question, when he was talking about the recruitment, he said in 2017, when they did advertise, they did a short listing, they have a little over 4,000 that they were taking in phases. Did I hear you right? That's what you said?
That's what I said.
But you know that in the recruitment, whether military, police, and what the security services, age, health are counted, right?
Mr. Chairman, they give a particular age that when you apply, by this month, it should not be more. For the military, they always say that it should not be more than 25 years at this time. The difficulty you have is that you have applied and you have qualified. And because you are going for training next year, they say, oh, you are no more, it will be unfair to the applicants. So because of that, they allow them.
So once somebody was 25, and now by 2020, the person is 28, but his name is still there, they will still go ahead and recruit.
No, I don't think that is there. But I have to check the details. But it's not like that. The armed forces are very particular about age. I'll check. And that's why some people may lose out. They may not call you, but you may not understand why they may not have called you. It's because of some of these things. But I'll check those things.
And are you by also that statement meaning that since 2017, the open recruitment had happened, or the recruitment happened only once?
No, recruitment, there was an advert and people applied, and there was a pool and they were training them because they picked a group of people and they were training them. Once it's exhausted, and I believe that the next recruitment, you see people apply. The military can decide that, okay, this time we are going to pick only, if we need 2,000, we just pick the 2,000 and we don't have any other person that is on standby. But that's a bit dangerous because we don't have the large space for 2,000. You want to have plus or minus 10% or more so that people, when they fall out or change their mind or do other things, you can easily replace them. But that's the decision for the military to take. It's not exactly my decision.
The question is, you said in 2017 when they advertised for the recruitment exercise, over 20,000 even applicants, they went through the process. And I'm saying that that particular process that generated over 4,000 is the 4,000 that you are saying they've not even exhausted. And yes. I'm saying that you are saying that since that advertisement and process which has gotten the 4,000, no such opening has happened over the 4 years.
Mr. Chairman, for recruitment, Yes, but for enlistment, every year they do it and people go to do it. But for recruitment, that one. But for enlistment, every year they keep doing it.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the nominee whether he has seen this publication titled Ghana's Military Risk UN Sanction over Weapons Smuggling by Soldiers. This was referring to a mission in Lebanon, and some investigation was done about 6 officers. Whether this has come to your notice?
Mr. Chairman, there are some things that I normally don't want to discuss, but that story is a very, very, very old story that was recycled. I can give you the details of it, but it's a very old story that was recycled, and the way it was put, it was not correct, but it's an old story that was recycled.
Yeah, I can see when I'm reading the details of the story, acknowledges that the worry is that it's been some number of years now that no action has been taken on the said officers.
It's not true. It's not true. There was no weapon smuggling as such, but I said that I can give you the details later, but it's an old story that was recycled.
Earlier, you were asked about whether you have visited the victims of the violence during the election, and you said no. And I wanted to find out from you whether, as a member of parliament representing a constituency, both you and the Interior Minister are members of parliament, and as heads of these institutions, both the Ghana police and the military, you didn't think that for care and show concern, maybe you should have visited the families?
I think you are probably right. We should have done that, and it's not late, but I think that you are probably right.
Earlier, you were asked about Colonel Ponaman, and said you knew him.
I do.
Did you see him as part of those who marched into the chamber?
There were about 15, I have to look at the video again, there were about 10 to 15 soldiers plus a number of police who were there, but I'll check up.
Like, no, but this is somebody you know. I don't think...
No, like I said, the investigation is ongoing.
No, I'm not talking about the investigation. I'm saying that, did you see him as part of those who walked into the chamber?
I'm saying to you that I did not really watch. I was more interested in ensuring that nothing happened. So I was more interested in ensuring that nothing untoward happened to anybody. I was more interested. If you watch here, I was sitting there. I came and sat down like this, and I put my hands and I was just sitting down. So I was more interested in ensuring that nobody gets hurt. So I was not really interested in who came, who didn't come. But the investigation will reveal a lot of things.
No, but depends on this is surprising because even I, who didn't know many of them, the police officer like Ogufori, I could say I saw him. And somebody that you knew who is part of the presidential escort that you know very well, you can't say you did.
So that's why I told you that I did not take particular interest in identifying each and everybody who came. That's all I just told you. I didn't want to take particular interest in identifying everybody who came. All I told you is that somebody took a decision thinking that, oh, I want to save the situation. And so you have police and military there. And judging from what happened outside at the same time, and the result, where later they had to deploy over 5,000 soldiers to make sure the parliament was safe. Somebody took that decision. But let the investigation finish, and then we'll get to some of these answers. If I prejudge, it will not help any of us.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee answered a question earlier about the Ghana airport and the contract with the military, the U.S. Army or U.S. Defense Ministry or Defense Section with a private citizen. He said that it has nothing to do with the Ministry of Defense, and therefore he didn't show concern. Is that right?
Never said, Mr. Chairman, I never said I'm not showing concern. I just said that it's difficult for me to answer that question. That's all I said. And I also said that the U.S. chose their own vendors. These are the two things I said. I didn't say beyond that.
Okay, but you didn't have the details of what transpired between
Because I didn't sign it, I don't. I don't have a copy in my ministry as well. There was no point to have a copy in my ministry, so I don't. So I really don't. If otherwise I would have answered, I would give you the answer.
Honorable Nominee, is it not a very dangerous situation? Because supposing Togo, as a republic, decide to come into Ghana and have a private agreement with Gapoha, and our defense minister says, oh, because they are dealing with a private institution, I'm not bothered, or I don't need to see the details of the agreement and know what it entails and see whether it can have repercussions on the security of our country. This is worrying.
It's not like that. Once the government of Ghana has signed an agreement through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2015 to exchange facilities, that tomorrow we can also get facilities in that other country, and that agreement was signed by a competent Ghanaian authority. The security implications were done, the assessment was done, and everything was done. So the Ministry of Defense is the last place that you want to deposit those things. If it is supposed to be transmitted to the other side, it's transmitted through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not Ministry of Defense. That's why I said that the Ministry of Defense may be the last resort when we are dealing with some of these things. Because it was a military agreement. That's the reason why the Minister for Defense signed it. But it is not because I need to know the agreements that are done between Ghana and another country. It's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that all these agreements are rooted to when it is done. But because the Americans chose their own vendors, the agreement is between they and their vendors. And the agreement between Ghana Airport Company and the vendor is between the two. So there is no technical relationship between Ghana Airport Company and the foreigners, so that we will begin to look at security implications. It's between them and the Ghanaian vendors. I don't know whether I'm making sense to you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just maybe the last two questions. When he was talking about the lands around the trade fair and many other parts of our country, you notice that one of the major challenges that, like you just mentioned, that very recently around Asante Atim North was, around Asante Atim, you are given parcels of land. What measures are you going to put in place to ensure that lands that belong to the military are properly documented and properly acquired to minimize these encroachments?
Mr. Chairman, the tradition has always been that the government acquires the land and give it to lands committee, hold in trust for the government, then assign agencies to the lands. Those ones were assigned to the military. The military has records of all the lands that were compensated for, and the military has records for all the lands that were noted for acquisition. So they have that, all those kind of things. This is something that they already have, and the records are there with them. We are, like I said, we put a committee together, and they are putting all this information together so that we will know exactly what has been paid for and compensated, the acreage in each region, and what is noted for proposal. And if those lands noted for proposal are still there anyway, because noted for proposal means you have not paid for it, you told the people, we are acquiring it, you may have put an EI, or what, but you have not paid executive instrument, but you haven't paid for it. So because of that, technically, the people and you can come to an agreement to look at it. If it's still for public good, then you pay for it. So we are putting all this together. When the report is ready, then the Lands Ministry and the Defense Ministry can sit together to know how to go about things. If the government wants the land, then they will pay compensation. If they don't want the land, they return it to the people. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, my last question has to do with the whole naval, is it base you called it or something? The Navy base, you call it naval base. The one that you mentioned that you have a very modern, well-equipped. It's naval. Is it? It's not.
It's around Sogoko. It's by the waters, by the estuary of the waters.
It's a naval base.
Yes, naval base. Not Okwa.
When was this acquired?
Oh, the process started in the last administration to relocate the naval base to that place. but the actual facilities were put up over the last year. Over the last year. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Chairman, I'm grateful. Congratulations, honorable nominee. Let me begin by looking at civilian-military relations. I think my colleague had even shown a footage, and earlier members have also spoken largely to it. I don't intend to belabor the point. I know how passionate you are about this matter. I'm interested in knowing, going into the future, if you are gracious enough and this committee gives you the nod, what will be your plan to improve civilian-military relations, and particularly, what will you do to ensure its sustenance? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think that one of the areas that we need to improve is the area my good friend has just mentioned, the civilian-military relationship. And we need to improve it to ensure that the military is there to serve the people. But I still think that the military should interact with the civil populace as little as possible. That's why the proposition by my good friend Brian Champon that we should look at how we can still use semi-military people to help the police service, because we need the military anyway to assist the civil police to bring serious law and order in certain portions when people begin to use armed guns and weapons and violence that may be beyond the police. So we need that kind of thing. So we need to look at that dichotomy. But it is important also to ensure that the military and the people understand one another. They are there for one another, and that the military is there to serve them and protect them, so that relationship is existing. There is an open day that the military normally does for the general public to come to Birmingham and come to military facilities to acquaint themselves with the military. I will encourage that as much as possible. I would totally encourage the military to, once in a while, say one or two things through the media, using their DPR, the public Department of Public Relations, to let people understand more what they do, so that people don't have the conceptions that they have. But it's important that we look at that area and strengthen it. It will help us going forward.
Honorable nominee, the Ghana Air Force has had some problems with your aircraft, especially the CASA aircraft. Do you have any plans of getting over this challenge?
Mr. Chairman, it's true that the Ghana Air Force has 3 CASA aircrafts. In 2017, when we came, all 3 were down. One had a problem in Mali because they were in the peacekeeping, and they had that problem. The other 2 were due for servicing, and they had not yet been serviced. We managed to put all 3 to be flying. Currently, there are 2 that are working. One had a freak accident last year, and we are taking it to Spain this year to make sure that it is done. The helicopters that we also had, we virtually managed to put all of them back on road, on the air, and they are all working, except 2 that we have sent for overhaul outside the country. And by the close of the year to do it takes about 8 months for us to do very expensive enterprise, but what can you do? You have to do it. So we've been supporting the efforts to ensure that all their assets are working. But it is important that the states give the Air Force better equipment than we currently have, so that they can protect us. There are some things I cannot say off air, but I'll meet, if you give me the nod, I'll meet the Committee on Defense and Interior to ensure that together we can get the Air Force working. There are plans that we already have in place, but I need a buy-in of members of Parliament and the public, so that we can capacitate the Air Force to do what they're doing. But the basic things that they need now, the fighter jets that the K-8s that they have, we are working on it, and I think we started last year. Without 1 year, they will all be back in stream. We hope 2021 ending, they should all be back in stream. And so the facilities that we met, we are making sure that they are all working. And it's important because if you train one pilot at an exorbitant price and that pilot is not flying, it doesn't help us. And so we try to make sure the Air Force has what it takes to be able to do their work. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, you spoke to general efforts, security efforts that you are undertaking to protect the Gulf of Guinea generally. That's our contribution. Do you have specific security measures to protect our exclusive economic zone?
As I already mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we are putting a naval base to ensure that we can react faster than we are. It's been accompanied by a lot of equipment so that our Navy has the equipment to be able to do their work. And even beyond that, we must ensure that the OPVs, which is the offshore patrol vessels that the Navy needs to do, is being done and done properly. But I'm happy to note that some few state organizations are supporting the Navy to ensure that they get fast patrol boats to be able to do their work and do it properly. So the next 1 year will be very exciting for the Navy and the Air Force, especially the Navy. It will be very, very exciting to be able to ensure that they can protect our exclusive economic zone. 70% to 80% of our trade comes from the sea. And so we must ensure that we protect it and protect it well. The Gulf of Guinea is not normally the pride of West Africa because it's a very troublesome area. So it is important to make sure that the Navy has the capacity to be able to defend us, and we are trying to get what they need to be able to do that and do it properly. Like I said, we need to get a buy-in of Parliament, and Parliament represents the people. Once Parliament and the people agree that, look, we can spend this amount of money to do what is necessary to ensure that the Navy can protect us from the sea, we need to do that. Our exclusive economic zone, unfortunately, is 3/4 of the size of Ghana. That's how big it is. And just the Navy and a few people are doing. So a lot of things happen down there. We must be able to protect it. And it takes a lot of resources to be able to protect that area for us. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Chairman, thank you very much. Minister nominee, Honorable Dominic Nitiwole. I wish you well, but to note that one of the questions and the video the Honorable Muntaka referred you to was commending Asare Donko and Joy FM. I think that is a matter that we strongly will recommend to plenary that the Committee on Defense and Interior does a follow-up and probably do a holistic visit and study to assess the illegal small-scale mining across the country and submit a report. But would be of particular interest to us is because of the men in uniform who are supposed to be enforcing and supporting law enforcement and not to be holding it in breach. So we look forward to that. May I just respectively refer you to your CV, page 2 of your CV. I see that you are careful with your January and your date. But when you come to your leadership positions, you just leave it open, 2013, 2017, 20 Deputy Minority Leader, Deputy Ranking Member, Business Committee, Deputy Ranking Appointments Committee. I hope that we have your permission to improve your CV, or you yourself may want to speak to it. Just page 3 of your CV. And that runs through even your membership of committee so that it will reflect timelessly the chronology of events and your playing those roles accordingly.
Mr. Chairman, I do agree with you that the months as was supposed to have been stated, I left out the months. January 7th to the 2013 to January 6th, 2017 was the period I was the deputy leader. So it runs like that. for all of them. So I do concede to what you have said.
Since Chairman is concerned about time, you probably will just have to seek his leave and then do this with the clerks to the committee, because it runs up to page 4. And then when, for instance, in your international conferences, you just say November 2019, Defense and Security 2019, do I take it that you spend the whole of November in that particular exercise? And then January 2018, March 2017, a particular date in March, I believe you want to do, but this you can seek Chairman's indulgence to, just for the record.
Thank you.
And to improve that, and it will even run to page 6. But that brings me to my own matter. Have you abandoned a number of projects at the ministry since you assumed office?
Mr. Chairman, we have uncompleted projects, but to say that we have abandoned projects, no, we haven't.
Are you aware that some contractors have left site on projects initiated by the previous government?
Mr. Chairman, there are 1 or 2 projects that the contractors left side because the amount of money that was allocated for the projects unfortunately had run out. Because if you award a project, for example, at $10 million or 10 million cedis, and the actual results, especially when it is a loan agreement, is about 5 million, it's difficult. So I have 1 or 2 of such problems, and I'm resolving them one by one. And so I can understand.
Chairman, may I refer the nominee to Article 37, in particular 7 of the Constitution. As far as practicable, a government shall continue and execute projects and programs commenced by the previous government. Do we have your assurance that you would identify these projects and complete them for our national good?
Mr. Chairman, the projects are very critical to the armed forces. Most of them are in accommodation, so I do agree perfectly with you that assurance I can give you, that we'll try to ensure that we'll do them and do them well.
I don't have a problem with governments taking credit for what they have done. The Honorable Eric Opoku was referring you to 23rd April 2014 when President Mahama with His Royal Majesty the Otunfuo commissioned 23rd April 2014 commencement of work to improve health self-delivery, the construction of 500-bed military hospital at Afari, Kumasi, Ashanti, captured in your own handing over notes of 2017-2020. When will the project be commissioned?
Mr. Chairman, I stated before that this project was approved in this very House Parliament on the 20th of November 2008. But the actual construction, short-cutting, was done on 23rd April 2014, not 2013. It was around in May in Ashanti region. But like I said that this year, I cannot give the specific date, but this year it will be commissioned.
And I'm saying
in fact, the soft commission was supposed to be done last year, but I stopped it. And I said, let's complete the whole project. And we're hoping that by the middle of the year, we'll complete. But I cannot give you a specific date.
We will be interested in seeing it commissioned, because I recall that to the memory of the late President Mills and then Minister for Defense, General Smith, there was good reason why Kumasi was identified for the project. There were those who argued that the project could be added additional to 37 military hospital, and those who said that it should serve the other half of the country, including the Ashanti garrison. So it will be of interest to complete them. Now, the Honorable Muntaka also referred you to your age thing. 5 years, you are commended. Was it the first time there was adjustment in the retirement age for men in uniform?
No, not at all. I think President Rawlings adjusted the age before. So
Yeah,
that's not.
Because I was listening to the Rawlings tribute by the Air Force man.
He did. Rawlings did adjust the age before. I know
Appreciate that. So continue. Now, you know that I owe the people of Dalong, Afayile, and Kumbongo. They are very unhappy with you over the burning of the tipper trucks and the denial of livelihood to the owners and families of those tipper trucks. Can they be assured of any compensation particularly so that in other areas you seized. We don't know the whereabouts of some of it. We are hearing reports of it being missing, but in their cases, burnt.
Mr. Chairman, I told you that when the Operation Vanguard process started, a number of, some were tipper trucks, some were excavators, and other things were burnt as part of the operation. If I make any commitment here about compensation this time, I'll be jumping the gun. When the total assessment of Operation Vanguard is done, I believe some of these things will be assessed and action taken on them. But it was part of the Operation Vanguard operation. And it was not just only that particular area. I did say that 60 excavators were burned in the eastern region as well, and then other areas in western region and different parts of the country. I think that I want to urge the leader to allow the whole gamut of issues to be put together, and when it is complete, then we can assess it properly and decide which way is to go. But I do take you from what you have said.
I appreciate that, but those families, the drivers, those who earn from the sun, their livelihood have been hampered. Is it lawful to ban tipper trucks under Ghanaian law, even if it was, is that lawful, or you consider that excessive?
Mr. Chairman, the state agencies have done some things over the years that may not be lawful in the eyes of the Ghanaian public, and it's not just under this administration. And so I want to say that...
You want to say that it's not lawful under Ghanaian law, or else I will be taxing you to provide me justification where any law in Ghana provides that where you are unhappy about an illegal mining activity, ban the particular equipment.
That's why I said that.
You want to support me with that?
They've done a few things that may not be lawful under the Ghanaian law, but we'll have to... As a country, we are growing, and then we'll see where to go. I don't want to commit myself on that one.
All right, the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa was taking you. Ghana has a bilateral relationship with the United States of America. We further signed onto that treaty, which came for parliamentary approval. The understanding of this parliament was a relationship between the government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and probably your ministry, and the United States of America. Do you think that the security interests of this country and value for money could not have been better ensured if the contractual relationship was between Ghana Airports Company, supervised by your ministry, and the U.S. government?
Mr. Chairman, the facilities that were given out and other facilities that have been given out are things that we signed on to in 2015 and agreed, and we're not in the position to say we would, because of this bilateral relationship, to say we will not do it again. The Ghana government resources were not what is being paid to the contractors. It is the United States taxpayers' money that they are using. The difficulty I have is whether we should be the people awarding those contracts, and whether we should be doing the value for money when our resources are not those that are being expended in this particular enterprise. I think that it's difficult to tell the Americans that, look, we want to select the vendor for you. That's why I said that the Americans selected their own vendors for this.
So, Minister, if tomorrow Parliament wants to be briefed on the operations at the airport involving McDan Aviation and the U.S. government, will you take responsibility to brief us on it as Minister for Defense, or you simply say that it's a relationship between McDan Aviation and the U.S. government? Accountability.
I believe that the airport company, through their minister, will be willing to give whatever fast the Parliament demands.
We would want to demand through you an operational report.
The difficulty I have is that because Ghana Airport Company...
I'll give you basis. Chairman, you know, we all use the airport. And it is not every time that the U.S. itself gets it right on its foreign policy pursuit. The way ammunition and arms are moved at the airport can undermine the integrity of and sovereignty of other countries. So this is a matter we must take interest, because if you just say, I know the corner, it used to be the Tamale domestic base, and I hear loss of movement. We are saying that given the sensitivity of it, we don't have a problem letting the American government know. We are of the view that strongly there is state interest, and that state interest is better protected by your ministry or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or jointly by the two ministries.
Mr. Chairman, I think
not a private sector
I think that maybe I need to clear something so that the public may not misunderstand. I was talking about the relationship between Magdan Company Limited and the Ghana Airport Company. That's what I was talking about. If it's about the relationship between the Americans and Ghana, of course, my ministry is briefed and we know everything. There is nothing that is hidden. At every stage, we have officers that work, because that's part of the agreement. We have officers that work and at every stage to make sure that our interest is covered. So the Ghana Armed Forces at every stage is in full control and know what is going on at every stage. But Chairman, I was just talking about that relationship between Magdan and the airport.
I want to take this risk, and probably you have had briefing. I may not call the foreign countries because we are on camera. There was an instance where a foreign neighbor found some ammunition and guns entering that foreign country attributable to Ghana, and therefore our national security system was held responsible for it. Now, if you have this situation of Magdan Aviation just with the U.S. system, now another foreign country tomorrow accuses us that those processes or ammunition pass through Ghana. Are you in a position to avail yourself with adequate security information on that matter?
Mr. Chairman, all issues to do with ammunition, guns, or any explosive that is supposed to enter Ghana, we have the records of everything. But human traffic that Magdan deals with is what he deals with. But I was actually talking about only the consortium agreement between that company and Ghana Airport Company, that my ministry doesn't deal with that. But all other security-related issues, my ministry has information on everything that has to do with it. And I can assure Ghana that we are safe. We have it under control.
We are simply concerned because that is to give too much latitude to a foreign country. If you read anything on national security intelligence, it is recognizable, and it's in the preamble of every national security law, that the influence of foreign activity of other foreign countries can, and is a plausible source of insecurity to another country. You probably can take note of it. Let me now move to the other issue the Honorable Blackwell raised. When you said President Mahama, as he then was, must hand over military land. You have evidence that he has title to any land acquired, 300 acres of land, or as you said, you've corrected yourself. You have evidence that he acquired military lands?
No, I thought I answered that question here, that even in the own words that I stated, I did not say he acquired military lands. I said that as former commander-in-chief, where he is, if I were him, I will not stay there because of the issues surrounding that particular area.
Since you became minister, have you entered into any agreement with any private sector person on military lands?
No, not.
You are sure about that?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that not some that I'm aware of. That military lands, no,
yes.
None that I'm aware of.
That there is no relationship between you and the private sector to provide housing on the basis of sharing of military lands available anywhere in the country?
Housing?
Yes.
Oh, there are some, the Defense Holding Company, DHOC, has been having interactions and agreements with different companies to see how they can build DHOC into a viable company, including housing projects. So if that's what you are talking about, I believe that there are discussions and some agreements on based on.
Probably, Minister, just commentary. The Honorable Mahama Yaga referred to you to the housing project without prejudice to whatever investigation. It should be our recommendation to plenary that that housing is dedicated to the Ghana Armed Forces. It is for you to convince the president with the works and housing that this word pursuing, and maybe I'll improve what the Honorable Ayarga said, instead of just decamping Burma camp completely, if it means additional to ameliorate the housing challenges of men and women in the armed forces, I think that we can build consensus on it, because that waste is provocative. We cannot invest over $200 million of state resources, complete a project, leave it abandoned, yet we do not have accommodation for armed forces, we do not have accommodation for police when they can use it. They will not forgive us as political elites when we just care about our comfort, and to resolve those matters, we leave it abandoned. I see that Chairman wants us to be moving on to the other matters. So this is just an observation for your purposes. Now, pensions. Where does the Ghana Armed Forces stand today on pensions? Is it Act 766 or Cap 30? How are we relating to their pension?
Mr. Chairman, the Armed Forces has always remained under Cap 30. When Parliament did the law, Armed Forces were not part of the new reforms. They've always been part of Cap 30.
Is that your understanding of the law, or that was the law? Because
that's what happened. So the new policy is now to bring all the other security services, because they said except for the Ghana Armed Forces, all others shall be moved to the new act. So the new direction by Cabinet is to bring the other security services back to Cap 30 like the Armed Forces.
Is it just done by policy or by legislation? And when are you bringing legislation on it? Because
I think the new minister, of course, once you give the minister the go-ahead and he gets one in, the new minister will do that. The decision was taken rather late, so he couldn't bring it to Parliament. I think it will be brought to Parliament.
Colleagues have dealt with it, but just for the purpose of our record, we had Governors Watch Alliance petition on what happened on the floor of Parliament. And that is what is in respect of you as Minister, a petition made available to our committee through the chairman, and Mr. Dominic Nituwil, Minister of Defense, for the first time in history, chairman read the Fourth Republic. What happened was not just strange, but a sacrilege, and we should as much as possible avoid a repeat of it for the purpose of protecting the integrity of our democracy and sustaining it. Now, I see housing projects. Did you inherit some by the previous government? I've been looking at your handing over notes, in particular from page 4, and then I would be winding up with just a suggestion in mind on recruitment.
Mr. Chairman, I thought I said that I inherited some. I talked about what we call the VTB housing project. That's the one you said part of it was abandoned because it was a loan agreement and part of it was used for housing. But because the money ran out, that's why it looked as if it's been abandoned, but it's not. I did inherit some, and most of them have completed them. And I said that from the beginning. And that's why I mentioned the name Dr. Kumbo in my submission, if you remember, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So in an answer to Honorable Muntaka, when you delayed the retirement for purposes of the that particular year group, additional to the 5 years, were you aware that you were subjecting the states to more costs, even though justified? Were you aware that it would come with some compensation?
Mr. Chairman, once we took the decision to increase the number of years by 5, it was obvious that there were implications to it. We did calculate the implications, and we knew that we were going to have more housing for the security. It was going to bring more costs. It was going to bring more ranks. And so we knew that at all, but we still took the decision and took the policy. And I'm happy that it is paid out well for the members of the armed forces and the general public as well.
There's a particular year where your budget was kind of overrun between 2018 and 19, where you had an additional, just to quote it, Your total goods and services allocated in 2018 was 59,174,000, but you had total releases 194 million, with some amount of 135,068,2. What accounted for that?
Mr. Chairman, that's why I said I didn't want to be mentioning the arrears. In fact, all the arrears that were paid in that year vis-a-vis the goods and service, because they pick fuel, food, and other from the goods and service, and so they added it as if it was payment for arrears.
So the Honorable Osler question you on that. Do you owe fuel and food? We
will always owe fuel because we owe at least 3 months in advance.
It is not just a 2016 phenomenon.
We
do you accept that?
We do, yeah, we do.
And that you owe.
Come on, we do.
You owe contractors supplying fuel and food. What is quite intriguing, and Chairman, I end on it. There was a report you came to Parliament where senior military officers had been promoted, and you had difficulty getting money for them to get their proper uniform. Has that been resolved?
Mr. Chairman, I am aware that the government of Ghana awarded a contract to different suppliers to bring in uniform. And I'm yet to check whether those uniforms have been delivered to the contractors. But I do know that that contract was awarded last year. But I'm yet to check whether from the armed forces whether they have gotten it or not. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Minister, just that our attention has been drawn that the media coalition says they petitioned the committee. The clerk, they petitioned, sorry. So, Chairman, that the military high command have been petitioned by the media coalition on the matter, which was the subject of the video by Honorable Muntaka Mubarak. So, beyond this committee hearing,
if the military high command has been petitioned, it will be part of the investigation. And trust me, they will do a thorough job for me. And I'll be very happy to work with them.
So you are not aware of it? Because
they don't copy me yet.
They haven't briefed you yet.
They should have petitioned the minister, but they petitioned.
When you leave here, will you go and look for it, to work on it?
I think I'll work with them to get it. But like I said, if they didn't petition the minister, they should have copied me. But it hasn't come to my attention yet. But I'm happy that they did.
Chairman, finally on military lands, and I end with it. The Honorable Muhammad Yarga was referring you to, and I take interest just in Tamale. You know that Norip shares a wall with Kamina Barracks. Those lands have reverted back to the original owners. So the land between Kamina to my uncle's village at Kwane, through Savlugu, through Pulinyong, and you have to manage it well because there are paramounces around that area. There is Savlugu, there is Kumbuna, with some lands around Bana, Yele, Pulinyong, and others. Vast land, you took it from the owners, you are not using it. So as the Honorable Ayargo observed, those to which you don't think that, in any case, they are even of the view that your lease have lapsed. And therefore, they necessarily, it has taken the Yana and other chiefs with past regional minister to have averted some of the things associated with it. But I generally, in support of you in improving housing, any of us who on any particular day will spend an afternoon in the cubicle where a soldier sleeps, you would appreciate why we must take particular interest in improving housing for them. So I'm encouraging you to make a strong case, and you are assured that the political opposition today supports it, that the Saglami housing project be dedicated to the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ministry of Defense. Or better still, I think we should just dedicate it to the Ministry of Defense and look for other avenues to compensate the police before they say that. And then, Minister, I end here. We're not too happy with the military presence and guns around. You may justify it, but growing up as a child, I grew up with you in Tamale where you were schooling in St. Charles. It was not a known thing to see soldiers. That what explains internally why we fear soldiers more than police. If you over deploy them as you are doing, they'll be treated like others. So I want to wish you well. And Chairman, I am done with the nominee for defense, and then we'll look at those matters. But for the record, we want to know and probe further into this airport thing with the U.S. and McDonald Aviation for purposes of protecting our sovereignty, our integrity, and our relationship with the U.S. government. You must take interest in it. A lot is happening where they do check in. You know, we are all, when you walk to the airport, somebody will come and talk to you that today they pass through this screening. Where are those things going? So you have to tighten security. And I say it without fear of contradiction that it is not every time that the U.S. gets it right on its foreign policy relative to other countries. And therefore, Ghana should not be used as base to undermine any other country for our record. I thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I take the concern seriously, and I can assure you that, given the note, I will look into these things seriously. And I will get in touch with him and Honorable Blackwell on some of these things to ensure that those things are done and done well. It is just necessary that we do these things and do it very well for the interest of Ghana and for our own sake and for the future of our children. It will be done.
Honorable Minister, I have no question for you. I wish you well.
I'm grateful.
We've done some 3 hours. We've done the least so far. But you're discharged. Yes. You can bring in the next nominee, please. Kindly administer the oath.
I, Shirley Ayoko Butri,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Kindly resume your seat, Honorable Minister.
And your mic off after, unless I want to use it.
Yes. Honorable, you have been a 4-time member of Parliament. You served on the Committee on Foreign Affairs. You've been a minister of the same ministry for the last 4 years. So we know quite substantially about you. So you start by giving us a brief introduction of yourself, and then members will ask you questions based on your CV and your work already done. So you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, my name is Shirley Ayoko Butri, a mother of 2, a grandmother of 1. I am single. I was a member of Parliament for 4 terms. First 2 terms, member of Parliament for the Wager constituency, which at the time happened to be the most populous constituency in the country. Eventually, it was split into 3. And I became Member of Parliament for the constituency called Anya Soutio for 2 terms. During my first term, I was fortunate enough to be made Deputy Minister, first at the Ministry of Information. Then I was moved to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. From there to the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and again back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Honorable Chair, after that, in my second term, I served as ranking member of Foreign Affairs for 4 years. During my third term as Member of Parliament, I served as an ECOWAS parliamentarian. In my last term, Honorable Chair, which is between 2017 and 6th January 2021, I served as Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Honorable Chair, this is a short description of who I am.
Yes. Now, Honorable Member, the floor is open. Yes. Yes, Honorable Member for Boko Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just to find out from the Honorable former Minister, former Member of Parliament and nominee, what effort is being made to enable Ghana have access to the COVID vaccines, which is so badly needed by all countries. What effort is your ministry making, given that it's abroad, dealing with institutions abroad, dealing with global institutions responsible for healthcare delivery and financing of healthcare, and the situation of developing countries? What effort are you making?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. This question, like the Honorable Member said, does not apply directly to my ministry. However, because we do not produce vaccines here, definitely efforts must be made by the country to procure vaccines outside. Also, we belong to ECOWAS, and in ECOWAS we have the West African Health Organization. We also belong to African Union, and under the African Union also we have the African CDC. And therefore, efforts that are being made internally with countries that produce vaccines, and also efforts are being made collectively within ECOWAS under the West African Health Organization, and also efforts by the African CDC. Honorable Chair, I'd like to say that the nitty-gritty of procuring the vaccines does not lie within my domain, but I have been asked to engage two countries that have come up with the vaccines, China and Russia. I have engaged them at the level of the ambassadors, and I have asked them to see what they can do as quickly as possible to ensure that we are able as a country to procure vaccines, because vaccines have become such a hot commodity. Even if you have money, it is difficult to procure. And so, on that level, I have engaged ambassadors. At the level of ECOWAS, there are efforts being made, and this is also under the purview of the health ministers. Efforts are being made to procure, I'm told, about 240 million vaccines for the region, for the ECOWAS region. Also, African CDC is also making a lot of effort to procure for the continent, apart from the efforts that are being made to see what we can do collectively also to come up with our own vaccine. So in a nutshell, this is what is happening. Honorable Chair.
Supplementary to this one. No, supplementary to this one. Follow up on this. I mean, Honorable Minister nominee to Foreign Ministry, and you've been occupying that seat since COVID broke out. You know the threats and etc. You admitted that even if you have the money in the market, you can't easily find the vaccines. So clearly, getting the vaccines is a clear matter of diplomatic, endeavors, engaging with other countries, engaging with multinationals, and engaging at the bilateral and multilateral level. Are you saying that the health ministry is on this path without your leadership, your active involvement, and your direction? And if that is so, what is our chance of ever getting the vaccines?
Honorable Chair, let me say that I know that the health ministry has already made the effort, and they are already in touch with manufacturers of vaccines. And so my job is to engage at the level of the foreign ministry to ensure that we are part of the countries that are able to get the vaccine. Let me also say that this is even beyond me as a foreign minister. I know for a fact that His Excellency the President at his level is also engaging to ensure that we get the vaccines. And I can assure honorable members that it will not be long before we get vaccines into this country like others have been able to get some amount of vaccines. Unfortunately, it will not be enough to cover everybody, but it will come in tranches as the whole world is doing. Every country has a phased out approach. They have phase one, which is those who are frontliners and all of that. So that's exactly what will happen. But I don't have the nitty-gritty of it, although I am involved.
Chairman, sorry, Honorable Ayaga. In your answer, you just used this word. It will not be long.
Yes.
You want to put a time frame to it will not be long?
Honorable Chair, all I know is that it will not be long. I do not have the power to put a time frame to it. But with what ECOWAS is doing, I know that within the first quarter to second quarter of this year, we will have vaccines. Thank you.
Yes. No. Okay, let's get back to ECOWAS. And you are a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, a former member of the ECOWAS Parliament. You know that under the original protocol, the members of the ECOWAS Parliament are supposed to be directly elected by ECOWAS citizens to the Parliament. An interim arrangement was put in place where national parliaments nominate members to the ECOWAS Parliament. That interim arrangement has lasted more than 20 years, more than 2 decades. The President of the Republic of Ghana is the current chair of the ECOWAS, Heads of State, Authority of Heads of States. He will be there for 2 years because his mandate was extended that long. The Parliament, the ECOWAS Parliament, I know, started negotiations with the previous chair of Authority of Heads of States. I was personally part of the delegation. You facilitated it, went and met him on this issue of elections. Ghana now becomes the chair. Can we count on you to facilitate an implementation of the ECOWAS protocol that mandates that members to the ECOWAS Parliament be directly elected by ECOWAS citizens?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am a firm believer in ensuring or in members of the ECOWAS Parliament being elected under universal adult suffrage. It is something that I pushed when I was member of the Parliament, the Community Parliament. At the time, we were looking at enhancement of the powers of the Parliament because it is not right that member states are funding a Parliament and yet that Parliament is only existing as an advisory body. And yet, budgets of the Commission, of the ECOWAS institutions are not touched by the parliamentarians. In every democratic dispensation, Parliament should have the power to scrutinize monies that are given to institutions. So I am a firm believer, and I can assure you, Honourable Member, that I will engage as Chair of Council of Ministers. It is one of the issues that I really would like to look at with the Parliament, and I'm very open to discussing it, engaging.
I believe my last opportunity. Nominee, the borders have been closed for close to a year now because of COVID. We closed schools because of COVID. We placed restrictions on social gatherings because of COVID, and etc. In spite of COVID, which we now have greater numbers of reported cases and deaths, and mortality, and etc., we still have open schools. We've loosened all those restrictions and etc. We have opened the borders, the airport, so those who can afford a flight ticket can come in. But we still keep the borders, the land borders, closed, so that even those who can afford a COVID test will still not be able to come in unless they can also afford a flight ticket. I find this very discriminatory. How soon do you think that you can make a case for the opening of the land borders? And I don't mind putting in place requirements of COVID tests at those land borders, but how soon can you make a case for opening the land borders so that border constituencies like mine will have a better livelihood? Because our economies are tied to being able to easily move across and return. So how soon can you make a case for opening land borders?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Let me say that Ghana is not the only country that has closed her land borders. So it's an effort that must be concerted, an effort that all the countries, all the ECOWAS countries, because really we have an issue with porous borders. We can control the land borders properly so-called, but it will be difficult, and it is difficult as we speak, to control all the long stretches of the borders that are not manned. And so we should leave it to the authorities that are in charge to come up with ways in which they can assure Ghanaians that the country is ready, or our countries are ready to handle the influx of people to and fro. This is very important. But like you said, it is true. There's a lot of economic activity on either side of all the borders, and the closure has brought all these economic activities, has halted the economic activities and is creating economic hardship. I believe that it's something, if God willing, you give me the nod and I become the minister again, it is something that we should quickly look at how to resolve. And it won't be just Ghana, but Ghana with the other countries.
Thank you. No, thank you.
You admitted.
Honourable, I said thank you.
Oh,
you have had your last.
I said I should go ahead.
No, I said thank you for ending it for me. Honourable Yawama, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Minister. Minister, Ghana and China established diplomatic relations on the 5th of July 1960. We've had two very important agreements we've had two very important agreements with the Chinese government. The CBD loan facility of about 3 billion. We also signed under the first administration of President Akufo-Addo the 2 billion bauxite butter agreement with the good people of China. These two facilities have encountered some form of delays in terms of releases for the implementation of those projects undersigned. Do you foresee any challenges diplomatically between Ghana and China that has caused these delays, especially when we're so much going to be reliant on these facilities for our mutual benefit and economic development? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Indeed, China and Ghana have very close relations. In fact, trade between our two countries is over 7 billion. There's a lot of Chinese investment into this country. And as part of the engagement, we have these two facilities that are still in the pipeline. They may have delayed with some of the projects. I don't know too much about the CDD, but I know that even with the CDD, some projects are being executed. But with Sino-Hydro also, it is more of a slowdown in releases, in approval of the project and in releases, because of course the monies are not gifts, they are not donations, they are not grants. The monies are monies that are loans that will be paid back. There may be some grant elements, but the monies will be paid back, and therefore they would ensure that all our processes are in place so that we can access the funds. And you have Sino-Shore that is making sure that everything is in place. So it's not that the money is not coming, it's just that processes are still in place. Thank you.
Chairman, my second question. We read in the media and followed through the campaign of Ghana to support our ambassador, former ambassador to the UN, Excellency Martha Pobi, to become the vice chair of the AU. But last week, somewhere, I read that she withdrew her candidature at the last minute. Some of us were looking at a lot more of our diplomats occupying very important positions globally and also at the AU. Could you give us do you have any indication why she withdrew? Because I know we are very much interested in getting some of our candidates in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It is a fact that we do not have enough Ghanaians in international positions, and this is one of the priority areas for me since I became the Minister for Foreign Affairs, when I was Minister for Foreign Affairs. The candidature of Martha Pobi was a candidature that we were also proud of, because as the first woman PR in New York, she did a great job. And so we were all looking forward to having her at the African Union. It is for that reason that we put her candidature up. However, the candidature to the African Union for any country is the candidature for ECOWAS, in our case. So it is ECOWAS that puts forward the candidatures, or the, even though it comes from member states. The heads of states, in their wisdom, and this was a very difficult decision for them to take, that several countries had put forward candidatures. However, ECOWAS only had 2 candidatures as commissioners or 1 as vice president. Heads of states consulted each other and decided that peace and security was one of the issues that was of prime importance and concern to them. And also, we live in COVID times, and therefore, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian, was also another position that could directly impact our region. And so there was a lot of back and forth. Some countries had presented candidates for education, some had presented candidates for macroeconomic investment, some had presented candidates for energy, but in the end, the decision was that we should push for 2 commissioner positions for ECOWAS in these priority areas so that it would impact not just the continent, but also our region. So that was why that decision was taken. And at the very last minute, it wasn't just Ghana that withdrew its candidature, but it was other countries as well who had to withdraw their candidates. Thank you.
Minister, I think it's a very good explanation, and I appreciate it. Chairman, my last question is on AFTA. I believe the nominee played a very important role in Ghana hosting the Secretariat here in Accra. Honorable Minister Designate, between 2019 and 2020, it was forecasted that Africa was going to grow at a pace of 3.6% per annum, with a 3% share in global trade. Now, regional integration is very dear to your heart, and I know that for a fact. What benefits do we stand to gain diplomatically hosting the AFTA Secretariat here in Accra? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Ghana's successful candidature to host the AFCFTA Secretariat is one that I believe will go a long way to help this country. It will impact on economic development. And I say this because as the host country, there are several benefits. One such key benefit is that there will be employment when it's at its full capacity of operations. Also, with AFTA, the Secretariat being here, but for COVID, we would have seen a steady inflow, or influx rather, of a lot of international visitors who are coming for conferences and so on. So it will also impact on our economy. Apart from that, like every other country of Africa, what we do with our private sector, we have a head start as the host country for our private sector to take advantage of what the AFCFTA is offering. And I know that the national office under the Ministry of Trade is engaging the private sector, putting them together in order that they can take advantage of the 1.2 billion market, a market with a combined GDP of over 3 trillion. For any country, the early bird, will catch the worm. And so I believe that that's what the Ministry of Trade is doing, engaging private sector, because after it's about the private sector. And so immediately for the country, it's about jobs, it's about people coming in for conferences and so on and so forth, huge conferences, and it's also about our private sector taking advantage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to also congratulate the honorable nominee on her reappointment to the ministry responsible for foreign affairs and regional integration. I want to, Mr. Chair, with your permission, go back to the matter of vaccines and how we can leverage on diplomatic relations and diplomatic skills to beat the queue. As the minister has rightly said, the former minister has rightly said, even wealthy nations, well endowed with a lot of funding readily available, are struggling. The WHO is warning about vaccine nationalization, what they are calling vaccine nationalization. But, Mr. Chairman, I have noticed that some countries have very cleverly been able to get at the forefront of the queue by employing what the pharmaceutical industry calls the fill and finish. So with that one, they are able to put their local pharmaceutical industries in readiness. So the countries that have manufactured the vaccines just have to send them the active ingredients, and then their local pharmaceutical industries will just fill and finish, get the vials, and then the local industries will do the final packaging for distribution. Algeria has done that successfully, so they've been able to jump the queue, and they have received the Sputnik 5 from Russia. The Brazilians have also done that using the fill and finish, and they have got the vaccine from China. They've jumped the queue. Is that something Ghana is considering? And especially, Mr. Chairman, as in the President's 5-pillar objective for fighting COVID-19, the 5th pillar, the President says, is, quote, inspire the expansion of our domestic capability and deepen our self-reliance, unquote. The fill and finish option will help us to achieve this President's pillar by building local capacity and making sure our pharmaceutical industry also plays a part. So is this fill and finish option being considered, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Of course, it is no surprise because I am not directly with the Ministry of Health. However, in my engagements with China and Russia, I will find out from the Ministry of Health whether it is something that they would like to consider. Because I know that for a fact we do have very capable pharmaceutical companies here who I'm sure will be able to put together a package the vaccine. So I will find out from them. And if that is something that will quicken the pace for us to get the vaccines, I am more than willing to do that. But they would first have to give me the go-ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to follow up on the vaccine matter. The recent policy directive at the airport, the antigen test, which has reviewed the charges down to $50 for ECOWAS nationals, but $150 has been maintained for non-ECOWAS nationals. At a time that we are talking about global solidarity and even appealing to rich nations not to hoard all the vaccines, and they should think about the less endowed countries. I don't like to use that terminology because we have many endowments, but just for the sake of making this point. I mean, the other countries not probably at that level or don't have the sophistication to have manufactured the virus as they have. Don't you think that this directive undermines our foreign policy strategy in trying to leverage on diplomacy to beat the queue and also leverage on our alliances to secure the vaccine as quickly as we can? I don't know if you were consulted when this decision was being taken.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I was not consulted. However, what I know, and I wasn't consulted with regards to how much is charged at the airports, but I know that at ECOWAS, a decision was taken for ECOWAS citizens throughout all the 15 member states to only have the financial burden of any test, COVID-19 test, of $50. And I think it is okay. And reason why I say that is for those who, and I give the example of Europe, there are some charges that are less for those in the Eurozone, those in the Eurozone, and then those outside. And it's done everywhere. I'm sure for SADC, they have some charges that are uniform within SADC, and yet the same service, the charges are higher. So at least that's a start. It's something that, if we so wish, as a continental body, AU might also look at it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if the nominee can come with me to Belgium, this matter to do with our accounts being closed by the ING Bank, some investigative work that Manasseh Azuri-Awuni did. Unfortunately, the House and the Foreign Affairs Committee could not really get the opportunity to look into that matter. But are you willing to share with us the progress? I know that the ministry was doing some work to have those accounts reactivated. And is there anything we should worry about? Is it linked to our current blacklisting on the money laundering list within the corridors of the European Union, as some have speculated?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, the decision of ING Bank to close the account, or the accounts that our embassy in Brussels holds with them, was a decision that came to us as a surprise. Because the accounts of embassies usually, apart from the inflows of compensation and goods and services. And in cases where they have accounts that receive visas and fees and passport fees, nothing else goes through those accounts. So it came as a surprise to us. At some point, we even wanted a joint mission of Parliament and my ministry to go to Brussels to find out. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we could not embark on that mission. But the bank has come back to us to say that it is the right of a bank to disengage from a customer, and they have no responsibility to any customer to give reasons why. To satisfy myself, because the mission could not go to Brussels, I asked for bank statements for all the accounts that are run by the mission, going back 3 years, and we have painstakingly gone through every transaction, and there is absolutely nothing untoward. So I am wondering, just as the honourable member is wondering, and he's asking whether it's because of, we will know soon whether indeed it has anything to do with the blacklisting. However, let me say that I don't know whether or not it has to do with the blacklisting, but I know for a fact that some countries, I'm told about 7 or 8 countries, have also had the same issue with banks in Brussels, and these are embassies. And it may be just coincident that many of those countries are on the list.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee who appeared before us just before you, the Honourable Minister Designate for Defence, when we sought to inquire about an agreement involving the U.S. military and Terminal 1 Ghana Airport and McDan Shipping Company, said that probably you may have it, your ministry may have that agreement. I wrote it down here. It says it may have been transmitted to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because he says he has not cited the agreement. Do you know about that agreement? Do you have a copy? Does your ministry have a copy? That's the Ghana U.S. Defense Cooperation Agreement sequel, which has led to Terminal 1, Ghana Airport Terminal 1, being hived off to McDan for 15 years, where the U.S. military has engaged them for logistics and all kinds of handling matters for the next 15 years. We are worried about national security implications, our sovereignty, and all of that. Do you have a copy of that agreement?
Honourable Chair, I haven't cited that agreement at all. I don't have it.
Mr. Chairman, finally, I want to find out from the nominee if her attention has been drawn to the 2019 Auditor General's report on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, page 211. It's a matter that has come up on the floor of this House before. The Auditor General is calling it uneconomic rent payments. That just between 1st September 2017 and 30th September 2018, a total of about $5.2 million, 1.9 million euros, and 128 million CFA, that works out to 220,000 United States dollars, was disbursed as rent for residences, chanceries, and residential accommodations of home-based officers of 33 missions. The rent paid represented more than 50% of the total expenditure on goods and services of the missions. We consider the expenditures to be uneconomical and therefore not in line with prudent financial management. The lapses in the management of rented accommodations by missions leading to huge rent payments, would need urgent attention of the ministry, since they resulted in a drain on the limited resources of the state. We recommended to the ministry to assist management of the missions to acquire permanent accommodation, either through mortgages or outright purchases. We also advised the ministry on the need to develop a clear and comprehensive policy guideline pertaining to the management of rented accommodations at the missions. Such policy should cover areas such as type of properties, mode of payments, and range of rent amounts for officers based on their ranks, among others, unquote. Has this come to your attention, and how do you respond to this important audit finding?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Indeed, that is the case. We are in 58 countries at the level of embassies and about 9 at the level of consul general or consulates. For many of these countries, we will remain there for a very long time to come. And it is important that we find permanent ways of ensuring that we are cost effective in our expenditure, especially with regards to rents. It is for that reason that when I took over as minister in 2017, I was very happy to find a pot of money, 50 million, from Société Générale, that was to be used for purchases, for construction, and also for rehabilitation of our missions abroad. Properties are very expensive, and therefore the 50 million is almost exhausted, and yet we still have a lot of embassies that are renting their chanceries as well as residencies, not just for the ambassadors, but also for staff. So my first way of dealing with it will be to find some more money to outrightly purchase all our properties abroad and renovate and make sure that the properties are what is expected of Ghana. Also, we do have management guidelines, and the management guidelines on rentals have everything to do with the level of staff in the host country. But we must also note that when our officers leave here and they are outside the country, they are diplomats. And as a result, many countries demarcate areas, not formally, not officially, but informally, so that if there's any issue, they'll be able to reach you as quickly as possible. You therefore cannot just rent a property just anywhere and put your diplomats in harm's way. So these are all considerations that are taken into account before decisions on properties are made. But I've taken the point. Indeed, if I get the nod, I would work with the Foreign Affairs Committee, my 4 years as minister, I believe I have the best committee members because they really supported me, and I'm hoping that if I get the nod, I'll have the same level of cooperation from the chairman and from the ranking member and from the vice chair and vice ranking and all members of the committee. Thank you.
Yes, somebody who has not asked a question yet. Yes, Reverend.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Chair, and congratulations, Honorable Minister Designate, on your nomination. And now to my question. At the heart of Ghana's foreign policy is the promotion of an enhanced image of the state within the Committee of Nations. And fundamental to that will be the structural integrity of infrastructure and properties that are under the oversight of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. In the Minister's just ended response, she did make reference to utilization of a $50 million facility, which were utilized to address some aspects of some recommendations that the former Committee of Parliament on Foreign Affairs carried out. I was privileged to be part of that committee. A number of reports that were carried out arising out of structural inspections of some key properties, missions, and facilities of the ministry were personally conducted. It occasioned a great concern from the committee, and so we carried out inspections. And those inspections uncovered very serious structural defects in irreparable states on some very critical properties, home and in the diaspora. Of particular concern is that of the Accra International Conference Center and that of Ghana's permanent mission to the UN in New York, and a number of other properties that were carried out. Thankfully, subsequent to that, one report referring to the minister.
Honorable, can you go to the question, please? Your commentary has gone.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware, to my question, I'm aware of interventions that were done to address some aspects of our report, but conspicuously unaddressed are the critical interventions needed for demolition and redevelopment of Accra International Conference Center and Ghana's permanent mission to the UN in New York. There are reports indicating how dangerous the state of these properties currently are. Will the minister consider this needful to address when given the nod as the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, one of the shortcomings that we have, not sure whether to say as a nation or what, but the culture of maintenance is a major problem. Because elsewhere, you have buildings that are 100 years old and they're still standing and have no problem whatsoever because they're always maintained. We have some buildings under the purview of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. One such building is the Pink Lady just across, which is the conference center. It would interest you to know that that conference center is not in good shape, to say it very mildly. Members of the committee have gone there and they were shocked when they went to the basement. What they found, I don't think that we should talk about it here. We need to do something about it. It is the only conference center that belongs to government. When you go outside, whether it's ECOWAS, African Union, and their conferences, everybody wants to come to Ghana. However, we do not have the facilities to host people, and not in the state in which it is. So we will have to do something about the conference center. New York is a typical example. That building, the prime area, the choicest area in New York, and yet every year we are threatened with closure by the authorities. It's got asbestos there, leaking water, heating systems. You will be horrified to find that this is where our diplomats in New York work from. Same with Paris. Fortunately, with Paris, we are reconstructing the Chancery. So if given the nod, again, I would love to work with the committee so that we can do the needful, which is to have a new conference center, to have a new New York building that befits the status of Ghana, and to be able to have properties that befit our image, and also to ensure that maintenance is number one on our list of all properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That will be all from my end.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, my first question has to do with the staff and other clients of our missions abroad. How are they coping within this COVID environment? And I want to know what measures have been put in place in our missions abroad to make sure that our staff and visitors to our missions are safe. And especially at those missions where they offer consular services, how is it impacting on their resource mobilization?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'd like to answer the last question first on our revenue. For 1 year now, revenue has taken a huge hit because for about 8 months last year, we had to suspend consular services, which is passports, visas, attestations, and so on. First, because it was not safe for our staff to work, and second, because most of the countries went into lockdown for very long periods. As we speak, countries, because of the second wave, have gone into lockdown again, and therefore it has hit our revenue. But we offer services on emergency basis. Now, our staff, I think it is very important because when it comes to passports, visas, they are in direct contact with the public. Also with consular services where they have to go visit, say, those in detention and so on. So unless it is absolutely necessary, we do not offer these services unless the applicants can assure us that and show proof that the service that is needed is an emergency service. Then we go ahead. We've also, in some cases, in the very big missions, what we've done is we have reduced the number of hours that the staff work. And then they have ensured that there are screens. And of course, all the COVID protocols are in place in all our missions where there is contact with the public. So this is what so far we've done. And I must say that revenue is a problem for the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. My second question is, in 2020, last year, our President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, traveled to both Guinea and Cote d'Ivoire at different times to attend inauguration ceremonies of their elected presidents. Now, these presidents, we know, worked to get their constitutions changed to enable them extend their stay in office. What will be Ghana's official position on this type of activity?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Indeed, these trips were made by the President in his capacity as chair. For each of the two countries, they did have a referendum. They held a referendum. In Guinea, they did. In Cote d'Ivoire, they did. And the referendum enabled them to go for a third term. We might not agree to it. However, these are sovereign countries. We cannot interfere. There's a lot that can be done behind the scenes. But if it is the country has gone through a process, then there's nothing much that you can do. ECOWAS can do what it needs to do behind the scenes. Indeed, during but this was after the horse has bolted. This is during the campaign. We went on a mission to speak to all, to ensure that the campaign, the elections, before, during, and after are peaceful, and not to put in harm's way the citizens who candidates are seeking to lead. So a lot was done behind the scenes, but these were countries that had held referenda, and so nothing could be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. My third and final question. Ambassador Martha Pobi, we all were very excited about the initial endeavor to get her elected to the EU. And of course, we were heartbroken when she stepped down. In the event that you get confirmed, what will be some of the plans that you can undertake to ensure that women, Ghanaian women in the diplomatic service, actually get to the limelight in the diplomatic organizations and other such international organizations? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I was more excited than anyone about Martha Pobi's candidature. I was hoping that she would be the deputy chair of the African Union because I know what she's capable of bringing to that position. Unfortunately, it was not to be. But let me assure the honourable member that we have in the ministry, I have set up a candidatures unit, which is first of all scanning all international agencies to find out, number one, what are the positions that are coming up that are available, and then number two, finding out who we can put forward for those positions. Because Ghana spends a lot on ECOWAS, on African Union, all the international organizations that we belong to, and yet we do not have enough people in those organizations. One of the reasons I've found, at least with ECOWAS and AU, is because most Ghanaians don't have a second language. And so they do apply, however, when it comes to the short list, then they fall by the wayside because they don't have the French language. When you do the reverse, most Francophones speak English, and therefore they are able to get in. But by the grace of God, if you give me the nod, I hope that I can make an impact in that area, especially in ensuring that Ghanaians and women get positions in international organizations. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your renomination. And hopefully this committee would find favor before the committee to continue the good work that you've done. But Honorable Shelley, we have seen and heard horrendous stories and images of Ghanaian female domestic workers in the Middle East particularly, and some of the working conditions that they are suffering and the abuse that they are subjected to is heartbreaking. We also saw how many of them were stranded when the COVID lockdowns across the world took place. And so let me ask, what is being done to protect female domestic workers in the diaspora, if I might put it that way? How many were evacuated back home? And if you would know, how many are still remaining and would need help? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as a woman for 4 years, sitting in the office of Foreign Minister, not a week went by where I was not horrified by stories of Ghanaian domestic workers in the Middle East, Gulf countries, it is something that I can say was one of my very low points, because you have these young women who go in search of greener pastures, so to speak. Many of them are deceived by unscrupulous agents, even when there's been a ban on these agents to take the young ladies out of the country. There's an underground operation going on in all our regions, recruiting these young ladies, some under the pretext of taking them to become teachers, for them to get to their destination only to find out that they are, in quotes, in slavery. Honorable Chair, many of them end up so traumatized. And I'm sure many of you have heard on radio accounts at the airport when they came of how they were treated, how they were violated sexually by some employers, and how sometimes we've had to evacuate them, not through the general COVID evacuation, but in some individual cases. A lot of them came from Lebanon during the evacuation. Many also came from the UAE, Saudi, Qatar, Kuwait. And I believe they are here. But as government, what we need to do, because I'm not sure whether the banning has cured the problem, because what it has done is now they go underground and they're doing it quietly in our communities. And so you can't hold anybody responsible, because when they come to the embassy and you ask them, who is your agent? Who recruited you? Well, they've taken away their passport, they've taken months and probably sometimes 2 years rent. I'm sorry, not rent, their salaries, wages. They don't know the name. Oh, Baba Alaji or something. Where, in, say, some village, everybody could be called Baba Alaji. So I'm not sure whether they're banned. I think we should go back to registering these agents to ensure that they are accountable, number one. Number two, it is important, like other countries have done, that we have formal agreements. We've done that with the UAE and we've done that with Qatar, that we have these formal arrangements where we regulate, we know who is going, for how many years. At the end of 2 years, they are due leave to come, and if they want to go back, they go back. Other countries have done that, and it's working. We have signed an agreement with the UAE, and what is left is for both sides to sit down and operationalize it. But I suggest that we have these arrangements with all the countries where these young people are received. However, I want to use this opportunity to tell them, and I know I'll get into trouble because that's the last time I said, please, please, if it is possible, stay and let these things be regularized before you leave. But most of them want to travel because they are told that when they go there, it's better than Ghana. Some sell their businesses, hairdressing salons, barbering salons, and they go there only to be disappointed. Now they don't go through the airports again because we are collaborating with the Interior Ministry, with the Gender Ministry, and Employment Ministry. And so some of them are stopped at the airport. Now they don't. They use the land borders and go and get their flights from neighboring countries. So that's what I want to say about this.
I don't know if I can, you indulge me, Honorable Osla, to build up on some material fact that I know, and it's important that you brought this matter to fore. Minister, in your answer, you just stated that stay. They will stay where me and you provide better, available, and reassuring opportunities for them by way of employment. And I've had to come in because if you go to your record as foreign minister, I recall I was then Minister for Employment when the minister you succeeded, the Honorable Hannah Tete, we together worked on the first framework to regulate domestic workers in Ghana. Indeed, the meeting took place at the Foreign Ministry. So get your desk officers to debrief you, because as you rightly said, And Honorable Osler, just pardon me 1 minute to say, the United States of America had downgraded Ghana, in terms of some placement that we had to go to the U.S. Department of Labor to make a justification for Ghana to get an improvement. Minister, what you need to do, your counterpart Minister for Employment, there is, and I signed off as Minister for Employment, I took it to Cabinet, but couldn't get it through. Domestic workers regulation, bring it to Parliament to regularize it. Then I leave it there, Honorable Osler. The agency under Ministry of Employment that licenses them, the Labor Department, there are two categories, legal recruiters and illegal recruiters. So the decision and the ball lies in your court. I just thought that I should give you this input so that when you go back, the first framework, particularly for the Arab sub-region, as I recall, Honorable Hannah Tete supervised it in your ministry, and there's a framework we should work with. It's our inability to pass, even in Ghana. It's not in Saudi they are abused. In Ghana here, young girls are abused in people's homes. And we should be concerned about that. Honorable Osler, thank you and time, and thanks for the indulgence.
Yes, you may continue.
Yes, and as you indicated, there are other countries that export labor in a regulated manner, and so their rights are also protected. And I believe, like you indicated, and Honorable Minority Leader has also indicated, we can go down that line and create the conditions for them to have some dignified form of employment, both outside and inside here. So I'm grateful that you say you take it up as a matter of urgency if given the nod, because it is a matter which is of great concern, I'm sure, to every member of not just this committee, but the whole country. Now, what would you say are your two key achievements and your two major challenges in the past 4 years?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Two major achievements. I can think of many, but to do with passports. We've been able, since I was minister, or since I became minister, or during my tenure as minister, we've been able to, first of all, increase the number of passport application centers that I came to meet, which means that we are bringing passport acquisition close to the applicants. We have also, in collaboration with a private sector operator, set up three...
Chama, sorry, we are following you through. You've increased it from what number to what number? From which capital in which region in Ghana for our record?
Yes, Leader. We have set up a passport application center in Tema, in Koforidua, in Cape Coast, and in Wa. And we are almost close to completing preparations for the Upper East. We are also, sorry? Yes, we are also going to ensure, if I'm given the nod, that the 6 new regions have their passport application centers. What we've also done, Honorable Chair, is to make passport application fully online. So far, it is working very well. So people are able to fill out their forms online. They are able to get their the dates and to choose which passport application center they want to visit. That is working very well. We have also increased the passport booklets, the pages, for those who are frequent travelers to 48. So you have an option of 32 or 48. Also, as we went round, Ghanaians complained about the cost. The Ghanaians in the diaspora complained about the cost of passports. As a result, Cabinet approved the reduction of the price of passports outside the country. We have also increased the number of passport application centers all throughout our missions abroad. And therefore, most missions, apart from I think 6 or so, now are able to take the biometric details of people. And then we've also increased the printing hubs from 6. Now we have about 15, so that it's easier for applicants to have their passports printed and sent to them quickly. We have also, well, we are almost at the tail end of bringing on board or changing from biometric to chip-embedded passports. And it's something that I believe will go a long way to ensure that security of passports is ensured. On visas also, we have moved from the visa sticker, handwritten. Very soon we'll all see that visas are biometric. So these are two very important areas of, I believe, achievement, apart from what I've done to build the capacity of the Foreign Service officers by setting up a Foreign Service Institute, which will be ready for their use soon to build their capacity. I can go on and on and on.
Yes, I can say that. But Ghanaians living abroad complain that the cost of obtaining a Ghanaian passport or renewing their passports is high. Do you have any plan to review that? Do you engage them? Do you engage the Ghanaian campus explain why it is for them, it is that high compared to those living in Ghana?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is the feedback that we got from Ghanaians in all the countries, especially the European and the Americas. And as a result, the proposals that were brought to Parliament for the reduction were approved, and it's in operation. Thank you, sir.
No, I have to go here. Yes, Honorable Jai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden, has made a lot of strong statements in support of LGBTQ rights. As the technical advisor to the President on our foreign affairs, what advice will you give to the President in respect of LGBTQ rights in Ghana? Bearing in mind that he has said that he will sanction countries that do not conform with diplomatic and economic sanctions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Ghana is a sovereign country, but as part of our foreign policy, we engage countries all over the world. America is one of our strongest friends. But in this country, we have laws, and our laws work and must work. And so, in spite of what somebody would say, and in this case, President Biden, the laws of Ghana criminalize unnatural, I believe, is carnal knowledge. Am I right? I'm not too sure. Yes. Yes, that's what it falls under. And therefore, the laws of Ghana definitely are prime or primary. And that is what we all adhere to, the laws that we enact. Of course, culturally also, we have our cultural norms that we all adhere to. And so as much as he would say that, we also, as a sovereign country, must speak to the laws of the land. I think what he's interested in also is to do with human rights abuses. And we are a country that adheres to the rule of law. And so I think that we are on solid ground where that is concerned. The laws of Ghana.
Okay, a quick follow-up on that one. You mentioned on natural carnal knowledge, that is section 104, 1C of Act 29, 1960. Will you be an advocate for a repeal of that law? Because Biden again has said that the embassies should have a discussion with the host state to decriminalize laws that don't favor LGBTQ rights people. So will you advocate for a repeal of that law?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is the House of Law. This is where laws are enacted. And therefore, I believe that the question must be asked whether Parliament is ready to repeal any such law. Fortunately, I cannot include myself because I'm no longer a parliamentarian. So Parliament must let us know whether this is what they want to do.
Thank you very much. I don't think
Chairman,
such intentions.
Yes, Minister, even though this is Parliament, by the very provisions of the Constitution, particularly under Article 103, 106, the executive remains the source of or the initiator of legislation. Parliament does not on its own just wake up and wanting to work on laws. So take note of that. And then my attention has been drawn to the fact that there is LI 1408, Chairman, I got it right, or 24. The domestic workers regulation is law. I understand that the regulations were passed. So you should be activating and implementing it instead of collaborating to get it passed. LI 2408, just for the record. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
She isn't done. Are you? You're done. Okay. Right. Okay. As Honorable Tampuli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ayoko Butchie, I'd like to congratulate you on your re-nomination as the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. I want to take your mind to our fellow compatriots who were extrajudicially killed in 2005, I believe, in Gambia. This is a matter that has gone through different regimes, and I'm not sure we have had finality on the matter. Now, 2 Gambian soldiers, were heard to have confessed that there were state actors who were involved in the killing. Ghanaians, Senegalese, Ivorians, and I believe a Nigerian were all involved. Now, that was a matter that happened at the time when our president was the Minister for Foreign Affairs and he took some steps. Now, has there been any finality on this matter? Have they paid any compensation? Because if state actors were involved, then state responsibility under international law would have been triggered. Now, have we pursued any adequate compensation for those who lost their loved ones?
I didn't get the question well, but I know that it has to do with the 44 alleged murder of 44 Ghanaians and other nationals in 2005 in Gambia. Nationals of ECOWAS who were on their way to Europe. We all know in the end that there was an ECOWAS and United Nations investigation which came out with a report. The report then said that Yahya Jammeh, president at the time, was not directly or indirectly complicit in the crime. And as a result, in 2009, 6 bodies were exhumed after a meeting with between President Mills and President Yahya Jammeh. It was decided then that they exhume the 6 bodies that were found and rebury them in Ghana. Gambia, as a gesture, accompanied the 6 bodies with 500,000 United States dollars to help in the reburial of the 6 bodies. We're not too sure whether the 6 bodies were actually Ghanaians. I don't know what forensic studies were done on the bodies. But this matter has come up again. And families of the victims are asking for compensation and reparation. Not only that, they are also asking that we look into the matter again, because at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Gambia, some former soldiers who were working for President at the time, Yahya Jammeh, have confessed that they murdered the ECOWAS nationals and that they did it on the orders of the former president. And I think that it is only right that the families would now want the matter looked at again. Not only the families, but also some international...
Minister, will you reopen an investigation into the matter?
We already have made moves, Leader. We have already made moves, Honorable Chairman. We have contacted the Gambian authorities. They have not ended the hearings of their reconciliation committee.
So Ghanaians have been assured that you are reopening.
Can I finish? What we need to do, yes, there is the willingness for us to reopen. However, Ghana cannot do it on its own. Ghana would have to do it with Gambia. They have said that they need to finish and come out with a report. Once they have the report, then we can look at it. And we are suggesting that Ghana, Senegal, and Gambia informally now start meeting on this matter until such time that we can agree on the way forward.
So, Chairman,
so I am assuring this House,
Minister, if you just allow me, Chairman, with your indulgence, so
that it will be looked at in the informal way.
The Ghanaian public is listening to you. Affected families of the Gambian murder are probably also listening to you. are they being assured that the government of Ghana, through you as foreign minister, is considering reopening investigations into the murder of Ghanaians in the Gambia, subsequent to the Gambia completing its national reconciliation process?
Leader, Honorable Chair, what I can assure Ghanaians is that I will raise the matter with my colleagues. However, the decision to reopen is a decision that is not taken by myself only, but it would have to be done in consultation with the Attorney General, and then government and cabinet as a whole would have to make that decision. But informally, as I have done already, I have informally raised it with my colleague. So it's not like nothing is being done. However, a decision that would have to be taken to bind the country would have to be taken about.
I'm sorry, I'm coming back again. You've discussed it with which of your colleagues? Because
the Foreign Minister of Gambia.
Okay.
The Foreign Minister of Gambia.
Not Senegal.
Not Senegal yet.
So you'll be doing Senegal.
Definitely. But like I said, the decision will be above us.
Are you done? Very well. Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, in your response to the question posed by Honorable Okujeto in relation to the closure of our accounts in Brussels, you indicated that you took steps to ascertain whether something untoward had happened or not. But you remember that after the closure, the EU made a publication that Ghana is one of the 22 countries that they have put on their blacklist. That seriously bruised the image of Ghana in the international arena. What concrete steps did you take as our foreign minister to redeem the image of Ghana?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe with regards to the blacklisting, the issues to do with the blacklisting are under the domain of the Finance Ministry. However, Ghana was supposed to take some steps to do with some laws and policies, anti-money laundering, also to do with NGOs, also to do with beneficial ownership, which the Registrar General's Department had worked on. I'm not too sure about the details. I would not sit here to say that I'm an expert on it. But I know that some of these matters came before the 7th Parliament. And I know for a fact that a lot has gone on in terms of Ghana making progress. And so there will be a meeting in February, which Ghana will now present to the EU what we've done so far, the progress we've made, and apply to be taken off the blacklist. That is what I know for now.
So Ghana is still on the blacklist?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Ghana is still on the blacklist.
Second question. Your ministry partnered the Ministry of Trade on a project to promote made in Ghana goods and also attract foreign direct investment. And earlier on, you indicated that you firmly believe in parliamentary accountability. Can you share with the committee the total cost of that project and the impact on our economy?
can you kindly give me a little bit more information? Because when you say the project, is it the project?
Which specific project do you want her to give you information?
Between your ministry and some other MDAs to promote made in Ghana goods and to also attract foreign direct investment abroad, which you did. And then I want to know the impact of that important project and how much the Ghanaian taxpayer paid for that project.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm not too sure of this project, but what I know is that as part of our mandate under economic diplomacy, which is to seek markets for made in Ghana products and also to attract foreign direct investment into our country, we have embarked on several initiatives. And one such initiative is the Made in Ghana Bazaar that we now hold every year. We've held it twice. Last year we couldn't because of COVID, where we invite indigenous Ghanaian producers to come and exhibit their products. Last year it was highly patronized at the conference center. And what we do is we take an inventory of all these products and the manufacturers, put it in a booklet form. We are looking also to put it on our website in all the missions outside. And in so doing, we can attract joint ventureships and some investment into their businesses. And these are small, medium enterprises, and it's gone down very well. Unfortunately, I don't know, I cannot tell you off the top of my head how much it did cost, but I know that it was something that was very, very useful for the exhibitors.
Now my last question. What is the status of the $2 million Consular Emergency Fund for destitute Ghanaians abroad? And what exactly are you seeking to achieve with this fund?
Thank you very much. The fund is non-existent, although we have, together with the Committee on Foreign Affairs, we have made a lot of presentations to the Finance Ministry that it is necessary for us to have that fund to be able to deal with emergencies when they happen outside Ghana where our nationals are involved. I've given the example of these domestic workers who sometimes are just dumped on us at the missions, and it becomes difficult to take care of them. Sometimes our officers have to dig into their pockets to look after them. If we have this fund, we would be able to look after them, also buy their tickets and bring them home. Another typical example is when a footballer went to Russia and died. We had to bring the body back. These are things that we could use the fund for, because we don't have any line item as a ministry to take care of such emergencies. And the Committee on Foreign Affairs in the last Parliament did a lot to try and get us approval. Even if we didn't have the money sitting in our accounts, it's something that we can draw down on as and when it became necessary. We could have used some for the evacuations that we did, because those were emergency matters. Unfortunately, we were not given it, and I'm hoping that if I'm given the nod, I would work with Parliament to ensure that it is done. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Honorable Petitioner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, the purchase of our mission in Oslo, Norway, became the subject of parliamentary question during the last Parliament. Honorable, I'm informed that it is a matter in court. Mr. Chair, would you, the honorable nominee, want to make some comments on this matter? Ashada.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Honorable Chair, the matter is sub judice, part of it. But let me say that the decision to purchase a property in Norway when we opened our embassy, I believe is a decision in the right direction. We all know how much we pay in rents with regards to the properties in our missions. So we followed a laid-down procedure. And the laid-down procedure in the ministry is a procedure that has nothing to do with the minister. The minister cannot take any unilateral decision on the procedure that is laid down for the purchase or the rental of properties outside the country. So, like we always do, we sent officials, and the first instance is officials from the ministry who go and set up the embassy, and then as part of their remit, they are supposed to look for properties, either to rent or to purchase, and also vehicles, logistics. They came back with a report and said they had found properties. They recommended one property. The next thing that we were supposed to do, as per the procedure, was to send a team proper to go outside the country, and per the procedure, per what we do, a team made up of, in many cases, the Deputy Minister for Finance and Admin, also the Director Estates, the Institute of Architects will give us a representative who will become the consultant, also land valuation, and then Ministry of Finance. That's the first step. They would come back with their findings and then let us know what to do. If it's positive, then it goes to entity tender, then it also from there goes to PPA.
Minister,
With regards to Oslo, sorry.
I think that, like you said, I didn't know that the matter was pending in court. I wouldn't have allowed the question. But what we've given is sufficient details. We should leave it here. Please. Is that it? Honorable Patricia PJ, you're done. Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable nominee, I wish to refer to the first report of the Appointment Committee of the 7th Parliament, in which the report quotes you as saying, the nominee, well, not quotes you, but reports are saying that the nominee expressed her disapproval of the emerging phenomenon why some Ghanaians, particularly women, are lured by employment agencies to foreign countries on the pretext of placing them in lucrative jobs only to be maltreated. She highlighted the need for authorities to calm down activities of illegal travel agencies promising non-existent jobs. And she said, if approved by the House, she will engage her colleague ministers responsible for interior and employment and labor relations to deal with the situation. On that note, I express my disappointment that 4 years after you are back here and the report you have is a lamentation of how every week it breaks your heart to see that still happening. Renovation of foreign affairs. In responding to questions on the conditions of the country's missions abroad, the nominee noted that most of the officers of the Ghana's missions were in deplorable state and expressed her unhappiness about the situation. She hinted that she would make the refurbishment of Ghana's mission abroad one of her topmost priorities if approved by the House. The nominee commended the previous government for securing $50 million for the rehabilitation of Ghana's missions abroad. Now, how have you applied or utilized this $50 million after 4 years, and how come that after 4 years you are not able to raise similar facilities for us to renovate the AICC and its like?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I don't believe that I have come here to lament. I believe what I have done is to state the facts as they are and how I feel about them. Honorable member did say that I assure the committee that I will engage other ministers, and I have done that. We have meetings all the time, meetings between myself, the Interior Minister, the Minister for Manpower, even adding the Minister for Gender to these meetings. And it is as a result of such meetings that we've been able to sign 2 agreements. It is not an overnight matter. Sometimes when you're outside looking in, you probably may think that it's quick, and it can happen. But when you're dealing with other countries, it takes time. And therefore, if I am given the nod, I will continue with my colleagues to engage to ensure that these matters to do with the girls who go out and the agents who subject them to these inhumane situations, we will continue to work to bring it to an end. Also to do with AICC and by extension, the 50 million, I said when I started that the 50 million is very handy. However, 50 million does not go a long way when you're purchasing properties outside. I must say that we have not just used the 50 million, but we have also scraped during this 4-year period to use internally generated funds. And with the internally generated funds, we have been able to renovate the Chancery in Abuja. We have been able to renovate the residence in Bamako. We have added on a consular building in Berlin. We have in London, we are restoring and renovating what we call the Cromwell House. We are building, rebuilding, reconstructing in Seoul, in Tokyo. So we are doing stuff outside the 50 million. It is up to the Ministry of Finance, and I hope that they will approve when we approach them for more funds to make purchases or to construct. And I hope that Parliament will give us the support when the time comes for AICC and for other projects. It's very important. So, Honorable Chair, this is what I can say about the matters to do with our properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable nominee, one of the fundamental principles governing our foreign policy is promotion of respect for international law and treaty obligation. And you will agree with me that the basic principle of international law is pacta sunt servanda, where we need to respect agreements that we undertake. Now, Ghana has signed an optional protocol to be bound by the decisions of the ECOWAS Court and the African Court of Human and People's Rights. However, we've had a number of reports that suggest that our courts are unwilling to enforce judgment from some of these courts. For example, in February 2017, in the African Journal of International and Comparative Law, it was reported that the High Court of Ghana declined to enforce ECOWAS court judgment. Do you think this trend can affect international relations and diplomatic obligations?
Indeed, we have signed on to respect international law and treaty obligations. But this question, I would have to seek the information you require from the Attorney General. May I respectfully, Honorable Chair, ask that when the Attorney General comes, this question is put. I would do what is required of me diplomatically, but the real meat belongs to the Attorney General. Thank you.
And actually for the judiciary, Attorney General may not even be able to answer why the judges refuse to. But there's a legal part to it, I'm sure he knows. So. Yes, now I'll come to leadership. Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Muntaka first, then we'll come here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from our colleague nominee when she was answering the question on the closure of the account. She said they told us that they were not obliged to give us reasons. They were not obliged to give us reasons. That's what he said. But we are aware that we've been blacklisted by the European Union. And I was wondering whether you could not relate the reasons why the European Union has blacklisted us to the closure of the accounts.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if you recall, soon after the closure of the account, the EU ambassador made a statement that it had nothing to do with the closure of our account, has nothing, or the blacklisting of Ghana is not the reason why accounts have been closed, because in her opinion, they are not related. But I can, Honorable Chair, when we sought to find out from the bank, they said, we are pleased to confirm that our decision to terminate our business relationship is exclusively based on an internal ING business decision. We can also confirm that the letter you have received on 13th August does not constitute an opinion by ING Belgium SA on the risk profile of the Embassy of Ghana as client of ING Belgium SA. This letter should thus not be interpreted as if ING Belgium SA considers the embassy to be under suspicion of corruption or financial malfeasance.
Do you recollect how long, or do you have any information at your ministry to give you indication how long we've operated this account? How long we've operated the account that's been closed?
I do not know, but I can always find out how long we've operated it.
Memory serves me right. You've served on the Foreign Affairs Committee for about 8 years before becoming the Foreign Minister, right? Was it 4 or 8 years?
4 years.
On the Foreign Affairs Committee?
Yes, I was ranking member for 4 years.
And not a member in the other 4 years? I thought you were a member before you became ranking.
Chair, if I can check for a minute. As we grow older, we get to forget things. The committees that I've served on, actually it's 4 years.
Because I was majority.
The first 4 years, I was deputy minister at the foreign ministry for a period. 2013 to 2017. I was on communications and I was on communications.
Oh, okay.
And,
so I'm surprised you could not tell how long we've been operating that account, but I'm sure you should know that we've operated that account for more than a decade.
Okay. It won't surprise me at all that we've operated it for that long because we don't move accounts that easily.
But I said that they gave you the statement and you went through the bank statement and you did not see any transaction apart from what normally will be operated by the embassies.
That is so, Honorable Chair.
So is it possible?
3 years going back on all the accounts.
So is it possible for us to have a copy?
Yes, if the committee wishes to, very much open to. Honorable Chair, let's not forget that when this thing happened, I said that we should have a joint mission to Brussels. And the Honorable, can't remember his name, but he was on that mission. We went ahead to procure visas and all only for COVID to spike, and we had to abort the mission. So yes, I would gladly avail the bank statements to the committee.
You were asked about the agreement with the McDonald, with the U.S. Defense or the U.S. Embassy, and you said you were not aware. Is that what you said?
That is correct. I'm not aware. I wasn't privy to that agreement.
But isn't it not worrying that you are in charge of our foreign policy and a foreign country such as U.S. Army or U.S. Embassy will enter into an agreement with a Ghanaian company that is managing our property, and all of you don't show interest to know exactly what the agreement is about?
I don't want to proffer an opinion on this, but I believe that if I were to dig, I may find a copy. I'm not too sure whether our ministry was furnished with a copy. Well, we may have been. But what I do know, what I have a copy of is the Defense Cooperation Agreement that I do have a copy of.
I know your ministry, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has a research unit. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has the research unit that works even almost all our embassies, right? And they try to make sure that we are abreast with whatever is happening with regards to our country and our country's interests. Am I right?
Correct.
So is that not a very good reason why, when such an agreement is there, even if they do not provide us copy, we should be interested in knowing the content of those agreements so that we'll be sure that our national interest is protected?
That is correct. Honorable Chair, With regards to the research department, they are not directly under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Well,
so they don't report to us.
I understand that.
Yes.
So, Honorable Nominee, if when giving this nod, will you take interest to know what's happening because our national interest is at stake?
Yes, it's something that is of interest to me. So I think my ministry usually should be furnished with copies of agreements as well as the
And that has nothing to do with the agreement, yes. That's not what he said. He said he was not a party to it. And we were wondering that in charge of our defense ministry, he should be interested, even though it was between the U.S. Army or U.S. Embassy with a Ghanaian private company managing a portion of our airport. And I thought that was security, there are security implications. And those in charge of security should be interested. And then he said that, unfortunately, he was not part. But he was hoping that maybe the foreign ministry may have more information. And now we have the foreign minister also not aware or doesn't have a copy of the agreement. Obviously because it's between a government and Ghanaian private company. Naturally, if you don't take keen interest, you may not be part of it. But I was thinking that because of securing our national interest and securing our our territorial integrity, our representatives in both foreign ministry, national security, interior ministry, defense ministry should be interested. That was why I was asking, if given the nod, whether she would consider seeking to know the content and how our interests could be properly protected.
Proceed with your next question. I think. No. Please, let Honorable Mutaka proceed, please.
Because of what you say, if you permit me, I'll just read the Hansard of 19 February 2020, which was answered, a question answered by the then Aviation Minister, Honorable Kofi Adam, and it is column 024, that's 24. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, paragraph 3.1, ground floor. The Ghana Civil Aviation Authority has rented out the ground floor of Terminal 1 to Magdan Aviation for use as a logistic operations center for a period of 15 years from January 2019, pursuant to the Ghana government agreement with the United States of America. Magdan has also signed a management agreement with the United States military and provide logistics and handling services to the U.S. military through Terminal 1, fixed-base operations. This was what the then Aviation Minister told this House, and this official report of Parliament, Wednesday, 19 February 2020. So that was why I was thinking that those who have the responsibility of protecting our national interests and territorial integrity, at least should know the content. So she's giving an assurance that, given the knowledge, she will take interest to know what the content is about.
Honorable Chair, I give the assurance. I'm interested to find out what's in the agreement and also to ensure that we have a copy lodged in our ministry, in our consular and legal section.
I do not have the date, but very recently, sister country, Nigeria, almost had a diplomatic problem with us when their portion of their embassy or compound that they claim to own in Ghana was demolished. And I remember you granted an interview, you said you were working at it to ensure that whatever challenges there was will be resolved amicably. Yeah, it's gone quiet. It's my belief that maybe you've been able to resolve it. But what were really the issues that necessitated the demolition of their, or is it part of the embassy or a property that they own in Accra?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Nigeria was allocated land during the time of the late President Rawlings. It was an arrangement that was agreed upon between President Rawlings and, I believe, President Obasanjo. So land was allocated to the country. They paid for the land, okay. However, after paying for the land, they did not go ahead to get a lease, to process a lease, and eventually land title for the land. So that whole area, which is just behind the Independence Avenue, part of the land is on the Independence Avenue, part of the land is behind. That whole area is land owned by the Osustu, it's vested land. And so it's managed by Lands Commission for the Osustu. So in their records, there's no owner for the land. So the Osustu, also from my understanding, also gave out the land. And of course, the land was processed at Lands Commission. But because the land, they hadn't processed the lease, and also did not have land title, there was no record, from my understanding, at Lands Commission. Although they had constructed a fence wall around it. I think eventually they decided to construct a building on it. Unfortunately also, they did not go to get a building permit. So also at, I believe, the Kole Klote Municipal, there was no record. So this land was given out, it was sold to somebody, who then decided to come onto the land. And so when he came, he destroyed the fence wall and started demolishing, because he thought, I guess, that his land had been encroached upon. And that is how this whole thing started. So when we came in, and there was back and forth, when we came in and we tried to resolve the matter, to find out, we asked for their documents, it was then that we found out that they only had the receipt of their purchase, but there was no record anywhere. However, because of the strong relations that exist between our two countries, and the fact that whatever it is a diplomatic enclave, because it had the residence facing the Independence Avenue, and it was to the back of that and to the right. So it was the issue of the Vienna Convention kicked in, the inviolability of diplomatic residence. So we quickly had to find a solution, and the solution was that we encouraged them, first of all, to perfect the title, and also because of the importance we attach to the relations, we decided that we would construct the building to the level it was at before the demolition occurred. At the moment, a contractor has been has been assigned the building, and very soon I'm told that they will start construction, because the demolition, although they didn't demolish the whole building, is such that it has affected the structural integrity of the building, so it would have to be demolished and rebuilt.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's been close to a year since this happened.
Sorry?
I'm saying it's been close to a year since this happened.
Yes.
So I hope you take steps to ensure that there's no further delay so that it doesn't deteriorate into another.
Yes, please. We are worried about the delay, Honorable Chair. But it took them a while because we gave them the option of whether their contractor should reconstruct the building, or whether we should give them a contractor. It took them quite a bit of time to get back to us, but they came back to us and said we should use our own contractor. So the process is going on, subject to Ministry of Finance quickly providing us with the funds.
Mr. Chairman, in an answer to an earlier question about the Accra International Conference Center, I heard you say it was not in good shape.
Yes, Honorable Chair, it is in bad shape.
Yeah, realize this, that it wasn't in good shape.
We realized that a while back. Now, what it is, I'm not a structural engineer. However, how I was made to understand, when you go down to the basement, you will find that a lot of the pillars that hold the conference center is
it's weak, or it's
very weak. It's very weak.
It's glaring.
Apparently, it was a waterlogged area when the building was constructed, and so they used the technology that had the boulders or whatever they called on top. Now it's sort of eating it up, and I hear there's new technology. I'm not too sure. So the issue was whether to strengthen the weak pillars that hold it. Several engineers, structural engineers, have come to look at it, and they are saying that it's not a good idea to do that.
So will I say maybe it's been 4 years since you noticed this?
I'm afraid. I'm afraid for...
Maybe it's 4 years since you noticed this weakness?
It's less than 4 years that it was brought to my attention, because we kept...
So maybe 3 years?
Yes, we always were trying to...
Why didn't you take steps to close it down?
Well, we've taken steps, and we've come to the realization that it's not something that we can do some patchwork.
But it's still operational. We are still using it. I remember we had to go and far past the body of former President Rawlings there.
Yes.
And a number of ECOWAS and other meetings have been held there.
Yes.
So all this while you were risking the life of all those who were going there.
No, that is not the case.
No, but if you knew it was weak and you kept it still open, you have not notified the public, you've not closed down the place. Obviously, with attendance and programs, it will collapse. Well, it's not going to announce to you that I will collapse on Thursday or Friday. Once we are using it, if you are not careful, one day it just collapses.
Honorable Chair, honorable member has put me on the spot, but these are decisions that would have to be taken, and we've taken steps to start a process.
I agree she's not a technical person, but she's gotten the benefit of technical people's advice, but the decision to whether continue allowing the place to be open or closed is hers.
Well, what the engineers have said is that it doesn't have a long life, and so we should take steps to do something about it. They have not said so far that it will collapse on us. So it's just my fear.
I hope that when given this nod, you will take the necessary steps to get the right things done.
Absolutely.
Get the place closed and get it properly fixed before maybe you have an accident. That's an assurance.
It is an assurance.
Mr. Chairman, when she was talking about our embassy in an earlier question, answer to a question, and New York came, she said a number of times we've had notices to close the place down and they have to intervene to keep it open. Is that right?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
What happens to the, I knew there was this agreement for build and share, or is it build, operate and transfer? What happened to those agreements, those discussions?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, indeed, New York is a major issue, but we've reached far in terms of the process to get an investor to build, operate, and transfer. Until I left, the last week before I left, the investor came because he was also looking at the numbers, how many years, what looks like a mortgage, so to speak, to recoup his investment. And he wanted 55 years. And I said there was no way that I could commit the country to that. But they brought a lot of evidence, and we went down to 49. I said I don't want to see the 50 figure, to 49.5 or so. So that's where we are. He'll bring it, we'll look at it, it will come to Parliament, Parliament will have its input and all of that. So that's where we are. They're crunching the numbers. We have engaged a transaction advisor who is advising us. So that's where we are. It's a matter of the numbers and what is acceptable to us.
I hope we'll soon get a closure on that so that we can rescue their property. You know, it's at a very prime area in Manhattan, right?
Yes, right in the center, Fifth Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, when she was answering a question with regards to Gambia, you said it will not take only you, it has to get cabinet, even the Gambia as a country, talk together to be able to come out with something, to be able to deal with it. Is that right? You said that, right? But, Honorable Minister, Honorable Nominee, you are aware that cabinet discussions are not verbal. You have to put it on a memo, take it. So, when do you hope, if given this now, when do you hope to take that steps to initiate the process? Because you have to take interest in it.
More than ever, we need the cooperation of the Gambian government. Unilaterally, it will be almost impossible for us to do anything. They have told us that they're going through their process. They want the report to come out. Once the report comes out, then they'll be able to have formal discussions with us. So I'm hoping we are ready. We are ready because it's our nationals and the families are here. So we are ready to engage. But we want to be able to engage them formally with the Senegalese so the three foreign ministers can sit down and chart the way forward. It's very important. And if we're going to use international investigators to now come in and do a proper investigation, so be it. But that would be one of our recommendations.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to find out from you your clear-cut foreign policy objective. Clear-cut foreign policy objective in relation to our new national security strategy. How you intend to work and when you think we may have to use our military in our foreign policy. Use our military, our armed forces.
I don't know about using our armed forces, but one of the major pillars of our foreign policy, our objectives, is peace and security in the region, which is why His Excellency the President came up with the Accra Initiative because of our neighbors or what is happening in the neighborhood, especially in the Sahel, and the likelihood of these terrorist issues becoming an issue here. So, President brought together countries like ours, Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, to also now prepare. We've been able, fortunately, to put it on the agenda of ECOWAS, and ECOWAS has come up with the Counter-Terrorism Action Plan 2020-2025. And one of the good things about it is that before we ask outsiders to help us, we are on our own contributing to the fund so that we can use it to fight terrorism. So that's one of the major pillars is peace and security. And these moves are being made to ensure that we have a peaceful, secure region, and especially Ghana.
Honorable nominee, when the defense minister was here, we asked him about the arrest in Bole, around Bole, the town of Dabla Kuro, where our citizen was arrested by the Ivorian, what do they call it, their police or military, and it's been sentenced for 10 years in December 2020. And he said we were exploring the diplomatic channels. So as the foreign minister, I wanted to find out whether you are aware of this and what are we doing to secure our citizen that is serving in the Ivorian prison.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the issue to do with, I'm not sure whether to say, okay, he was arrested, Munkaila, around the Dollar Power area, around Bole. And he's in Cote d'Ivoire. We've asked our mission to find out what exactly happened, where he is being kept. And once we have the concrete information, unfortunately, I'm not able to act properly, although I'm the President's representative, to engage and find out what can be done. However, yesterday I received, and it has to do also with boundary around that area, and the allegation that our boundary is being interfered with. So Boundary Commission is dealing with that aspect of it. I am dealing, God willing, if you give me the nod, I will deal with engaging the authorities. But for now, research department is looking into the matter, where he is, how he was I don't know whether to call it kidnapped or arrested or whatever, and we will take it from there, because we need information to be able to approach them, and that is why we have that unit to do that.
Honorable Minister, Honorable nominee, will I get your assurance that this will be one of your top priorities if one, by the grace of God, we approve of your nomination, that you not leave our citizens to be hungry, but you take keen interest to ensure that the right things are done?
I can assure the country that it's already priority on my list, because already we've made some moves. We want to know the charges and all of that.
Chairman, thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Okay. Chair, I'm grateful. Let me begin by commending the nominee for her reassuring words to continuously work with Parliament, and I'm a witness to all the positive working relationship that she had shown during her 4-year tenure of office. But, Madam Nominee, if I'm allowed to, I'm aware of the Indian-funded Foreign Institute. under your leadership, are you able to apprise this committee what has become of it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the ministry was given a facility to build, construct, and set up a Foreign Service Institute, which is really needed for building capacity of our Foreign Service officers. As we speak, we are about 80% complete with the construction, and I'm hoping that in the next few months that Foreign Service Institute will be operational. Already we have officers who have been assigned to the institute, and so we are just waiting for the facility to be handed over to us. What was given to us by the Indian government was not enough, and so we have had to use IGF, internally generated funds, to complete it. So any time from now, I can assure this committee that we will commission it.
Honourable nominee, I recall in the 7th Parliament, I was privileged to be part of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and we traveled extensively across the globe. Now, on matters related to the 50 million Secretary General facility, first of all, I want to commend the MPP government and your good self, because you recall it started from the previous NDC administration, continuity of governance. You supported it, and we are where we are. Regardless of the challenges associated with the withdrawal of funding for development and all that, I realize that if we resort to incremental maintenance of our facilities and properties across the world, it's something that will inure to our benefit as a country, other than, for want of a better expression, wait until the facilities are destroyed and then we come to renovate. Going forward into the future, what would be your approach in terms of the maintenance of the quality of our facilities and properties across the world? How should we approach it? What model would you recommend?
First of all, I think it is important that we have regular inspection of our properties. What I did when I was minister was to have, when I took over, we didn't have a proper inventory database of all the properties, so we did that. Now, what we need to do is to have regular inspection teams, and I have asked the head of civil service, and indeed he has posted an estates officer to my ministry. We need to do regular inspection so that we know the state of each property and what needs to be done at any given time. That's number one. Number two is that the Ministry of Finance should give us some money to be able to do renovations. Renovations are expensive, and it becomes quite difficult when we have to conjure money from nowhere for renovations. And that is what has been the plight of the ministry and the renovation of its properties over the years. We have real issues, and we are hoping that we will be able, with the help of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Honorable Chair, that would be it. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Honorable Minority Leader.
Chairman, let me thank the nominee, our colleague, the Honorable Shirley Ayokobuchi, for her renomination to the High Office of High Diplomat of Foreign Minister for our Republic. Now, global politics imposes new obligations on diplomacy, and the emphasis now is on economic diplomacy. Now, when you go to the UN and to ECOWAS and others, you are not reporting the shortcomings of human rights infractions, fundamental freedoms not being respected. What plans do you have for the pursuit of economic diplomacy for the benefit of the people of Ghana?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, economic diplomacy is one of the pillars of this, well, the last government and this government's diplomacy efforts. Gone are the days where you depend only on political diplomacy. Now, every ministry, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wants to ensure that its activities impact positively on economic development. And so we are mandated to market Ghana abroad, including the huge economic potentials of this country. We are mandated to market the made in Ghana goods, our products outside the country. Also, all our missions are mandated to seek trade and investment opportunities outside, matching them with the private sector here. It is one of the planks, the major planks of our diplomatic efforts. Also, in doing so, we also market the tourism potentials of our country. So this is what we do. And as a result of the efforts of our people outside, together, most of the missions have trade attachés who are involved in trade fairs, and also to afford Ghanaian exporters the opportunities to be able to export their goods outside. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you, Minister Designate Foreign Affairs. I'm referring you to your handing over notes. You have endeavored in the last few days to expand access with Accra passport, Tema passport, Kumasi passport, and I should add, application center. You indicate that you are running this with a public-private partnership arrangement for a visa facilitation service provider. What is the nature of this private-public partnership agreement?
Thank you, Chair. This is to do with, there are three premium packs. This is separate from the passport application centers, we call them packs, that we are opening in the various regions. We have come to realize, Honorable Chair, that there are many people who are willing to pay a small premium, a premium of 100 cedis, to be able to go to an exclusive place, be served tea, and to have their biometric capturing done, and to have their passports issued to them. This has, to a large extent, cut out the work of what we call the middlemen. We call them the Goro boys. So when this idea came, we said, fine, we are going ahead to maintain our passport application centers, which we have opened one in Tema, in Cape Coast, in Koforidua, and in Wa. So we are going ahead and we're going to open the one in Upper East, as well as the 6 new regions. But this is a service that some Ghanaians are very willing to pay the extra 100 cedis for an exclusive service. So that is the arrangement we have.
Just stay there. You don't find the practice and the service discriminatory within the provisions of the 1992 Constitution that a category of Ghanaians will have access to passport at this level and another category of Ghanaians will have it at your premium level? Isn't that discriminatory?
I don't believe so, because we have not compromised at all on our service. So it is a choice that people have. And Honorable Chair, in times past, Ghanaians were paying Goro boys 1,000 cedis for a passport, in addition to the passport fees. Today, that category of Ghanaians do not have to do that. They have the option to come to us. We have the same duration in terms of issuance of passports.
Is that not discriminatory?
I don't believe so. I believe, Honorable Chair, that it's a complementary service.
Who is a private sector person you are doing this enterprise with? And what is the fee payment arrangement under the private-public partnership arrangement?
What's the
nature of the relationship? Who is this private sector partner?
I can get the name in a minute for you.
I'd like to get it, and we'd like to know the nature.
And the nature, I can get the nature as well.
Now, Ghanaians abroad, how much are they expected to pay to renew their passports? Ghanaians abroad.
Honorable Chair, it depends on the country.
So give us 2 or 3
It is all approved by Parliament. The different countries and certain computations are done to determine how much is charged in each country.
You recall that Chairman himself asked you that question.
Yes, Chair.
There are a number of complaints from Ghanaians abroad of unacceptable difficulties they have wanting to have access to their own passports as Ghanaians. What are you doing to improve the time and transaction period for Ghanaians to have easy access to their passport abroad?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have explained that today, as we speak, we have extended. We used to have only 6 passport application centers all over the world. Today, we have over 30 passport application centers, and there's 12 others that we are trying to open, which means that almost all our missions will be able to issue passports to Ghanaians who so require passports. And this, I think, is something that Ghanaians outside the country are very happy with. Also, they are happy with the fact that we have reduced the price of passports. Passport fees outside have been reduced considerably, and so they're very happy with that too. So I can assure the committee that there's a lot going on in terms of opening passport application centers, which means that every mission will have the equipment to be able to take biometric details of applicants, and also with the increased number of printing hubs, it will reduce the time considerably. Honorable Chair, I believe that the noises, the complaints have subsided considerably. It's not the way it used to be.
Chairman, again, ICAO and other foreign heads of state, as far back 2016, agreed to an improvement in the passport regime and recommended departures from biometric to chip-embedded passports. When will Ghana take off from biometric to chip-embedded passports for its citizens?
Indeed, a lot of countries have migrated to chip-embedded. Our processes are almost at the tail end, and I can assure the House and the country that by mid-2021, which is this year, we will also migrate onto chip-embedded.
Chairman, thank you. Again, I refer to your handing over note. Is it the case, in the pursuit of diplomacy, that Ghana donated $1 million to Sierra Leone following the 2017 floods, $250,000 US to Mozambique, 250,000 to Zimbabwe, and 250,000 United States dollars to Malawi after the hurricanes in that area. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Ghana did make those donations. Sierra Leone
on humanitarian grounds.
On humanitarian grounds, sir.
There are complaints that Ghanaians are not finding their feet at the ECOWAS, even though many Ghanaians serve at that level. What steps will you take to protect and secure for Ghanaians within the ECOWAS, within the diplomatic opportunities and parameters available to you, some security in terms of jobs at that regional?
Thank you very much. There are two issues, Honorable Chair. The first is how do we get Ghanaians into positions in ECOWAS? It is important that we do, because we are the second largest payer of the community levy, and he who pays the piper, that's the rule, must call the tune. After Nigeria is Ghana. Unfortunately, we are not seeing that. Number two, one of the issues is that there are many employees in ECOWAS who are contract employees. ECOWAS is now going through the process of confirming them. We need to make sure, and we will make sure, and we are making sure that the Ghanaians are confirmed. And also, by the new candidatures unit that has been set up at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will ensure that we get as many Ghanaians, because we have not exhausted our quota. Quotas are given to countries. Unfortunately, because of the deficiencies of language, it is difficult for us to get Ghanaians into ECOWAS, but we are on it.
Chairman, my earlier question was on Ghanaians having access to their own passports. Now, we are also getting some complaints, quite a number, of Ghanaians having difficulty accessing their own country visa to travel back home. What are you doing to ease the opportunities for those category of Ghanaians?
Honorable Chair, the difficulty, if this is being experienced in these COVID times, is all because of the scaling down of our operations outside the country. Many missions, because of COVID and the need to protect our foreign service officers. But if there are emergencies or there's travel that needs to be done necessarily, our officers ensure that they give the service. So if it's during this COVID period, then it is only because of the times in which we live. But otherwise, all the Ghana missions outside COVID times were issuing visas.
Chairman, I'm aware that we pay enormous amount of money as rent to get our diplomatic missions abroad housed, in particular Geneva, Dubai. There is some property President Nkrumah acquired in London, which is in very poor state, whether your attention has been drawn to it. What I do not know is whether it's a property of Ministry of Foreign Affairs or Ministry of Trade, but there's supposed to be some prime property very close to the elite areas in London, whether you want to pay particular attention to it. Now, in one of the parliamentary decisions we took, it was to encourage you to acquire properties, because the amount of money you spend as rent could as well justify even some ownership of those properties. You want to share any numbers with us? How much do you pay in Dubai or in Geneva a year for rent? And what is it that we can do to have our missions properly accommodated?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, like I said earlier, there's the need for us to own our own properties, because all the countries that we are present in, we are there for the long haul, and so there's a need for us to do that. This 50 million has gone a long way to give us a lot of properties. I see here about 13 properties so far under the 50 million. There's a need for us to get more funds. And so I'm hoping that with the support of the Finance Ministry and Parliament, if we come here to seek approval, it will be given us so that we can continue to purchase, because the amount of money, like you said, we are paying for in rent is just a bit too much.
Chairman, understandably, I know COVID has affected economic and probably diplomatic engagements. In your handing over notes, the Norwegian entity called Aker Energy pledged to provide $4.5 million for some thousand Ghanaians in oil and gas. Has the initiative taken off?
I'm not aware that this initiative has taken off. COVID stalled a lot of initiatives.
Okay. Chairman, again, President Akufo-Addo at the G20 summit, there was some commitment by the government of Germany of €100 million, 15 million for technical cooperation and advisory reform, and 85 million in concessionary loan for financing the energy sector. Since the summit, can you provide progress on this?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I believe the Minister for Finance will be better placed to answer this question. I must say that I'm not aware that any of these monies have been paid, but they would go directly to the Ministry of Finance.
Chairman, that brings me to Ghana, UK, and Ghana, EU, subsequent to Brexit. Yesterday, the news is reporting that Amsterdam has overtaken London in terms of transacting share business, and to some amount of over 11, I'm not sure what I got, trillion or billion. Ghana has signed on to an interim economic partnership agreement. Presumptively, at the time, you had one bloc EU, including the United Kingdom. We had signed on to an interim partnership agreement. At that time, the EU was one bloc, plus the United Kingdom. Now they've severed off as UK. Have we been assured by you, you are taking the necessary steps to negotiate and conclude economic partnership agreements with the United Kingdom and the European Union separately?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I believe that the interim EPA with the EU still stands. What we have done in the last few days, the Trade Ministry has signed a trade agreement with UK so that our trade between Ghana and UK does not suffer, especially to do with our exporters into the United Kingdom market. So that has been done, an agreement has been signed. I saw a copy of the agreement. Unfortunately, I haven't had the time to read through, but it's been signed. It will go to Cabinet and will come to this House to be ratified. Thank you.
What about the EU? Now the stand-alone EU.
The interim EPA still stands, and what the EPA is expecting is, Europe is expecting is that there will be an ECOWAS EPA which will replace all the interim economic partnership agreements with the different countries. If my memory serves me right, it's only Nigeria that hasn't signed on.
You are constructing some new passport head office. Is that right?
That is correct, Honourable Chair.
Who is a contractor on site, and what is the project cost, and what is the scope of work?
We have already taken possession of the passport office.
What work is taking place at Edu Lodge, and what is the justification for it?
Edu Lodge is the rehabilitation, reconstruction of 3 executive properties with all the facilities that you can think of, which is we're doing in order that when we have guests, VIPs, heads of state, and other high-ranking officials, we do not necessarily have to take them to hotels.
What's the cost of the project? Cost of the project?
If I recall, the cost is about 7 million Ghana cedis. And I can check 7 million Ghana cedis, and I can check from the handing over notes.
That's fine, Chairman. Just my concluding remark is one of a recommendation. Our foreign service officials abroad, I'm sure I can say this without fear of contradiction, apart from the Ghana Armed Forces, they appear very disciplined and loyalty to the state. One of their primary concerns, which was done by late President Mills, but subsequently revised, is the opportunity to be returning home with some category of a vehicle with government just attempting to exempt and to allow them and their families to come home smiling with some, call it a saloon car or an SUV. Do you want to bring that back? Because they are particular about it. And I think that is a worthy thing to do. I mean, the tax exemptions that is worrying this economy is not the exemption of vehicles for foreign service officials. It's the tax exemptions we give away to foreign companies and other domestic companies in huge sums. Will you bring back the tax exemption regime for officers who have served abroad? When they are coming home, they can have some smiles with their family that at least they will be sitting in our church.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, it was part of the foreign service allowances and regulations that I approved and approved by Cabinet. Unfortunately, that aspect of it came to the 7th Parliament and elapsed with the 7th Parliament. And therefore, if, God willing, I'm giving the nod, Honorable Chair, I will revisit the matter to bring it back to the 8th Parliament, and I hope that I can't remember the committee that was dealing with it, so they can revisit it again. Thank you.
My final is our foreign relations with Belgrade. I'm aware that in one of our interparliamentary unions, which meeting took place in Belgrade, Professor Okwe, then as Speaker, was very much interested in Ghana building renewed ties with Belgrade. I'm aware that subsequently some arrangements have even been done for some Ghanaians through your ministry and Parliament to facilitate the training of some Ghanaians abroad. Can you speak to the progress of efforts by you and the President to renew bilateral ties with Belgrade? Or I should say Serbia, is that right?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, indeed, you know the history with Yugoslavia now and Serbia, and it's important. It's one of the countries that we believe we should have strong relations with. Not too long ago, because of an issue, we had to close down our embassy in Serbia. Now we now have diplomatic relations with them. We have renewed relations with them. We have a property there. So we are looking to very soon refurbish that property and at least open a consulate there. It's very important. We have students there now as we speak.
Chairman, just one more. I know that there are no major shifts in the pursuit of foreign policy. Are we still where we are in respect of the Sahrawi Arab Republic matter relative to Morocco? Are we where we are in respect of the Palestinian question? Per our respect to the UN resolutions. And I ended there, Chairman. I wish the nominee well if she responds to this, my last questions. Where are we in our foreign policy pursuit?
Honorable Chair, we have, as I speak, relations with both Morocco. Morocco used to be a strong ally of Ghana during the Casablanca days before the OAU. We also have established relations with Sahrawi. So that's where we are at the moment. Thank you, sir.
All right, Honorable Minister, I just want to find out what is the status of the Pan-African passport? Myself, the Honorable Chief Whip of the minority, Honorable Eleche also has, Honorable Alfo, were issued with a passport. But even in South Africa, it's not accepted for even identity. Anywhere else in Africa, it's not accepted. So what is the status of that Pan-African passport?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, it's one of the building blocks of having a borderless Africa. Unfortunately, I don't believe that the AU has been able to take a proper stand on it. The same thing to do with the traveling document of ECOWAS in that region, where it's only issued to officials, which is the same thing that is being done with the Pan-African passport. I believe at the time it was the chair, and I'm sure that chairs are issued with passports, but really until such time that all countries decide to accept it, it will be very difficult.
Very well. We thank you for attending upon the committee. You will hear from us, but for now, you're discharged. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Chair. I thank members of the committee too.
Kindly administer yours.
I, Osei Edichum,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Dr. Yao Osei Educhu. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination. You were earlier nominated and approved by this committee as the Deputy Minister for Education. Now you've been nominated for the position of Minister for Education. You're a member of Parliament. We know you. So just give us a brief history of yourself, very brief. Then members will ask you questions relating to your CV and your work as we know it. Very brief.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Dr. Yaosei Duchum, Member of Parliament for Abosomtwe. I attended Jati Anglican Primary, Jati Anglican Middle School, Jati Primary Senior High School, Kumasi High School, and undergraduate at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Land Economy. And then in the U.S., I pursued a postgraduate diploma credential in education and master's in education management, PhD in education policy and administration. Thereafter, I taught for 10 years, developed charter schools for another 12 years, became the CEO, came down to Ghana, became MP, Deputy Minister, and now, by the grace of God, I'm in front of you.
Yes, colleagues, here is our nominee. Here's Milante van der Poel. You have had no activity since yesterday, so.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Honorable nominee, first, let me ask, are you aware of Ghana Government and Ghana Education Service Policy Directive that children must be taught in their local dialect from at least class 1 to class 3? I just want to, are you aware of it?
Oh.
I asked, first, are you aware that there is an existing government of Ghana and the Ghana Education Service policy that children within certain areas must be tutored in their local dialect from class 1 to class 3?
I'm aware of a draft policy.
Then let me ask you, has it come to your notice that in Greater Accra region, systematically, the Ghana language is totally not being taught in schools? And some schools even writing to parents to notify them of their inability to teach their children in Ghana because they don't have Ghana and Dangbe teachers.
Honorable Chair, I believe you are not talking about language of instruction. Of course, depend on the locality. So I'm not aware of any Ghana Education Service school, GS school, saying that they are not going to teach a certain language. I'm not personally aware.
I'm bringing to your attention, as a member of Parliament in Accra, the fact that slowly a lot of public schools, we are being inundated with complaints and petitions that public schools in Accra, or Greater Accra region for that matter, are not teaching the children in the Ghana language because they say they don't have Ghana teachers. So, what assurances are you giving the people in the region that when you are approved, you will take an action to make sure that teachers are trained
not only in Ga language, but across the country in their various languages, so that they could be posted to those regions in order to enhance our children's cultural values by learning their local mother tongues.
Mr. Chairman, I take this as a very important advice from my colleague, and it's something I'm going to seriously look into.
John, my second question is on private tertiary institutions. I guess you are aware that private tertiary institutions that are not chartered have to pay what they call affiliation fee to the universities, public universities that mentor them. And, for example, UCC, they used to pay almost in dollars, but now they're paying 135. In UCC, private schools that are affiliated to UCC are now paying 135 cedis per student on the fees. GIMPA is even worse. GIMPA, they are paying an application fee of $4,000. The program evaluation fee of $2,400, affiliation approval fee of $8,000, that is a one-time payment, and then annual subscription fee of $4,000, and then annual program administration fee of $140 per student per year. And this is seriously crippling the private university institutions. What measures, when approved, are you going to put in place in order to ensure that these private institutions that are also offering service to us in the education industry would, the applications to be chartered will be expedited so that they will stop paying these huge and drastic fees to other institutions? And what measures are you going to put in place to reduce these fees that are being charged because they look very exorbitant?
Honorable Chair, I'm happy to inform the committee that the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission law that was passed by this House has abolished affiliation for all new tertiary institutions. Those existing private institutions have been given 4 to 5 years to go through the process of being chartered. And when, by your help and the House, I'm approved, I am going to do whatever it takes to ensure that we implement what we have passed as part of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission Law Act.
Honorable Minister, are you aware that a public institution is charging in dollars? Are you aware of that?
Honorable Chair, I'm aware of the fees being charged, but as to how it is denominated, I'm not aware, sir.
Very well. Kindly take note. If they are charging in dollars, they are breaching the laws of Ghana.
Let me also ask, Honorable Minister, can you tell me what level and how many private institutions benefited under the COVID relief? Because they are one of the people who have really suffered as a result of the COVID. The closure of schools, they have to pay salaries, they have to pay. And also, when we reopen schools, whilst the public institutions are just getting more students and even like Legon, deciding to do shift system, the private institutions are virtually empty. How can we rearrange the process in such a way that the university students will admit, and then those who don't get opportunity of entering the public universities can easily and under conditions of affordability have access to private institutions in order to help us bring out more graduates?
Honorable Chair, I'm not aware of the extent of support for public tertiary institutions under the COVID relief. In terms of the private universities, I believe that when I get the opportunity, I'll look into meet with them and see the extent to which we can support them. But I'm not, at this point, I don't have the information on the extent of the relief that was given to public tertiary universities.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah.
Who's the chairman? Honorable nominee, congratulations. In your introduction, you've talked about your experience in the United States. To what extent did your previous job as professional educationist in the USA impact your work as deputy minister, and how has it shaped you to now lead the Ministry of Education?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would say that what I got from the education system in the U.S. was the fact that when outcomes are the issue at stake, everything is put on the table. Everything in the sense that all strategies will be employed to ensure that the outcome that the system so desire is accomplished. When it's about looking at the access, looking at quality and the relevance of the education system, people are held accountable to ensure that the quality outcome that are so desired is accomplished. But I'll tell you this, if there's anything that I can say I gained from America, it will be the can-do attitude. Everything is possible. So any challenge that I confront in the education system, my mindset is that everything is possible if we all come together and put our minds to it, we can get it accomplished. Thank you.
Some people are of the view that early education opportunities in our schools must teach our kids how to code. They must learn artificial intelligence and critical thinking and all the soft skills that the World Economic Forum believes will shape the world in the next decade. What is your response to such views, and should we expect changes to our educational structure to this effect?
Honorable Chair, the early grade infusion of computing, coding, and other aspects of STEM-related issues have already begun in our education system under the leadership of the outgoing Minister, Honorable Michael Kuku Prempeh. Various initiatives were undertaken, some became policy, some were incorporated into the curricula. STEM schools and centers are under construction throughout the country. Various coding programs have been introduced, and with understanding that we are in the fourth industrial revolution, and in the fourth industrial revolution, countries that are going to be competitive will be the ones that will be able to equip their citizens with the right skills in STEM fields, and therefore everything that needs to be done in terms of curricular change has been initiated. When, God willing, I become the Minister for Education, I am going to continue this effort. I will get a rare opportunity of operationalizing 9 science schools that are under construction currently across the length and breadth of this country. I will have the wonderful opportunity of operationalizing 20 STEM centers also under construction across the country, and I'll be able to have the opportunity to ensure that schools are encouraged and supported so that they can infuse IT-related activities into their programs. Honorable Chair, today is a Women and Girls Science Day as declared by UNESCO, and I want to take this opportunity to recognize Manfred Methodist Girls Senior High School for the great achievement that they are demonstrating in the field of STEM, especially in the field of robotics. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there has been several attempts to bridge the gap that exists between courses that are taught in our schools and skills that are needed in the job places. to the extent that some graduates complete universities or tertiary institutions and sit home for 4 years, 5 years without a job. Some people are of the opinion that the education curriculum should be such that no student in Ghana should complete whether grammar or high school without a particular set of technical skill. How are you going to address this particular situation?
Mr. Chairman, in education, we deal with access, we deal with quality, and we deal with relevance. And invariably, one area that has given a number of developing countries a lot of challenges is in the area of relevance. If you look at what we are doing in Ghana in the field of engineering, a field that is in great demand. We have currently about 36,000 students enrolled in engineering. So give and take, we have about 9,000 that graduates annually. Our population is 31 million approximately. And if you compare that to a country like Vietnam with 90 million population, we are producing 9,000 engineers. They are producing 100,000 engineers a year. So go figure, the reason why we have Samsung are building this largest manufacturing hub in Vietnam. So yes, the relevance is very important. But we have built some barriers in our education system. I always go to school, visit schools, and invariably, our headmasters will tell me that, oh, these are visual art students. Oh, visual art students. And by implication, they are not the smartest in the school. But I always say to myself, you're most creative. The child who can draw a bridge, draw you, you are telling me they are not the smartest. That means that giving really put a barrier. I always tell the story of Kojo Mensah, who had a dream. And God was telling Kojo that, Kojo, you're going to be the world's best engineer. And then he said, God, you don't know me. I'm doing visual arts. Now, if your most creative person who can draw cannot be an engineer, then you know that you have built some barriers in front of your children. The most creative cannot be the ones who be innovative enough to build the best cars and the best bridges and all the kind of things for you. That is why you look at the reform championed by the outgoing minister in the area of common core to make sure you can broaden the outlook and the skill set that students are supposed to have, and therefore improve on the soft skills of communication, of creativity, of critical thinking and collaboration. And once you are able to invite in the students and they have the soft skills, then it's easier for them to move from sociology to software engineering. Who are the best to develop our software for us and not the sociologists? But the barriers that we mostly erect is what is preventing us to make our education system relevant to the needs of this country. So it's something that
Gisela, are you ready?
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable nominee. I'm going to ask you some questions about kindergartens. In paragraph 570 of the 2017 budget statement on economic policy of the government, the construction of 1,171 kg blocks were promised. Again, in paragraph 821 of the 2019 budget statement, it was reported that 90 had been completed in 2018, promising another 150 in 2019. When this was stated in 2017, what was the expected rate of outflow of the kindergarten blocks? And the figures of 90, 150, and vis-a-vis 1,171, what exactly were you trying to achieve over 4 years?
Honorable Chair, if I heard it right, it's about the KGs that we promised to go, where are we? Is that?
Yes, 1,171.
Okay. Yeah, at this time, I know from the data that I got from my construction division that 103 has been completed. 113 is at various stages of completion, and that is what I can tell you at this time.
So, in other words, not even about 20%?
Yeah, it's approximately.
About 20% have been completed. All right. I say this because for those of us who have semi-urban and rural communities, we have a lot of communities where children have to walk 5 kilometers, little children of age 2 and 3 or 4. They have to walk those long distances to school, to a KG, just to have a KG education. So the need to have kindergartens it goes without saying. This is the 21st century. And we still have these challenges of the children, like I say, having to walk long distances. Eventually, they're going to take the same exams as the urban areas, Accra, Kumasi, and so on and so forth. Even the 1,171, if you ask me personally, was woefully inadequate. I'm sorry, I don't think you are the chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, in other words, your rollout is very low and very slow. What are you going to be able to do to expedite it and make sure that those kind of communities, like in my constituency, and I'm sure yours, you have the same problem as well, you're going to have to be able to have rollouts and larger number of kindergartens. Because really, if you don't build the base and the foundation right, you can add on all the other layers, but then you're not able to have a problem at the point where they take exams together.
Honorable Chair, I take this as an advice, and a very important advice from our honorable colleague, and I'll be consulting you. Thank you.
Thank you. The second issue has to do with the Ministry of Education recently distributed about 250 buses and 90 pickup vans to education-related institutions. Can you tell the committee the cost of these vehicles and how the distribution was done? I am saying this because in my constituency I have an E-block, which was completed in 2016. They have been pleading for a bus in Bodrasi. They have been pleading for a bus, and for one or two reasons, best known to the political authorities, they cannot even get a bus for the school. What is the policy on distribution of buses? Do some have 2? Do some have 3? Do some have none at all? How is that done? For there to be an equitable distribution of logistics to these schools.
Honorable Chair, I'm surprised that a school that was operationalized in 2016 does not have a bus. My understanding, and from what I know at the ministry, all the E-block schools that were opened in 2016 were given buses. So this is something that I'm going to take notice of and make sure that when the next set of buses come, that school will be taken care of. Because my understanding was that every E-block that was opened that time got a Mahindra and a bus at the same time, at that time when the schools were being operationalized. So I'll take note of that. But I know that schools that were given buses in 2016 were not eligible for a bus this time around. So when the staff were working on it, I think that was the most important indicator of who gets the buses. But the first set of buses was also sent to the north as a way of making sure, because the majority of the schools were without buses there. So that was where the first set of buses went. So at any point in time, the division or the distribution is based on need. And whenever we understand that there's a school that doesn't have a bus, they're on a list. And when the buses come, we look at those who have never had a bus for a long time, never had a bus before, and they are prioritized. So I'll take this into advisement, please.
Sorry, you didn't include the part about asking about what were the cost of the buses.
Kindly speak to your mic, Honorable Minister.
Oh,
All right.
Honorable Chair, I said I will provide that information, but I don't have it with me right now.
All right, my last question. Mr. Chairman, let us be very frank about some discussions under education. When governments change, you see, educational projects are executed by contractors who invest money into their businesses, and they are awarded and they are supposed to execute the projects. When two elephants are fighting, it is the grass that suffers. Eventually, you see a situation whereby a lot of the schools' infrastructure is either slow, on hold, or is incomplete. What happens? Enter free SHS with an influx of students who just need accommodation. And I give my village school, Ostek, as an example, which is 30 years old, but without proper dormitories even for the students, where they are converting classrooms to dormitories. This is the 21st century, and some of these things, I believe, should not be allowed. Either the Ministry of Education does not do the audits right to know what is really needed where, or something is amiss. So can you kindly give the assurance to this committee? Because parents send their children to school. They do not go and they don't go to expect congestion, a certain amount of congestion in the dormitories. There are many times when washrooms are outside. Toilets and sanitary facilities are not up to scratch. What some of them even use in their homes is much better than what's even in the school. Now we send these children to school to frame their...
Honorable, apart from assurance, do you want something else?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll be guided. So the question is, what are you going to do as you get the nod, if you get the nod, to change this way of thinking, to prioritize where necessary the infrastructure that must go to a certain school, so that it is our children who are, excuse me to say, the grass that suffers when two elephants are fighting. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I know we have prioritized infrastructure needs assessment across the length and breadth of this country, but I know that if there were some in your school, you would not be complaining. Therefore, I'll be speaking with you, and I'll make sure that if there's something that has gone wrong in terms of the needs assessment and the infrastructure development that has been going on in other schools, I will seriously look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just pay the contractors who you owe. That's all.
Very well. Honorable Rani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, nominee. Mr. Chairman, as always, my preview will be 5 minutes. Kindly indulge me, as you've always done. The nominee, Honorable. According to World Vision, COVID lockdown may keep 1 million girls out of school in Africa. Karachi West, specifically, faced an almost 9-fold increase in teenage pregnancy. Between March and May, there are 51 teenage pregnancies. At the same time, 2018, they had 6. Now, this is in relation to STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. Now, 2020 marks the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, the most comprehensive global agenda for girls and women to date. Doctor, are you a supporter of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math? And if you are, kindly give me a preview of what you intend to do if you are given the nod. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I will say that I'm a big supporter of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and that is why through my leadership and that of other agencies we've in my constituency developed science, technology, engineering, and mathematics school. As I indicated earlier, the government has also embarked on a major effort of developing STEM centers across the country. The President, as part of his wish and determination to change and transform education, directed that 20 STEM centers be built. They are at various stages. It will be equipped with robotics, not only are the senior high school students going to be able to use, but the communities can also come in with little children to be able to participate in all the things that goes on in the STEM center, in addition to the 9 science schools that are under construction. So I want to assure you that I understand that across the world, the focus has been on STEM, because STEM actually enables students to have certain important skills that is not readily available when we look at education system that focus on rote memorization. You can't memorize when you are doing robotics. So it forces you to have certain kind of skills that is very unique, which then prepares you for the world of work. And then with those skills, we are able to move up into higher echelons of society, ready for college, ready for work. So STEM is something that is front and center of what we have been doing and what we are going to do. When God willing, this committee gives me the opportunity, and eventually I'm sworn in as a Minister for Education.
Thank you. So, nominee, can you give briefly, maybe in a sentence or two, the need and reason behind the famous double track? That's the first one. Then the second one, a follow-up on that, so you can answer all in one part, is we are churning out all these numbers at the SS level, and clearly, if they pass, they're going to create a huge number at the tertiary level. Are we ready to accommodate all these students when they pass to the tertiary level? Double track one, and what happens if they get to the tertiary level? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, these issues about education is better understood when we put it within a certain context, a context that says that if you want your country transformed, you have to be mindful of your gross tertiary enrollment ratio. No country has transformed its fortunes in the 21st century without having a high level of gross tertiary enrollment ratio. So when we talk about free senior high school, we talk about double track, when we talk about the fact that it's a leapfrogging strategy to get more children to be able to go to school, whilst you look at how best can I develop the infrastructure to make up for the infrastructure that I don't have. When you look at all those things, if you situate it within the context of gross tertiary enrollment ratio and recognize that at this point in this country, we have 18% gross tertiary enrollment ratio, which is for the youth who are between the ages of 18 to 23, the only 100 that you meet on the street, 18 of them are in tertiary. In countries that have transformed their fortunes, you have to be 50% to 60% in order for you to really talk about long-term transformation of your country. So when you situate double track within the context of getting more students to go to the senior high school, you're also saying that if I don't get the majority of these young men and women to move up into tertiary space and also get a high tertiary gross enrollment ratio, my transformation will forever elude me. So when we situate it within this context, then we look at the system and say, okay, we may not be satisfied with this at this time, but we know why we have to use this leapfrogging strategy. Recently, Brookings Institution came and they did a study on the double track and said that it's one of the most innovative systems that any African country has implemented. So, but if you don't situate it within the context and say, okay, do I leave 400,000 behind or do I bring them forward so that I can push them to tertiary? And when they get to tertiary, I want to see a tertiary that is reformed so that the courses that they are taking are relevant to the needs of the country. And if I could do all that in a synchronized fashion, I may be transforming my country. And then you begin to say that, okay, double track may inconvenience me as an individual, but for the benefit of the country, I'm willing to bear and make sure that the inconveniences that I'm having will also be a sacrifice worthy of actually making so that my country can move forward. So,
Chama, if I have your indulgence, the nominee in an answer to what the Honorable Brian is drawing his attention to. Use these words. I want to see a tertiary that is reformed. What he wants from you, you are to provide leadership in the tertiary reforms. What will you do? Arising out of the numbers that you anticipate will qualify out of free senior high school. So it's not for you to be tertiary reform. You are to lead it. Give us what you do to provide the leadership. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have looked at infrastructure, done infrastructure needs assessment. God willing, when I become the minister, it's something that I'm going to be meeting with the universities over to see how we really meet the needs in terms of infrastructure, so that the student will have the space. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Eric, before I go, very well, I'll call Eric after that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, Honorable Edichun. You recall that I brought a motion to Parliament to secure government support for tertiary education students. You, nominee to the Ministry of Education, publicly argued against the motion and voted against the motion. A lot of students have asked me to vote against your nomination. I am minded to. Can you convince tertiary education students across the country? You have the opportunity now. Convince them that you care about assisting them to finance their education, in the light of the fact that in 2019, the allocation to Student Loan Trust was 35 million, but the actual receipt was 18 million from the GET fund. And the communication service tax was 850,661 Ghana cedis, 44 pesos. In 2020, the allocation to Student Loan Trust was 35 million again. But then there was improvement in the actual receipts to 24.46 million and a communication service tax of 2 million, making the total 26 million. From the National Council for Tertiary Education, about 500 students were in tertiary education in 2020. You said that 70% were able to pay during the debate in Parliament. So assuming 30% are unable to pay, 30% of 500 will give us 150,000 students. If you divide your 26 million by this 150,000 students who have not been able to pay, you get 176 Ghana cedis per student. So assuming that you are making the student loan trust money available to them, each of them is going to get 176 Ghana cedis. Only 176 Ghana cedis. But the minimum university fees, that's the fees itself, not other expenses, boarding and lodging and other things. The minimum is 1,500 Ghana cedis. That's the minimum. So convince me in the light of this that you have a magic wand, you have an idea how university students or tertiary education students will be supported to be able to carry through their education.
Honorable Chair, what I'll say is that I fully understand and appreciate the concern that you raised. I'll be the last person who will not support an effort to make sure that students with need are supported in order for them to secure tertiary education. When God willing, I become a minister, these are the issues I'm going to look into. We know, I'll tell you, one way is removing the barrier of the guarantor system so that students who do not have people to guarantee for them will have access to student loans. The reason why invariably some students are not even accessing the loan is the fact that they don't have people to guarantee for them. Also, we need to streamline the very procedures through which students secure loans. I personally feel strongly that it should begin at the time that you are applying to the universities, and that at the time that you are applying, you also apply, as is done in other jurisdictions, apply for the loan. So when your admission is given to you, your loan is also ready for the fees to be paid. So those are streamlining activities are very important to ensure that the system where it tells you to go to the university before you apply does not no longer pertains. And once we streamline that, then the loan becomes of use to the very individuals who need it the most. Thank you, sir.
Minister, do you understand the question? Because I'm saying that even if you removed the guarantor obstacle and you removed every other obstacle, the total loan portfolio available to the students by the records of what has been released in the past years is 26 million Ghana cedis. That's the total loan portfolio available to them. 26 million Ghana cedis.
Honorable, 26 million cedis is from where?
The Students' Loans Trust. That is what was released to them last year.
So you're talking about last year?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
To make it appear as if it's being released this year.
Yes. So that's the question. The question I'm asking is that if you took out, because the argument that is being made is as if the guarantor is the problem for students. But I'm saying that it is not the guarantor issue that is the problem. It is how much money is available. And the entire amount available last year was 26 million Ghana cedis. And by your own argument about those who can afford and those who cannot afford, assuming that even 30% of the students cannot afford, the 30% by last year's total population of tertiary education students is 150,000. So if you divide 26 million Ghana cedis by 150,000 students, the highest amount anybody will get in that group is 176 Ghana cedis. So do you think that removing the guarantor is the obstacle to getting support for education financing, or increasing the pot of available money for student loans? And what commitments are you making in that regard, since you say government shouldn't suspend the fees?
Honorable Chair, Student Loan Trust Fund has various sources of funding. One area that I'm not sure was factored into the amounts that you are talking about is the loans that people pay back. It's plowed back into their portfolio so that they can give that out to as loans back to the students. So you have to look at loans that are collected from the outstanding loans. And that is more than the 26 million that my honorable colleague is talking about. So the amount that you get from Get Fund is just one pot. The amount that they collect from the students, from the outstanding loans, is also another pot of money that they get for their activities. But I'm not saying that we should not make much more money available to them, but the one source is not the only source.
Next question. You haven't given the figures, how much money is available to the students. I've given you a figure. You haven't given a figure. And that's the grievance the students have. And somebody said personal. It's not personal. I'm not in special education, so I don't have a personal grudge with him. The Get Fund, 2018, you came to this house to ask for approval to securitize a portion of the Get Fund to raise 1.5 billion United States dollars, which in current value will be 8.7 billion Ghana cedis. $1.5 billion, 8.7 billion Ghana cedis. I have a copy of the Minister of Education handing over notes. I believe you would have been involved in preparing the handing over notes. I have tried to peruse it to see where you have provided a list of the projects that, the infrastructure projects that you took the 8.7 billion cedis to pay for or construct. Is there anywhere, is there any record where I can find data of the projects that you executed with the 8.7 billion Ghana cedis that you securitize a portion of the Get Fund to secure? Is there anywhere in the handover notes or any record that you have in the ministry of the projects that you did with the 8.7 billion Ghana cedis that you took for educational infrastructure projects?
Honorable Chair, I'll bring you a copy of the document that lists all the projects that have been executed. But I also would like to say that the entire amount has not been utilized. As I speak with you, 1.8 billion has been released and is paid to contractors, billion cedis. Another 800 million has been requested as a drawdown to further pay contractors. So as certificates become due, request is made and payment is effected. But I will bring to this committee the document that shows all the projects that has been that are under construction or has been completed as a result of the approval that we saw from Parliament.
Chairman, just a follow-up. Assuming you become Minister for Education, there is a category of contractors known as Get Fund contractors. Contractors within the sector who are executing various projects for government and the Ministry of Education. They have expectations. Some of them have been working. Their certificates have been at the ministry. They've borrowed from banks. They are suffering the interest regime on their borrowing. What assurance do you have for Get Fund contractors that they will get their money?
Honorable Chair, God willing, if you give me the opportunity and I become the minister, this is an area that I will immediately follow up on because I believe since we have funds, we should not put contractors through a situation where they are suffering interest payments. So I will seriously look into this and make sure any outstanding issues will be resolved so that we'll treat them fairly as they also execute for us. Thank you, sir.
During the COVID period, government directed the closure of schools, public and private. So private schools closed, basic, secondary, tertiary schools closed. Government subsequently made various sums of money available to support the private sector. Did government, and you sat there as Deputy Minister of Education, and you ought to have advocated for schools, private schools. Did you advocate for private schools to be given any support, given that there was a forced closure of the schools through no fault of theirs, and they did not run for close to a year, and lost income, and had to pay workers? Were they a category of businesses that you thought that government funding should have gone to support, since we're supporting small and medium scale industries?
Chair, I can say that our collaboration with NBSSI led to support being extended to some private schools. I will not be able to tell you the percentage, but I know for a fact that some private schools got support through NBSSI.
Are you minded to provide the list of the schools that were supported through NBSSI?
Honorable Chair, NBSSI is not under the Ministry of Education, and to the extent that it's public record, I'll be able to ask them for it. But they are not our agency, and therefore, it's just, if it's public record and I go, wherever they give me, I'll bring to this committee, but it was not executed through the Ministry of Education.
So how did you know that the schools were provided? Because you said that schools were provided.
Thank you, Honorable. You have exhausted your full plus your follow-up. Yeah. No, Patrick. The first I gave you, I didn't give Patrick. Patrick.
Congratulations, Doctor. Congratulations. First question. Research has shown that early childhood education positively impacts children's emotional and behavioral outcomes, including long-term reduction in criminal behavior. It's shown also to improve the health and safety of children. In Ghana, 98% of all early childhood centers are privately owned. Also, nurseries are not part of government's formal education system. So even the just 2% public nurseries are not under the capitation grant, by the information I have. This further poses a problem for teen mothers, as they cannot go back to complete schools because they cannot afford private nurseries. What will you do to ensure that these nurseries are available to the poor? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, the early childhood education space that you referred to in terms of creches and nurseries are under the supervision of the Gender and Child Protection Ministry. So through the Social Welfare Department, they are in charge of it, and not the Ministry of Education. But I think collaboration with them will be in order, because that means they are creating the pipeline for us. Because the children are prepared very well at that level, then they're going to do better when we get them at KG level. So I will pursue effective collaboration with the Gender and Child Protective Services Ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A study also in rural Ghana revealed that school absenteeism among girls is about 63.4%. due to non-availability of sanitary pads, and 60.4% due to lack of private places to manage periods in schools. Will you consider reintroducing the free sanitary pads program? And what will you do to make schools conducive for girls in their periods? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, my honorable colleague asked me if I'll look into it, and I will look into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last question.
Oh, okay. I thought you had done.
Very well. Honorable Minister Designate, there's been this long outstanding challenge of teachers refusing postings to rural schools and constantly seeking reposting to urban schools. What will you do to curb or put an end to this challenge? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, issues about posting of teachers to schools across the country has always been a challenging one. And this time around, what Ghana Education Service under at the direction of the minister did was to post the students or the teachers directly to the schools where the vacancies are. And to a large extent, it is working compared to previous times when they were posted to the regions, and then the regions may refuse to post people to certain schools with vacancies. So yes, it's not perfect, but the idea that when they get the appointment letter, the name of the school is on it, is helping to a large extent in solving this rural vacancies challenge that has confronted us for a long time. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, that brings me to an issue which is bothering me now. Several young people posted to schools under your new recruitment in communities where they cannot speak any of the local languages or dialects in the communities. There are no facilities for even rentals. And indeed, one of them said when she went into the community, she couldn't get a single person to communicate in English with. So we was trying to communicate with sign language. I understand that under your new system, the basic schools, they're supposed to start teaching them in their local language. If that is so, how useful will such a teacher be to the school?
Honorable Chairman, issues of language and teacher placement and deployment is something that we have to take a serious look at. Ghana Education Service is doing what we call language mapping, making sure that we have enough teachers who can teach a specific language, and then liaising with WINIBA in their language school to make sure, Jumaku, to make sure adequate teachers are trained. So yes, it's a challenge. And another challenge in the rural posting sometimes is also accommodation. So these are issues that we have to look at to make sure if we map the languages well, then it will not be a major challenge. But yes, given the multiplicity of languages spoken in this country, if you are not careful and you are not meticulous, these challenges are bound to happen. But it's something that I've taken note of, and my team and I will seriously look into this so that we can avoid those situations. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in 2020, the 7th Parliament granted waiver of over $23 million for the importation of customized calculators for use by 2020 WASI candidates. Can the nominee indicate to us why the calculators did not arrive in the country before the exams? And where are the calculators now?
Honorable Chair, the calculators were ordered at the peak of the COVID-19 first wave, where various logistical systems and were in dire straits. So yes, there was a delay, but subsequently the calculators have been received by the Ghana Education Service for onward distribution to the various senior high schools.
Do you call them calculators or mathematical science instruments?
It's a combination where it enables an easy use during the WASI exam.
Then my second question. Following up from what Honorable Ayaga asked, because of the securitization of the GEP fund receivables, your government had more resources for the provision of educational infrastructure than any other government that has come to this country because of the securitization. Can you indicate to this committee where in this country did you start and complete one secondary school in the last 4 years? The ministry.
Honorable Chair, during the last 4 years, there were a number of schools that had various facilities at various stages uncompleted. We have to embark upon making sure that those facilities were completed so that students would be able to find a classroom to learn in and to find a place to study. In addition to that, a number of new schools are under construction. And if you talk about where a school has been completed, I will direct you to Bosonche Girls Senior High School on the road between Kuntanase in the Ashanti region and Bekwai. A new school has been completed there, and a number of schools are under construction. So if you say one school, that school happens to be my constituency. So it's not difficult for me to point it out to you. But I'll tell you this, if you look at the science schools that are under construction, if you look at the various E blocks that we had to complete, in addition to the big ones that you did, and the fact that a number of E blocks, in order to ensure that they are operationalized, have been given dormitory blocks, and they are all under construction. In Saura, Papuso, a number of places where E blocks are being given dorms so that we can effectively use it and use it to the benefit of Ghanaian children as the previous government envisaged. So in terms of infrastructure, yes, infrastructure development is on track. And I'll tell you, if you look at the schools that are being built, they will be competitive. They look like schools you can find anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, in paragraph 369 of the 2019 budget, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would like to quote for you to refresh your memory. Mr. Speaker, the National Population Council, NPC, in collaboration with other stakeholders, developed guidelines on comprehensive sexual education for incorporation into the national education curriculum. This was what was provided for in the budget. Subsequent to this, your ministry organized a workshop for some teachers to prepare them for the implementation of comprehensive sexuality education in Ghana. The good people of Ghana vehemently opposed to this policy, and government decided to discontinue. But you recall that all the 6 countries that accepted to implement this comprehensive sexuality education had financial support from UNESCO, including Ghana. Can you tell this committee how much money did Ghana receive for the implementation of comprehensive sexuality education? And now that we have decided to discontinue, are we returning the money or are we going to put it into different use?
Honorable Chair, I happen to be the Deputy Minister in charge of our Tertiary. So what you are referring to will be within my domain. But I'll tell you this, I have not seen any record of any monies received from UNESCO. I haven't seen anything of that sort. As a Deputy Minister in charge of that area of the Education Ministry.
But are you aware that the UNESCO appointed project supervisor to work in collaboration with your ministry for the actualization of this program?
Honorable Chair, I'm not aware.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. Lack of textbooks is an issue to be revisited later, so you don't worry. Let's move to another area. Yes. Lack of textbooks, as you know, affect effective academic work. In the last 4 years, did your ministry supply textbooks to primary and junior high school, basic schools in this country?
Chair, my ministry embarked on a curricular reform which meant that once the syllabus is approved by NACA, it will be widely circulated, distributed, so that private publishers will then take advantage of that and write books that will be suitable for use in our schools. Indeed, they did. NACA did actually review the books and then submitted to Ghana Education Service. As I speak with you, a second review is being done. And after that happens, the necessary procurement will be done. I'll tell you this, our teachers understand them that without the new books, it will be difficult to teach. We're given materials with which, printed materials with which they were able to execute the curriculum in a trial phase 1. So, yes, I'll be the first person to concede that we need to make sure the timely publishing and acquisition of books. But when you deal with the private sector, in the case of Ghana, where we rely on the private sector for publishing, sometimes it can impede the speed with which certain things are done. But it is being done, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Dr. Yaruduchum, I congratulate you on your nomination, the Minister for Education. There's been a long discussion on the double-track system. Now, some have bastardized it, civil society organizations, academics, and educationists, everybody. Some have described it as a masterstroke, having regard to the increase in the number of enrollments following the free senior high school policy that was introduced in September 2017. Now, in your estimation, do you think that without the double track, there is any other means through which these students would have gotten to go to school? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I will say that the question of double track will be left in the history books, and I believe posterity will be kind to those of us who believed in it. But I also say that the President promised that within a period of 5 to 7 years, he will eliminate double track, and he's on course to do just that. When he promised, that was 3 years ago. This happened in Tamale. A very cool evening, Tamale evening. And the promise was made 3 years ago, 5 to 7. That means now you have 2 to 5. And we are on track. As has been announced by the outgoing Minister for Education, first-year students will only be a single track. We are not doing double entry for first-year students this upcoming academic year. So we are making progress. And Honorable Chair, that is what I can say about this question of double track.
Mr. Chairman, my next question is on the basic education, basic school education. In your assessment of the basic school education as it is right now, are you satisfied that what we have is one of the best in the sub-region, if not in Africa? having regard to where you come from.
Honorable Chair, I'm not satisfied. I know we are making progress, but I'm in no way satisfied. I believe there's more to be done. If you look at the Ghana Accountability for Learning Outcomes project, we have secured over 200 million to support 10,000 low-performing basic schools in terms of teacher training, teaching and learning materials acquisition, and a whole lot of things that needs to be done to turn around the 10,000 schools that are not doing well. So following on from that, I believe we have to then begin to look at middle schools or junior high schools. Invariably, they happen to be our weakest link. So you look at the primary and junior high schools, strengthening junior high schools so that they can truly serve as a secondary institution, thinking with the high schools. And I believe when that is done, then you are actually creating a pipeline from KG, primary, junior high to high school, and tertiary, and that will serve the country very well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My last question is a very harmless one. I have looked at the 2020 manifesto of the MPP from pages 51 to 59. I can count about 39 commitments in the 2016 elections in the last manifesto, which have been fulfilled. Now, these, in my opinion, are delectable credentials that have been achieved. Do you feel intimidated by the work that has been done by the gentleman to my left, the Honorable outgoing Minister for Education? Do you think that you can step in his shoes nicely?
Honorable Chair, I haven't looked at his shoes, but I think we wear the same size of shoes. So I don't think it will be difficult for me to step into his shoes. But I will tell you this. He has laid a foundation, erected the walls. I'm going to take it from the lintel and put roofs on it so that we can truly transform the education system of this country as we came to inherit it. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Yes,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we closed down schools for so many months. Recently, the President asked for schools to be reopened. Schools have since been reopened, but recently we'll be reporting about COVID infection. And the Ghana Medical Association has come out strongly, asking government to close down schools because of the infection. What is your position on this? That Ghana Medical Association is calling on government to close down schools so that we can protect our children.
Honorable Chairman, I'm very pleased that my honorable colleague has asked me a question that is so dear to many on the hearts and minds of parents and teachers. I will say one thing. Countries that have open schools, you really have to look at the dynamics of every situation and measures that you put in place to protect the children. One important measure or indicator is ensuring that the school is not breeding grounds for the virus. To the extent that the school becomes a place where the children are safer compared to the community, then you do not close the schools. If you are able to ensure that protocols are followed, you are able to ensure that the school has the highest level of cleanliness and disinfection, sanitizing, then you are actually creating a safe haven for the children. So why do you close a safe haven? On the other hand, if the school is becoming a super spreader site, Then, of course, you have to revisit the idea of school opening or closure. The virus is in the community. Can we make sure that the school being a very disciplined environment, can we ensure that it's safer for the children to be at school? If the answer is yes, based on what the Ghana Education Service is currently doing, supported by the Ghana Health Service, I would say that the schools are safer environments, and therefore, I will not say we should close down schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in 2019, the government promised to construct affordable housing for teachers in this country. What is the status of this project? How many housing units have been constructed so far?
Honorable Chair, I did not get the first part in terms of specifically where the government made a commitment.
I said in 2019 budget.
2020?
19 budget.
2019 budget.
The government promised to construct affordable housing for teachers specifically. For teachers.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's in the budget, please.
Honorable,
what is the...
Do you have it? Can you refer to it? I think Eric has the budget, copy of the budget.
We'll move to another one.
So move to another one, he will guide you, he will assist you. So
okay. Okay, I'll come back to you. Mr. Chairman, the next issue has to do with licensure exams. The newly trained teachers are compelled to write licensure exams, and it means those who are not able to pass don't get employment. This is a concern for parents and the students. Are you considering doing something about it? Students are calling for cancellation of this licensure exam. Do you agree with them?
Honorable Chair, licensure exam within the context of our tertiary education system is needed for two reasons. One, it helps you know which of the colleges of education are doing a fantastic job educating the youth who are going to be the future teachers of the country. In addition to that, it also allows you to assess the competence of who are the future teachers. Based on the data that I am privy to, the teachers are doing very well in terms of the pass rate the first time, and then they have the second time. Some do it about 3 times, and then they pass it. So, Honorable Chair, I believe the licensure exam at this point is performing a very important function. So I will not advocate for the cancellation of the licensure exam, which is something that the Education Regulatory Bodies Act prescribes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable nominee is quoted to have said that there will be no review of PTA's participation in free senior high school. There will be no review of PTA, Parent Teachers Association, participation in there will be no review of Parent Teachers Association participation in free senior high school. Mr. Chairman, PTA has been with us for a long time. When we go to most secondary schools, they support in the infrastructure provision. With the advent of free senior high school, government stopped PTAs from provision of infrastructure in the schools. That's why you said that there will not be review of PTA participation in free senior high schools. Will you consider this your position? Because they support infrastructure in our senior high schools.
Honorable Chair, maybe what I said has been taken out of context. Honorable Chair, PTAs are a very important part of our education system. What was not allowed to happen with the advent of free senior high school was levying of students. Before free senior high school, parents paid what was called development levy. And in addition to that, they paid for electricity, water. All those things were paid by parents. With the advent of free senior high school, the government decided to absorb all these fees that were levied against the student that parents were paying, whether it was electricity, it was water. Government absorbed, and government also absorbed what the PTAs were charging as development levy. So, the question is, if government has absorbed the development levy, PTAs can use that money to complete uncompleted building, because this is the money that parents were being levied for development in the schools. And if the government is paying, why should the parents be levied again? So PTAs have a central role to play in our schools, and nobody has said that PTAs should not exist in our secondary schools. What we have said is that you cannot levy the children again because the government has absorbed the development levy.
Mr. Chairman, I earlier spoke about affordable housing promised by the government. Actually, it was
yes, I'm allowing you.
2017 budget, page 589. With your permission, I read. Government recognizes that quality teaching is critical to the provision of quality education. Our policy to improve educational outcomes will therefore be teacher-centered. Over the next 4 years, we have programs to support and motivate teachers to discharge their duties effectively through affordable housing scheme for teachers. Government will engage with NACS, NAGRAT, SNIT, and other housing delivery agents to facilitate the provision of affordable housing scheme for teachers across the country. The government is in its 5th year. How many affordable houses have we built for teachers in this country? Because it says in the next 4 years. And the next 4 years is over. This is 2017. 2017. 4 years is over. How many housing units have you built for teachers in this country?
Honorable Ahi, what was the word? That government will build? That was your question. The government said it will build houses. Is that what you asked?
Within 4 years.
Is that what you asked?
It will build affordable housing for teachers. The 4 years has elapsed. I'm asking how many housing units has the government built for teachers in this country?
Honorable, please ask.
Honorable Chair, I'm grateful to my honorable colleague for reminding me of something that was said in 2017. I'm going to find a copy of my budget statement, and this is something I can, somebody who cares about teacher welfare, I'm going to be a champion of that. And then I'll come back and report to you. But at this time, as you put it, 2017, I think it was prophetic that we're going to be in 2021. That's the 4 years. But I'm going to pursue this and follow up. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, he's a nominee telling us you have been in the ministry for 4 years.
Honorable sir.
And this promise
Honorable,
was done 4 years ago.
4 years. He was not the minister.
He was a deputy minister.
Yes, but he was not the minister.
Mr. Chairman,
in any case, we don't do deference to you, sir.
This is supplementary.
We don't do deference to you. What you read and the question you asked are not the same.
What?
What you read said it will facilitate
Yes.
accommodation, but you ask government will build. They are not the same.
No, the government said you build affordable housing for teachers.
Yeah,
Should I
but
read it again?
it doesn't mean it will build. It will hire, rent.
Let me read it again. Mr. Chairman, the government didn't provide this paragraph in vain. The government understood when it says it will build affordable housing. So if the minister is telling us that nothing has been done so far, so be it. You haven't done anything. In the last 4 years, not even one unit has been built. Is that what you mean? It's a supplementary question.
Honorable Chair, I am going to look for a copy of the budget statement, read it carefully, and as I said, I'm very concerned about teacher welfare, so it's something that I'll follow up on. Honorable, thank you.
So what I'm saying is that in the last 4 years, you couldn't facilitate any affordable housing as promised in the 2017 budget. Is that what you are telling us? You are not going to look for your budget to cross-check whether you have been able to build some or not, or you have facilitated some or not. Is that what you are telling Ghanaians? Supplementary question. Is that what you mean?
Honorable Chair.
I thought I had cut you off because I was not paying attention. You are taking advantage, Shura. Very well, please answer the last one from him.
Honorable Chair, as you rightly pointed out, I was a deputy minister, and of course, I was at the ministry. But all that I'm saying is that this is something I'm going to seriously look into, so that what could not be done, we can take steps to make sure the right thing is done for our teachers. Thank you, sir.
Yes, there's nothing here. Yes, Honorable Ajari. Ranking member, you'll be last. That's some advice.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable nominee, on teacher licensure exam, I listened to one of your interviews and you indicated that whether you are coming from a private college of education or a public college of education, the common denominator is that exam. And that once you pass that exam, the Ghana Education Service will post you to a school. As I speak to you right now, your last posting was without graduates who have the teacher licensure exam but attended private colleges of education. Why is that so? And what plans are you making to ensure that graduates from private colleges of education with the teacher licensure exam will be posted? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, when I get the opportunity to serve this country as a Minister for Education, this is an issue that I'm going to look into. Because I know that during the past few years, those teachers were posted. So I'm going to talk to Ghana Education Service so that they can brief me on the current status of teachers who went to private colleges. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Next is the reopening of. I am of the opinion that we really put our children at great risk when schools were reopened, because you agree with me, Honorable Nominee, that schools reopened before nose masks were sent to the schools. As I speak to you right now, a lot of schools, I am not even zeroing it to Tertiary, no, that is not fair, the whole Ghana. A lot of schools don't have even the thermometer gun, they don't have Veronica buckets, they don't have sanitizers, but our children are in school. What are you going to do to ensure that students or our children in schools are safe in terms of the PPEs and the other things that they need to ensure that the viruses do not spread in the schools, like Veronica buckets and the things that I've indicated?
Honorable Chair, I spoke with the Ghana Education Service, and they assured me that in few instances where delivery was going to be a challenge, the military was involved in making sure the items get to the intended destination so that our children will use the necessary PPEs and be protected. The moment I leave here, I'm going to follow up, because I was, and with the briefing given to me, I was assured that initially there were challenges, but the military stepped in and they have distributed the PPEs to schools across the country. So I would definitely look into this issue that you have brought to my attention today.
My last one, and it's a follow-up. We are all trying to make sure that our children are safe in schools. Whereas you are trying hard to help children in public schools, take notice that there are children in private schools too. Don't have the idea of private schools in Accra. Think of private schools in the deprived communities. They are not the middle class private schools that we see here. So I'm encouraging you to look at private schools in deprived communities and also assist them in the PPEs. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, distribution of PPEs since the beginning of school opening was done across the board to all schools, whether you are public or private. So that is what has been done over the whole academic year, when the abbreviated openings were done with the final year students and then second year students at senior high school level. Private schools were part of the distribution list, and it will continue to be so. So far the PP is concerned, and this is what has been directed by the President, and we intend to carry through with that order, ensuring that every student, irrespective of whether they are in private school or high school, will have access to the necessary PPEs for self-protection.
Yes. As a minute before ranking member, that's what I'm advising. Or other way. Very well.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Nominee, I'll start with a question that you have attempted to answer twice. The first one was by Honorable Lante Vanderpoy, and I think Chairman also came with a supplementary. I am, first of all, a trained teacher, and I was a leader of one of the teacher training unions at the time. And I do know that we have only guidelines with GES. And for me, the question that was asked relates to whether or not we have a policy for posting teachers in this country. Because what I know, that is the practice, is that the GES have guidelines where it is suggested that 60% of teachers who graduate are posted to the primary, 40 to JHS, and the regional directors are to send to the districts with the most need, and district directors are to assist with accommodation, consider teachers with health problems, females to be posted in urban areas, and male new teachers who did not choose the regions they are sent to also be sent to towns. I mean, these are just guidelines. But then the issue of L1 to L2, instructing using the local language, comes to play if there is a policy. Because in that policy, then it will show how teachers who understand instruction to be done in the L1 to the L2 should be posted. It will guide the posting of teachers, so to speak, because you want to improve the teaching in the local language, so to speak. So the question to you is, do we have a policy that guides teacher posting and in some cases recruitment, let me put it that way, of teachers in this country?
Honorable Chair, a comprehensive teacher policy is at the final stages with various stakeholder consultation and participation, and is being done through the National Teaching Council. So very soon, that policy will then dictate the issues that you have brought up. So it's very important that we ensure the speedy development and finish to this policy, so that all these issues that you brought up can then be taken care of under that comprehensive policy.
There's also a problem with teachers who have gone for further studies, and the problem with readmitting them into GS. We also have issues of teachers seeking promotion, upgrading. The reports and the text messages and letters I have gotten from colleagues and teachers is that for so many years now, you have not upgraded teachers. Has it come to your attention? And working at the ministry as a deputy minister, what did you do to improve the situation? And how do you intend to even make it better if you get the approval of this House?
Honorable Chair, I know that from time to time, teachers will WhatsApp me, some will come to my office. But I also know Ghana Education Service are doing a very much better job at this time in terms of issues about promotion, even the new promotion exam format, which has been implemented very well by them, and it's winning accolades in terms of how they're able to go through it fast without all the subject panels and interviews. But we can always improve on these issues, and I'm sure most of these items that you brought up here is also going to be dealt with under the comprehensive teacher policy. And once we have a policy, then we'll be able to track performance very well. I will tell you one thing, teachers play a critical role, the most important role in our education process. And anything that we need to do to ensure that the bottlenecks that may be in their way are removed so that they can focus on teaching is something that I'll commit myself 100% to. You appear to me as somebody who knows a lot about these issues, and please understand, God willing, if I'm the Minister for Education, I'll be calling upon you a lot. Because if we can remove those bottlenecks, then we are freeing the teachers to really teach and impact our children positively. So these are issues that are, to me, if a teacher is not satisfied with the process, that means it's diminishing his ability to become the best teacher that we want him to be, and the nation will pay a price for it. So thank you for bringing these issues to my attention, Mr. Chairman.
Now, my second substantive question. Child Rights International has come up with a piece suggesting that in the last 4 months, about 1,700 students have tested positive for COVID-19. Some medical experts, like the GMA president in Ashanti region, have called for or have suggested that schools be closed down. Reading commentary on social media, Parliament and parliamentarians were not spared when the Speaker announced the suspension of Parliament, and many parents wondered why we thought it necessary to suspend Parliament that allows schools to continue. What is your understanding of the spread as reported by Child Rights International in the schools and government's insistence that the schools must remain open?
Honorable Chairman, I think I have the privilege of answering this question before, so I will answer again. I think what I said when this question was posed to me a few minutes ago was that to the extent that we can ensure that the schools are clean and PPEs are supplied and we are following all the protocols, to the extent that the schools can be a safer environment than the home or the community, then I will say schools should remain open. That is why the following of the protocols, ensuring that students are going through routines, teachers are being trained so that the protocols become second nature to the students, ensuring that there's a lesson unit that is taught about disease spread, and especially with reference to COVID-19. These are critical issues, and also ensuring that the new dashboard that we are developing for schools include opportunity for timely reporting of places where there's a suspected case, reports are being made. To the extent that we can do all these things and we are ahead of the disease in terms of decision making, I'll say the schools become the safest environment for the children to be. On the other hand, if we are not able to do that, then it makes sense to say, let's close down school. But at this point, I think Ghana Education Service, Ghana Health Service are in partnership, and they are doing a very good job in terms of ensuring that we can get ahead of the virus and make the critical decisions that affect the children in the schools. And with that, I will not say schools should be closed down.
Well, I wish I knew you were going to answer this question this way. Maybe I would have also arranged for a video to be played. It was just sent to me, but maybe I can show it to you so you see what the real situation is. You have painted the ideal picture, but the real situation on the ground is that even where some semblance of PPEs are provided, children do not know how to use them. In the face of the reality that even where semblance of PPEs are provided, they are either misused or disregarded, you still think that GS is doing a good job and schools must remain open.
In the face of the reality that you have rightly painted and pointed out, it creates a sense of urgency for me to make sure the right thing is done to keep our children safe. And in the face of that, it gets me angry. That why is it that we are not doing the right thing when we know the right thing to be done? So you create a sense of urgency for me to go about my work with all due diligence to make sure that children are protected. And that includes my team at Ghana Education Service and my team, not at the headquarters region, at the district, everywhere where we find our team members. Everybody should be fully conversant of the fact that we cannot do our work that way. So when you show that to me, it does not tell me that we should close shop. It tells me that I should step into this job knowing that there's a lot to be done and we need to protect our children, understanding that COVID-19 and education has become strange bedfellows, and those of us in charge of education must do our work well to ensure that we protect the children and at the same time ensure that they have quality education.
Now, what expectations should students have of you if you get the nod to become the Minister of Education, when only some few weeks ago a proposal to have their fees suspended saw you rather...
You came in late.
No, it's
all
in a different form.
Questions have been asked
in a different form. It may be related to the matter, but the question is different, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect. Yes. So I'm saying that what expectation do you think students should have of you when a few weeks ago a motion in this House that requested government to suspend or waive fees of tertiary students, your argument seemed to have favored school authorities and not the students, because you made the point that school authorities you spoke to said that was not their priority. But I believe at the time that was a priority of students. And if that was lost on you, what expectation should they have of you?
Students should know that I'm the teacher-in-chief when I become the Minister for Education. Some of them will see me in their classrooms. But besides that, the person that you are talking about happens to be somebody who a month ago paid the fees of 30 students to go and pursue engineering at UMAT. So if you're talking about expectation of me, they should expect to see a Minister of Education who dearly cares about them, whose doors will always be open to them. And if you like it, I'll say the windows will be open to them. I want to dialogue with stakeholders and ensure that their views will be respected. So the expectation that this country should have of me is that of an education minister who is fully committed to meet their needs and who, when the need arises, may even pick up the marker and teach in the classroom, because I see myself not as just a minister for education, I see myself as a teacher-in-chief of this country if I get a chance to become the Minister for Education.
And my last question relates to licensure exams and posting of newly trained teachers to do national service. Is it the case that the licensure exams have indeed been suspended or, withdrawn from government plans, as announced by the then Minister of Education before the elections? And after 1 year of national service by teacher trainees who initially protested against it, what has been the feedback as Deputy Minister, as you were then, as you then was?
Honorable Chair, the outgoing Minister for Education never announced the suspension of licensure exams in this country. I never heard it, and he never said that licensure exams have been suspended in this country.
He never did? Okay. Well, he'll be appearing before us, so fine. Thank you.
Very well. Any more from here? None? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, congratulations to my brother, the Honorable Dr. Yahose Duchum. If you come with me less than a minute, we can get this out of the way for the accuracy of our records. Page 2 of your CV, the duration of your employment, Deputy Minister, it should be 2017 to 2021, not 2020. And we would need your permission to effect that correction at page 5, all the entries. It should be up to 2021, not 2020. And page 6, you will agree with me that the President of Ghana Association of Southern California, 1996 to 2000, is not a professional body. So we'll put that under a different categorization. So we are done with that. Let me quickly move to my first substantive question, which will focus attention on academic freedom. Over the last 4 years, it appears, listening to many in the intelligentsia, the academic community, they say that there seems to have been an assault waged on academic freedom and institutional autonomy. What is your position on the public university bill? Are we to see you pursue that unpopular, rather obnoxious bill? Are you going to pursue it? Public university bill.
Honorable Chair, the public university bill, which the universities and the outgoing minister have had some dialogue on. Changes were made in various sections, and we are still dialoguing. So when God willing I become the Minister for Education with your help, I will continue the dialogue and bring finality to it so that we can all move on and ensure that the universities perform their rightful role in socio-economic transformation of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A follow-up on academic freedom and institutional autonomy, a classic case of University of Education, Winneba. A lot has happened in that institution, which has dented its image as far as its world-class academic center of higher education is concerned. Are you aware that the latest effort to resolve the impasse there, which was chaired by the respected Venerable Sir Justice Dennis Ejay, Justice of the Court of Appeal and the Dean of the School of Gambia? On that committee was also Professor Jofusana Mensah, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba. You know, he chaired the last education reforms. And Dr. Abna Asumeni. They concluded that the removal of Professor Avoke was wrongful. Those are the words of the committees. I have a copy of a 42-page report which they issued, that it was wrongful. It did not follow the Constitution and it did not follow the statutes of the university. Confirming what former President Rawlings, as you recall, God bless his soul, he issued a statement calling it an injustice, the removal of Professor Avoke, replacing him with Professor Afubroni. You are aware the Yoko report has also cleared Professor Avoke. How do you intend to address these injustices at the University of Education, Winneba, as all of these reports have confirmed, the latest one being the Sir Justice Dennis Ejay report? And I'm glad that the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader is here, who is very conversant with these matters.
Honorable Chair, I have heard my colleague loud and clear in terms of the issues raised. I'm not a lawyer, but I can read legal reports. So God willing, when I take over, these are issues that I'll delve into, become more conversant with the issues, and I think that is what will help me know how to proceed. At this point, I did not carry the tertiary schedules or schedule like you were lucky enough to have done when you were at the ministry. I was playing with the children, but now as a minister, I have to play with the big boys, and I have to be able to dive into this and see what is going on. And I'll be able, with advice from the outgoing minister and others who are conversant with the issues, I'll be able to know what to do with the issues that you have raised at this appointment committee hearing.
The second substantive matter I want to move to relates to the latest World Bank Human Capital Index report. It makes for grim reading and worrying reading indeed. Ghana was last but one in the rankings in the world. The reporters, you know, measured quality of learning in schools. And according to the report, we were amongst the 5 worst performing countries in the world, with a score of 307. Only Niger helped us to escape the last position. Mali, Sierra Leone, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Niger are the 5 last performing countries, or worst performing countries, with a score of 44%. This Human Capital Index report reveals that quality at the pre-tertiary level, which is a department you headed, has taken a hit. And that if we are to get to the levels of countries like Singapore, which is having a score of 88, we will have to adopt a paradigm shift and change strategy. Are you aware of this report? And what will you do to reverse this horrendous performance by Ghana?
Honorable Chair, I'm fully aware of this report. I've gone over it many times. And I'll tell you one thing. As a nation, we have to come to the point where we see the relationship between education and socioeconomic transformation and where the report like this places us. When you talk about a human capital index of 0.44, it means 56% of your human capital is being wasted if you do nothing. So when you talk about the low-performing schools, 10,000 of them, with Gallup bringing in funding so that we can fix those schools, those are attempts to fix the 0.44 human capital index issue. But we need to do more. You know about the SIP, Secondary Education Improvement Project, that my honorable colleague and your minister did a very good job at. That has helped us with all the intervention our minister also did to produce a mathematics score of about 65%. So what it tells us is this: if we are focused and we are determined, change will happen. So as the change happened with additional financing for SIP, with the initial financing from you and the work we did, and we saw the improvement in the same vein. Gallup, if we focus our efforts in ensuring that we can improve work that is going on in those 10,000 low-performing schools, we'll be able to move things up. But yes, I come into this position with a greater sense of urgency, understanding that even in the midst of COVID, the world is not waiting for us. We have to do whatever it takes to make sure you create a more vibrant and robust education system that will stand the test of time. And our honorable colleague, you know I'll be leaning on you from time to time to work together to ensure that we can transform our education system for the benefit of ourselves and for posterity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to come to the handing over notes of the ministry. I have gone through
This is your fourth question. So
this is my third.
So please do your fourth and fifth, and then I'll let you go.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. So the 391-page handing over notes, I have read them. To my surprise, it appears you have changed the format this time. There are no outstanding obligations, financial obligations. Why is the report silent on that? Because I know, for example, that there are matters to do with 840 pickups, for example, that you are not done paying for, 250 buses. The 20 STEM centers have not been paid for fully. All of these outstanding obligations, your handing over notes are silent on them.
Honorable Chair, it happens to be the handover notes that I'm going to be receiving. So I'll put a question to the right person when I'm getting the handover notes. It's not mine.
I didn't hear you. If you can, you're saying you haven't seen the handover notes? Honorable Osler, can you allow the nominee to? I want to hear him rather, not you. It's not your turn, please.
He says that when we approve him, he will receive it. Now he hasn't received it.
No, you receive it during the transition. But Parliament has received it, and finally, in this handing, leader, you want to, okay. Finally, in this handing over notes, it is revealed that 11% of free SHS students don't take up the opportunity. 11% just stay home, which is quite a staggering number, and should avert our minds to probably other factors that beyond just fees there are other real considerations that we should be looking at, and that looks at our fixation on just fees. It's not only a matter of affordability, that there are other factors that are mitigating against 100% universal enrollment. Are you aware of this development, and what policy initiatives, if given the nod, will you pursue to address this gap?
Honorable Chairman, I'm fully aware of the 11% issue. I think there's a need for a more serious community effort in making sure that the things that some of us may take for granted, that some children may not have, they can be supported. For example, we'll take it for granted, oh, you can just buy a trunk, you can just get a chop box. For some families, that is a huge investment. So I think what this helps us to do is to begin to look at what we need to do to ensure that those who are coming from some very deprived communities have some kind of support, so that when you offer them the opportunity, they will grab it and run with it. Thank you.
Yes.
No,
well, yes, Deputy Leader.
Honorable nominee, tertiary education.
No, today
In the wake of this COVID, there has been a strong suggestion for government to make some interventions. We are aware of the scholarship secretariat window that has been opened. We are also aware of the student loan scheme window with this no guarantor policy. But what Ghanaians do not know is whether or not the fee structure as it is now, government is already absorbing some aspect of it. So kindly enlighten us on that. Is it that whatever fee charged, itemized, various facility user fee, is 100% to be paid by students, or that government has already absorbed a chunk of it, leaving that to be paid by the students?
Honorable Chair, the issue of fees, if you really look at the amount of the budget that goes into the expenditure structure of the universities, about 90% will be expenses related to faculty remuneration. Consequently, when you talk about academic user fee, you are not talking about fees that are going to be used in paying professors compared to the private university setting. So yes, you can say that the government is already paying 90% of the fees that the student will have paid, because about 90% of the expenditure of universities are that for faculty and for staff. And in education, that is the norm. If you go to secondary education level, if you look at the budget structure, you're going to see 75% to 85% is for the personnel who are there. So when you pay academic user facility fee, you are not paying that to pay professors. So when you look at the fee structure, it is not geared towards payment of fees as you would in a private university setting. So yes, the government is paying a huge amount of money to take care of students for the benefit of the country. And wherever you pay in terms of academic user facility fee, is just to take care of a small proportion of the total expenditure of the government.
Now, let's also come to this issue of fee paying. Fee paying.
A student from a deprived school makes a grade, and by way of some standards, he would not get the opportunity into mainstream, yet will be given an option to be part of school PPA. That student from a deprived community is most likely to have a poor parent. In view of that, cannot take advantage of that school PPA. Yet somebody whose parent can afford would get the opportunity to do that PPA. Now, in addressing such imbalances, how do you hope to push the universities to ensure equity without they seeing you as interfering in their independence?
Honorable Chair, I want to thank my honorable colleague for the caution. That be careful so that they don't think you're interfering. But I think what is fair is fair. What is injustice is injustice. And what we need to do is be able to dialogue more to ensure that if you have a student like that, most universities have need-based scholarships. So they can do well to target those students who come from deprived communities or disadvantaged backgrounds, gotten admission to pursue medicine, and cannot go because it has been classified as fee paying. I think what we need to do is to make sure that whether we have scholarship programs targeting them or out of the university's own need-based scholarships, such students will be supported and not be turned away from programs of their dreams.
Yes. So, Honorable Nominee, let's come to private education, those preparatory schools that we have. They don't teach Ghanaian language. GIS, SOS, Lincoln, name them. They don't teach Ghanaian language. You have resident diplomats who may come on a duty tour 5 years, 4 years. Their children being educated here. And we want some adaptation, some cultural assimilation. Even Ghanaian children in these schools. I heard my colleague Nilante even raising the question even with public schools, where GAM teachers, is becoming a problem. But you and I know that we cannot allow that freedom in those preparatory schools. Can you initiate a dialogue aimed at, I don't want to say giving them the option, a dialogue aimed at, getting them to appreciate the fact that learning our culture, our values, which include our language, is very necessary for their curriculum.
Honorable Chair, my colleague is encouraging me to begin a dialogue, and I will so do, because I think it's to the benefit of the children. When the children are able to speak an African language, wherever they go in the future, they are going to turn back and say, thank you for giving me that opportunity. So I think it's something that I'm going to pursue vigorously, because it's not something that will hurt the student, it will make them better citizens for this global community. Thank you.
I beg you, Honorable Leader, please conclude.
Chairman, I was making an application for the Honorable Agaga, but I'll be mindful that I won't take enough time of our colleagues. He has just one.
Once across to the leadership, please, I'll go back.
All right, that's noted. Minister, welcome. I note that when they shared euphemism with you on the shoes of the Honorable Napo and what he has achieved,
you readily measured your shoe size to be equal without appreciating the euphemism of it. And then when the Honorable Blackwell was on, you were being helped when he got to handing over notes. I refer you to page 2 of your handing over notes, page 2. And how I expected you to have said the same thing in respect of handing over notes. Hear these words, your own words. Supported the ministry in the implementation of free senior high school. Not even support the president. Supported the minister in the implementation of double track system. Not the president. So, okay, CV. This is your CV. So how I wish you had also said that you supported the minister to write the handing over notes as part of your CV. Is that an observation? Is that an observation? But there's some fumigation work going on at the ministry. At what cost is it? What phases? What is the relationship? Fumigation. There's some fumigation work ongoing at the ministry, particularly in public schools. What's the nature of it and what's the cost of it to the state?
Honorable Chair, I will gather the information for this committee. I don't have it with me here.
When you have it, do share it with us through the chairman of the committee. I can understand you are being elevated and promoted by President Akufo-Addo from deputy minister to minister. We don't intend to hold you for the work of your minister, the Honorable Napo. But there's this report of Measures Bluegrass, supply of mathematic instrument, SMI, math sets, has all arrived in the country. The math sets that were so imported, for which you came to Parliament for some grant of tax exemptions pre-COVID. Have they all arrived? And have they all been distributed? And to where? Which institutions?
Honorable Chair, I'll submit a detailed report on that to the committee as well.
All right, that's appreciated. Now, on your CV, the Honorable Blackwell has done that. And there are wide disparities in the provision of quality relevant education between public and private schools and rural urban schools. What will you do to address that, to ensure equity in the provision of relevant quality education at the various levels of education?
Honorable Chair, issues of equity is something that the ministry is confronting and something that we need to deal with. Yes, disparity between rural children and urban children. One major disparity between the north and south of this country. These are issues that are of importance to me, and God willing, and with the help of the committee, this is something that I'm going to pursue vigorously, because when it comes to disparity, if you don't solve it, you are not creating a more robust education system for the country. So even the way you get students into various high schools, from junior high school, you have to be mindful of disparities, and also ensuring that there are quality schools everywhere in the country. You are able to solve some of the disparities in that fashion. So, Honorable Chair, this is something that equity issues are something that we need to look at, taking a look at some of them, because I was fortunate enough to be at the ministry for 4 years. And as I said, these are issues that we need to take a look at. I was looking at my data and saw the drop in performance at WA Senior High School, and it's something that I'm going to take on board as to why there is that disparity and why performance at that school is dropping across the board in all the subject areas. These are things that concerns me. I love data. So I'm going to look at data and see how best we can solve these challenges.
The Honorable Abrako referred you to the Public Universities Bill. What's important, and even by virtue of Article 103 and in particular 106 of the Constitution, I need your assurance that you would not interfere as minister
with the letter and spirit of the Constitution and guaranteeing academic freedom in Ghana?
Honorable Chair, my style is not interference, and my style is collaboration. My style is communication. My style is come and let's work together to make sure we can reap dividends for this country. And that is what I intend to do.
And that as important as a public universities bill, we would be assured that whatever decisions you would be taking will require and submitted recorded report of extensive stakeholder consultation to guide any policy decision of government. Can I have that assurance?
Honorable Chair, there has been stakeholder consultation. I intend to continue, and I intend to make sure we come to finality on this issue. And
teachers who have gone on steady leave to improve themselves as in their quality and to improve the work they do since 2019 have not been promoted. Is that the case? And what will you do to promote those teachers deserving of their promotion after their steady leave?
Honorable Chair, I'm not aware that for 2 years teachers have not been promoted. I know Ghana Education Service is working very hard on these issues, but it's an issue that is of concern to me. A teacher who has not been paid his due is not a teacher who gives up his best. And therefore, there's an issue that I've taken notes, and I'll make sure I get to the bottom of it when I get to the ministry. Ghana Education Service will have to give me a report, and I'm going to track that on bi-weekly basis to make sure everything, anyone due promotion has been promoted, so that they will work hard for us. So it's something that I intend to follow through on in terms of my promise to my honorable colleague.
The President at the final funeral rites to bid farewell to Jerry John Rawlings with his dedicated excellent service to Ghana, even though said Jerry Rawlings himself late had said that he wanted to be remembered in the hearts of people. The President announced that he still was consulting with the family to name the University of Development Studies after Jerry John Rawlings. You recall that he took his FAO prize and dedicated it to that university, which has contributed immensely to expanding access to higher education. You have a time limit to which you bring a bill here for that to be done if satisfactory consultations are done with the family and it's acceptable to them.
Honorable, rightly said, the President made a statement. I'll be consulting with the President on it to make sure what the President intends to do is fully executed as he so desires.
Chairman, may I request the nominee, and it's not just a challenge for incoming Minister for Education if you are approved by this committee and plenary, but a challenge imposed by COVID for major public sector reforms in Ghana generally. And I should think that myself and you are advantaged because our children can benefit even from private quality education because we can afford it. A number of Ghanaian children, those for which you just announced reopening, who have been home for 8-9 months, did not have opportunity for Zoom learning or Zoom exchanges. Some of them couldn't even afford access to a television to be educated. Compelling reforms of the provision of quality public education. What leadership will you provide?
Honorable Chair, issues about connectivity and how to support children is something that we need to have a better handle on. I pointed out recently that when you have a digital divide in the community, you are more likely to have education divide. It's something that we need to confront in terms of making sure children have access, and having access means now there are tablets and other devices that can enable them connect to resources that sometimes may even be free. So yes, as when Godwin was the minister, in these challenging times, those issues, IT issues are critical issues that should concern me and concern my team. to make sure we can really confront this issue. The good news is that the Ministry of Communication is helping with rural connectivity, and I think it's something that we need to tap into and form a critical partnership to make sure that children in communities where there was no access even to cell phones and other things, now that it's improving, how do we take advantage of it and make sure that students are benefited. The telcos partnership with them is very important. During the first week of the COVID, I know a number of telecom companies provide 0 rating so that students, when they go to a website, learning management portal, they don't have to pay for connectivity. These are critical partnerships that we need to establish.
Minister, my other one would be one of a comment. I think that you have to revolutionize, probably in collaboration with the Ministry of Communication, how we expand the deployment of ICT technology to guide teaching and learning, not just for people, but only for teachers across the country as a necessary response to COVID.
Thank you for your advice, Honorable President.
And Chairman, I recall that under an African Development Bank facility, about $180 million that saw the expansion of Adan, Debopa, and a number of technical vocational institutions. One of the footprint signatures of your minister outgone, the Honorable Napo, was the expansion of technical and vocational education. What he normally doesn't tell the Ghanaian people, that was also initiated by the NDC, except that he got the advantage of those vocational institutions now being supervised by the Ministry of Education. I had visited the Honorable Minister Designate for Works and Housing, the one from Yamfu. I'll get a name for our purposes, the Honorable Nominee for Works and Housing. Yes, I visited Frida Prempeh's vocational training institution, and when I got back, I was inspired by it and wrote subsequently to Ministry of Finance. I'm aware that your minister have initiated it. It will require expansion, but it also requires collaboration. You see, what is lacking in this country is employability skills. So it is not just about training, about classroom. Are we equipping the young people with employable skills? That, I believe, is a policy thrust of the expanded access to technical and vocational education. Will you continue and expand that initiative?
Honorable Chair, I intend to do so. I'll continue and expand that policy.
Now you are tired, so you two, you are giving short answers. Chairman, have you observed? Okay, my final one, Chairman, is a constituency-specific matter, and I'm borrowing from the minister, so that one is just to take note. You can choose to ignore me. In your CV, you say you lobby for projects and programs to serve your constituents. You want that to be in your CV? Go to page 2 of your CV. Page 2. And if I have my way, ask Chairman and expunge it from the record.
That is the core duty, yes.
Core, eh?
One of his duties as
and is that a core duty?
Yeah,
after enacting laws?
Lobby for projects, well.
Okay, that reminds me. So, I'm not going to lobby you. There's a community in the Tamale South constituency, Kakwaile. I need a senior high school of respect in Kakwaile in the Tamale South constituency.
This is not lobby, this is instruction.
No, it's not instruction. I want expanded access to senior high school. And no. Oh. I say I won't use his words. I don't intend to use his words.
Honorable Chair, I know one good thing about senior high schools in Ghana is that irrespective of where it is located, it's for the whole country. So if a senior high school is built in my honorable colleague's constituency, it's also for my children from my constituency.
I'm not saying it for the first time. Your minister is aware. My letter have been at the ministry all these years. So I'm not saying it for the first time.
Because you didn't lobby.
Yes, I should think so.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I can assure you that as I've already indicated, even though...
Chairman, let me put it in context. There was a contract awarded for the commencement of work on Kapayele Senior High School. The contractor mobilized the site, and the change of government have affected the fortunes of quality education in Kapayele, which will serve Bamvum, Yonde, Kamiyele, Bulipiala, and Nalung, quite a populous area in my constituency. Those who don't sleep in Kamvele, they know themselves. So I want to end here, but saying that your enormous challenge is to how to support this country to respond to COVID. And to respond to COVID, what the Honorable Suhino observed, protecting children, ensuring their safety and security, dedicated and adequate deployment of PPS to protect people and teachers in schools, and to reform education as a response to COVID, and to guarantee that there can be seamless provision of education in Ghana if COVID was to stay. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity, and I wish the nominee well.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I'm just making a suggestion. I think the integrity gap is widening among the youth in the community. So I suggest to you that you find a way of institutionalizing ethics and values of integrity in our educational system. That's a suggestion. So we thank you for attending upon the committee. We have closed, please. So I'm happy you came after.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. To all the committee members.
Right.
Truly appreciate it.
You will hear from us, but for now you are discharged.